Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Supernatural Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was not what one would consider ideal hero material. He was weak, without a quirk, and constantly bullied. He had nothing going for him. As he lay in bed, thinking about the next day and the challenges that would come with. As the green-haired boy closed his eyes, he hoped that nothing bad would happen. And then he awoke. Somewhere completely different. Alone. Looking around, he found that this seemed to be a kind of waiting room. Far beyond anything he'd seen. It seemed to be the outside for a theater, where people would wait for them to be cleaned out. It was also the place where one could get concessions, popcorn and soda. Standing up, he frantically looked around for any sign of people. But there weren't any. Not even a person in the concession stand. This is a strange dream. I wonder. However, before Izuku could wander any further, there was a flash of light from behind him, and a new person appeared. Walking over to investigate, he found that it was someone he'd never seen before. She was beautiful with a brown-haired bob cut and slightly rosy cheeks. She tussled and turned before starting to wake up herself. Looking around, she brightened up when her eyes saw him. Hi. Do you know where we are? Wait, this isn't just a dream? You don't know? I each thought this was a dream. So, that made them both pale in the realization that they were lost, and with no idea on what to do about it. So, with nothing else to do, the brunette introduced herself. So, I'm Ochako Uraraka. Who are? Cursing his weakness at speaking to girls, he stammered, Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, huh? She giggled, glancing at his hair for a moment. Blushing in embarrassment, he nodded in agreement about the strange coincidence. However, before Izuku could speak, there were more white glows, and more people arriving. Many of them were far too exuberant, while others were more solitary, but the question remained amongst each of them, where are we? Two adults had joined the group. One gaunt blonde who looked like he's seen better days. And a dark, raven-haired man who looked half dead himself. They whispered to each other. Izuku swore he recognized the dark-haired man, but couldn't bring his mind to recalling the information. There was one more flash of light. And a voice he knew all too well. Kaken. Where the F is this place? As soon as he saw Izuku, however, his gaze sharpened, and he strode over. Everyone's attention was on the brewing confrontation. The two adults seemed to already know each other, and were engaged fully in their conversation, whatever it was. Deku. The blonde boy, Katsuki Bakugo, growled, his voice growing more agitated as he approached. You have something to do with this, don't you? Fearfully he stuttered. No, I don't know anything, I swear. Yeah, right. Every time there's a problem, it's always your FING fault. He raised his hand, and the two clearly expected something to happen. But nothing did. Horror crept onto the blonde bully's face before the two were dragged apart from each other by the other kids. Many of them had instantly recognized what was going on, and were keen to stop it. The adults at this point clearly saw the commotion and spoke up. The blonde first, with a panicked, worried voice. What is going on here? And nothing, yes, sir. Izuku stammered, eager to not get in trouble again. It was clear that these were teachers, based on how they approached the students. Tisk, was all Bakugo had to say, but it was clear that all the students were on Midoriya's side. And seeing this, the adults were going to act accordingly. Before there was a mechanical sound from the doors to the theater. Everyone whirled to face it as the doors unlocked and opened inwards, into the inviting dark. A serene voice spoke over intermittent loudspeakers. It appears that everyone who was invited has arrived. Please, take your seats and I will join you momentarily. With no other options, the whole group entered. The raven-haired man directed them to their seats, only to find that they each had names on them. They glowed slightly, illuminated against the dark of this supposed movie theater. With nothing else available to. It seems our host already wants us to sit in certain places. Find your names. Izuku searched for his own. It seemed to be right in the center. By coincidence. Or careful planning, Uraraka was right next to him, on his left. On his right sat a boy with red hair and a terrible scar. Or at least, that's what he thought, before seeing that his hair was split down the middle, with white on his right side. He didn't catch the name of the boy, but tried to have a reassuring smile. Hi. Instead of replying back, he just turned away, towards the front. But being ignored is certainly better than being antagonized. However, the thoughts were interrupted as the screen blazed to life. Looking up, they found a beautiful woman staring back. Her features were flawless for a European beauty, with pure white hair framing her features and her eyes. They were essentially two color wheels. A literal rainbow as one traced the iris. As soon as she had everyone's attention, she smiled warmly, before speaking back, with the same voice as before. Good. I have all of your attention. Welcome to my theater. You may wonder why I have called all of you. 2 heroes plus a bunch of children. Well, you, if you continue on your current paths, will become UA's 58th Class A. That got them all whispering excitedly, but the first part of her statement only cemented the fact that he knew one of them. But he couldn't focus on that now. For most of you, I have cut off the ability for you to use your quirks. Either they are destructive, for both persons or your environment, or I believe you are not worthy of having them. Her gaze lingered looking at one of the seats. Izuku craned his neck, only to see Bakugo under her stern gaze. In surprise, he looked back at the screen, to find her glancing at Izuku with mild amusement, before continuing, and this place will allow you to see alternate worlds. Fractures, they are called, or different timelines of things that will never happen within your own. Either because the people involved are on different trajectories in their own lives, or events play out differently. The raven-haired man asked, "What do you want from us?" "What do I want?" she asked before laughing. It was melodious and calming, all things considered. You are already giving me what I want. Entertainment. Your perspective on these fractures will be for my amusement. And out of this, you gain information. For one who can create anything, Shota Aizawa, fresh, quality entertainment is in very, very short supply. The reveal of the black-haired man's name was enough to put him on edge, while the blonde asked, "And when you've gotten what you want? What then? Will you let us all go unharmed?" "Tashinori Yagi. I have no reason to harm any of you. In fact, I want you to go back. Old demons stir, and I would rather that they do not win. All of you are the best chance your fracture has at true peace. But to achieve such a thing, you must learn from the enemy." She paused, allowing for any questions, but nobody had anything yet. "I will show you figures of note, both heroes and villains, so you can learn to not emulate their mistakes, all so that you can make a better world." Izuku raised a tentative hand. Normally, he wouldn't dare interrupt, but he had to desperately ask. She noticed and paused. "I see you have a question, Izuku Midoriya?" He nodded, nervous under the new gazes. Before asking, "You? Who are you?" Smiling kindly, she replied, "I go by many names, goddess, creation, angel. But I am exactly that. The goddess who created everything you know. I prefer not controlling your worlds directly, but letting them play out, which is why I want at least one to win a perfect victory. To create a golden age for you all. I have high hopes for you." She even waved her hand over the screen, and pushed it back, showing the goddess' full form. She had 2 very large, very distinct wings on her back, while holding a large war banner with symbols all along it. Her robes were completely spotless, with some symbology on them as well. Before I continue, I have a few rules. Nothing too extreme, I hope. Rule: there will be a break after 3 showings. Please make sure to come back into the theater at the designated time. If not, I will have to get my knights to get involved, and I can assure you, nobody wants that. And 2? Aizawa asked, eyes narrowed. 2, she smiled. I ask that you keep my involvement quiet for now. I could erase your memories, but I don't like to be that invasive with people. I prefer to let people have their own will. Yagi asked, confused, "What about bedding and rest arrangements?" she explained, further causing them to blink with surprise. In my theater, you will not tire. However, if the majority wishes to sleep, to preserve your natural, biological processes, then reach out to the concession stand at the next available break. A different blonde, with more yellow-colored hair, raised his hand. She allowed his question. There was nobody there. She laughed, gentle and sweet. That's because he was preoccupied, Denki Kaminari. He will be there next time. With no other questions, she smiled widely. Alright. If there are no further questions, would you like to begin? A girl sitting in the row below raised her hand at that, to which she asked, Goddess. Yes, Momo Yaoyorozu? That name got a few whispers. The boy next to Izuku seemed to pay a moderate amount of attention, before continuing to wait patiently. Suddenly, under immense scrutiny, her voice nearly failed her. Where will we begin? Excellent question. I get to move on to the first topic at hand. With a snap of her finger, the screen changed to show a name. Davy Jones. That name got a few whispers of confusion. Yaoyorozu in particular stated, seemingly knowledgeable on a variety of topics. Isn't that just an old sailor's tale? Oh. Villain. As the class gasped, and the adults steeled their gazes, spoke directly to the greenette. Oh, and for you, Midoriya. I would check under your seat. Something to collect your thoughts, as you like to. Carefully, Izuku peeked down there, and found a journal. It was made of high-quality leather, with a pencil already onto the first page. She really does seem like some kind of goddess. Let's hope that she's a good one. The screen darkened for a second, before showing a wooden deck, submerged in water. The scene immediately started with a large peg leg standing onto it. Before the camera moved up, revealing a large figure disguised by a worn, sea-encrusted pirate's jacket. The man hobbled further into the shot, where multiple people were clearly held hostage by aquatic-looking crew members. The first they saw was a man who had part of a pufferfish instead of a normal cheek, holding a blade to a man who didn't seem very afraid. While the rest of those lined up clearly were. The camera shifted to a man with claws coming out his back, as well as a hammerhead shark look on his head. Turning, the beastly man stated, 5 men still alive, the rest have moved on. They were surprised that his eye was in a normal spot, considering what hammerhead sharks were like. However, his teeth had proven different enough. Sharp and serrated, just like a shark's. It appeared he reported to the previous figure. A black-haired boy looked away, muttering to himself, his voice unexpectedly loud in the theater. Is that how my teeth are seen? It was then that the subject of the previous shot strode into view. He wore a large hat, and had tentacles for hair. And a large bulbous head peeking out from the hat, but they still couldn't see his face. As the man continued to walk, it showed a side profile of his hand as he walked. Or rather claw. It was a large crab claw. With each new detail, Midoriya was writing everything down. Captain of a crew, ocean mutations. Octopus and crab mutations seen. Then he realized that the peg leg from before was actually a crab leg. Not a replacement leg. Given the time PRD. That would have been the most advanced prosthetic for the era, but he was clearly in an age before quirks. Was this the first set of villains? They clearly had quirks and most didn't. However, his thoughts were silenced as he approached a shivering, clearly fear-struck man, and the claw closed with a grinding sound. It was then that the whole class could see his face. The man, Davy Jones, knelt in front of the shivering man. And they could see the mass of tentacles he had for a beard. It was surprisingly useful as he lit his pipe with a tentacle, before using a small jet of air from another to put out the flame. As he took the pipe out of his mouth, there was a hint of a smile before asking directly. He had a thick, deep Scottish accent as he spoke. Do you fear death? The man, still shivering, nodded at that. I mean, in his situation, who wouldn't? Jones continued his questions. Do you fear that dark abyss? A new kid, one with a raven for a head, couldn't help but be wide-eyed. He has traveled that? How? Meanwhile, the villain continued, are your deeds laid bare? Are your sins punished? The shivering man continued to agree. Before Jones stated a tempting offer. I can offer you an escape. The shivering man started to calm down as he looked up into Joan's human-like eyes. That got Midoriya to pause. I see. This is why he is classified as a villain. He's manipulating people. He's breaking them down at their weakest to get them on his side as he gives them what they think they want. On top of that visage as well. However, a new voice interrupted them. Don't listen to him. Everyone in the theater was holding their breath as the octopus-looking devil turned to the screen, annoyance in his gaze. Before the screen turned to another man. He was bloodied just like the rest of them. Before turning back to whatever he was focused on. In his hands was a rosary. A crucifix. It was trembling, but at this point, it was clear that all at his mercy were afraid. Jones seemed to take offense at the rosary, before standing up and grabbing the defiant man's neck with the crab claw. A pink-skinned girl in the group of kids called out, "Hey, let him go." Meanwhile, others just watched with horror. The man's eyes seemed to bug out, in Jones' grip. Meanwhile, the sea-looking man turned his face, getting a good look at him. Do you not fear death? He then took another huff from his pipe. Still terrified, the man gulped and stated, I'll take my chances, sir. Releasing him from his grip, Jones turned to a different crew member of his. He only had to say 3 words. To the depths. That crew member proceeded to grip the man's hair, pull his head back, and slit his throat with a knife to the horror of the entire audience. There were shouts of shock. Meanwhile, the skeletal man in the back, Yagi, seemed to hurl some blood. Wiping it away, he looked at Jones with contempt. The crew seemed to laugh as the formerly defiant man's body was tossed overboard. A few of Jones' crew laughed at the whole scene. When Jones walked past to the shivering man again, another hostage spat at him, cold-blooded. Jones, however, didn't care at the insult, instead telling him outright, life is cruel. Tapping his pipe on his claw arm, he stated, why should the afterlife be any different? Izuku quickly wrote that quote down. It was an important part of this villain's outlook, after all, and understanding the mistakes of the past was the whole reason they were there. Meanwhile, Jones spoke to the shivering man once more. I'm giving you a choice. Join my crew, and postpone the judgment. 100 years before the mast. Will ye serve? With no other choice, the man acquiesced. I will serve. Pleased, he strode about the other hostages. Before looking at the rather uninjured one at the end of the line. Pausing, he turned, seemingly confused. Still with authority, he stated, you are neither dead nor dying. He quickly turned to the hammerhead man, who was just as confused. What is your purpose here? Meanwhile, the man, not looking Jones in the eye, nervously stated, Jack Sparrow sent me to settle his debt. Whispers from the villains matched those of the audience. A new name and a debt. 2 not very good things came from that combo. Jones moved closer, out of incredulity. With a hint of amusement, he asked again, what is your purpose here? Finally looking him in the eye, the man stated, Jack Sparrow sent me to settle his debt. With a slight laugh, Jones stated, did he now? I'm sorely tempted to take said offer. The screen then changed perspective. Now showing a telescope. Someone was watching this go down. It showed a man with a red bandana and dreadlocks observing, confused, as the octopus-looking man slowly turned to face the telescope. Before he lowered it, showing that he teleported to his position. With a shout of fright, the kids in the audience were suddenly shown an aspect of Jones' sheer power, while also showing his malice. The crew of this new ship backed away in fright. And into the clutches of Jones' crew. Oh! Was all the bandanaed pirate had to say. Before the scene ended, nobody seemed to know what to do with what they just witnessed. This was purely an evil man. He had no compassion. Or that's what most thought. Izuku, looking over his own notes, noticed that he seemed to despise something that wasn't obvious. While everyone was talking, he continued to think, until his line of thought was interrupted by his neighbor, Ochako. Hey, what do you think of all of this, Midoriya? I'm not sure. Everyone thinks he's just pure evil. But what he says contradicts that. Her raise an eyebrow. Really? Yeah. He says this. Life is cruel. What was his life like? It's like he's separating his life then from now. There's something that happened to him to make him like this. If there was something we should avoid, he glanced up at the screen, then it's whatever he went through. It was at that point when he realized that everyone else had fallen silent, and everyone was listening to him. Taking in his point, Aizawa seemed impassive, but Yagi seemed impressed. No, they couldn't be impressed with him, right? Well said, Izuku. Everyone whirled to the screen, to see their host had returned to view. She smiled, glad that he touched upon the first of many lessons to learn. Indeed, this is the first rule: villains are hardly all they appear. After all, you are only human, and yet you wish to be heroes. Would it not be the same for the other side? However, before Aizawa could protest, she did put a hand up. That should not hinder your attacks, however. Striking villains down can sometimes be the only way to take them down. Talking down is the ideal, but never the perfect solution. Saving should be what you strive for. Shall I continue? Izuku put a hand up, with one final question. Can I see him? Fully? We only saw bits and pieces. Of course. The screen replaced her with a full image of him. He committed it to memory, just as she returned to screen. I have one more thing I wish to show, before I connect its relevance to you. So please, pay attention. The video started with a question over cascading dice. A simple one, yet all-important in the moment. What do you know of Davy Jones? It turned to a silhouette they had all now understood, of an iconic hat framed in a doorway. Not much, was the response. A lethal ignorance. A woman's voice, heavily accented English, difficult enough for some of the audience to not understand what was being said, spoke over the scene with the crab claw. You know who Davy Jones is? She then actually gave an answer as she herself was portrayed on scene, a great sailor, until he ran afoul of that which vex all men. Many who saw Jones approaching her location gasped in fright as she appeared to be in danger, but before anything could happen, the camera changed to a locket. A heart-shaped crab, with the face of a woman, returning to the woman in the cage. They were then flabbergasted to hear her. Not afraid, but excited. My sweet. That got two in the crowd, a pink-skinned girl and an invisible girl. To say at the same time, The scene then turned to a man asking the same woman, what vexes all men? Before that question could be answered, like every other question, the camera returned to the cell scene, where she asked Jones directly, You've come for me. Jones, meanwhile, was less than impressed with her response, holding the locket open, its tune still echoing out. You were expecting me? However, the scene then showed her answering the man's question with a question, before inferring the answer through a dress in the water. At this point, due to Izuku's analysis as well as what was being shown, it was painting a picture. A tragic picture. What indeed? However, what they weren't expecting was the bandana man to reappear. It seemed that he was definitely going to die after the last scene. A woman. Aizawa had no idea what to make of that statement. Every woman he knew was very, very straightforward. However, the nameless woman informing them all agreed. A woman. He fell in love. The next scene directly contradicted what they had seen before of Jones. Instead of SDSM, or cruelty, it showed a man on the verge of tears, looking after the locket he had been holding before. He never stopped loving her. But the pain it caused was too much to live with. But not enough to die. That sent chills through most of the audience. What kind of pain would that be like? To never see your loved ones again? It then showed the woman closing the locket, and a cut to a treasure chest of some kind, followed shortly by a new question. What exactly did he put in the chest? When they saw the chest's contents, most of the audience was grossed out. For inside was a still beating heart, barnacle-encrusted and alone. Love. Jones sneered, a dreadful bond. Now it was clicking for all. Well, most of them. Jones was a man whose love had turned sour. But what happened? Those were the important questions they sought answers for. You loved her. She was the one. And then you betrayed her. That felt like a knife for the two hopeless romantics, before Jones interrupted that man, and told his side of the story. Pretended to love me. She betrayed me. People were surprised to see Jones as a normal man, without the oceanic features. Even for a split second, they could see the man beneath the monster. Izuku was writing this all down, making sure that he had an accurate assessment of the man. The music picked up after the woman's last words, "If only you had a heart to give." A vicious heartbeat, interrupted by a ship coming out of the sea. New information, but ones that fit with what they know. Jones was spilling his heart. "For 10 years, I devoted to the duty you charged me." A duty? What duty? To kill poor sailors? But he elaborated. "For 10 years, I looked after those that died at sea." Now that rose some eyebrows, especially considering the scene from before. "And finally, when we could be together again. You weren't there." Now that was what sold things. And they started to see scenes of a monster. A large leviathan. Breaking ships and eating people. They paled once they realized he could control it. They were surprised to see the bandana man yet again, especially when he gave an offer, "I can set you free, mate." But Jones' reply was even sadder. "My freedom was forfeit long ago." The video then ended with a stab through the heart. Jones' heart. He looked aghast, before turning slowly to the sky and looking up at it. A single word escaped his mouth before he fell. Off the ship and into the depths of a whirlpool. Calypso. Recommended music, Davy Jones, piano. Nobody wanted to break the silence. After that, how could they? But it seems that Aizawa had other intentions. How does that affect these kids? Nearly blinded, they made sure to listen carefully as the goddess had reappeared before them. With a smile, she stated, "This is where things change. Davy Jones was never in your fracture. It's impossible for him to affect you. But there was one where he did. Would you like to see?" Most didn't want to. But they had a duty to learn. After all, if they didn't, they could unleash a similar villain without realizing it. And that could not be allowed. The screen changed to show 2 violets. A boy and a girl on a cruise ship. The girl was sitting against the side banister, while the boy was leaning over, letting his arms rest on the banister separating him from the sea. While the other girls in the class were enjoying themselves, running around the ship in their shenanigans, the purple-haired girl herself couldn't contain her contempt. "This is all their fault. All of this." She gestured around, leaning on the railing stopping people from falling off the ship. Watching Japan grow smaller, she asked the boy, "What did you think of green?" "Sorry, Midoriya?" Many were confused by all of this. It was already different because that purple-haired boy wasn't there at all. And now this girl seemed to despise the rest of them. But the boy sighed, "I'd heard about him. Never met the guy. I thought all of you hero students were the same, attention seekers. Arrogant. But after I heard the reports on the news, he seemed like a good person." He took in the view. When he was called a traitor, I didn't believe it. It just didn't fit him as a person. That shocked them all. After all, he was the most compassionate person in the room, and despite what Bakugo thought, even he knew that treason wasn't in his vocabulary. "Good to know I'm not alone in that." She sighed. "He saved my life, you know. At the exam. Big Butt Robot was going to crush me, yet he didn't hesitate to jump in. And you know what he said at the end?" That got a hitched breath from all of them. Which exam was she referring to? How big was this robot? Even the boy was surprised. "No." "What?" "Just 1 point." She laughed, not against him, but the absurdity of the situation. He didn't get any points, but he had the power to knock it out. That made Izuku freeze. How would? No, it was impossible to get a quirk that late. How did he in this timeline? That made the boy's eyes widened. You serious?" Jiraiya nodded. All that power. He shattered his legs and right arm. Then I find out later it was his first time using the DMN quirk. Everyone winced at that, not wanting to imagine that kind of pain. Most of them had only broken 1 limb at a time. Imagine shattering 3 at once. Whistling, the boy shook his head in disbelief. He was quirkless. Yes. All eyes turned to Izuku in that moment. He looked around, a bit unnerved, before their attention was dragged back to the screen by the arrival of Davy Jones' ship. It was then that the galleon surfaced and attacked the crew's ship. In a rush, the crew boarded, and as soon as Midoriya saw them, he called to them all, "Leave those ones to me. Kill the rest." The crew listened to him, remembering the bargain with the captain. He would soon be one of them properly. All of the kids froze in shock. How could someone compassionate enough to see the pain in a villain be so uncaring for everyone else? Then it hit them. He was treated just like Jones. There had to be some event that happened in that timeline to separate them from this one. The class froze, hearing the command and recognizing the voice. Midoriya. The crew separated their formation, and Jones himself strode to meet them. This would have been terrifying, especially with the circumstances as they are. Is this your beloved classmates, young Midoriya? Indeed they are. His voice was cold and harsh, far from the kind boy they knew before. Seeing them working together is terrifying. Denki whispered to the boy next to him. All he could do was nod in agreement. I leave them to you then. To his crew, he shouted, search the ship. Find all survivors. Hearing that was chilling. It was bad enough that they had to deal with a revenant of their own, but everyone else was suffering because of actions they had done off-screen. At least for that timeline. Bakugo in particular was having difficulty accepting this one, because if there was something he was used to, it was Deku trying to be a hero. What happened next frightened him even more, even if he didn't show it. Or tried not to, anyways. Midoriya charged them, sword drawn. He aimed a pistol at Bakugo, who got nicked on the arm, then sliced at Uraraka. Chucking the spent flintlock at Ida, who attempted to flank, he then tried to attack Mina. Wow. That's an unusual but effective fighting style. A blue-haired boy. This was the first time Izuku had heard his voice. Turning, he saw the boy's eyes were hidden behind the reflective glare of his glasses. Unprepared for the assault, they tried their best to keep him at bay, which proved harder than training. Even without his quirk, he knew their tricks. This keeps referencing a quirk I don't have. Is that unique to this one? Something that is common? Izuku muttered, getting put down by the odds of that. Meanwhile, Yagi was coming to a realization. A quirkless kid who gains a quirk late in life? That couldn't be. Meanwhile, the violet-haired girl was completely shocked at the aggression. He really hates us. And I don't blame him. Meanwhile, the purple-haired boy agreed, we have to work together for this. Bakugo shouted at the dual-haired boy, Icy Hot, you keep him at bay. I'll try to pin him down. Izuku looked at him with reproach. There were many reasons why Izuku knew this wouldn't work. Not just because of Bakugo's own pride, but because it was clear that this version of him would absolutely not hold back. He had the confidence and the skill to bury him, if the blonde wasn't careful. Pulling out another pistol, he fired at Todoroki's head, which was barely deflected by an ice wall. It. Bakugo, meanwhile, blasted his way towards Midoriya, readying a right hook. Predictable. He dodged and hit him with the hilt of his cutlass. Slashing to where he would land, Bakugo used his quirk to blast over him. Take this. However, Midoriya knew this tactic, as he had used it countless times in training. He slashed at where he would land, slicing deep into his leg. He screamed in pain as the wound tore open and his leg buckled under him. Ah! Bakugo down. He swung at the next closest classmate, only to find it was Jiro. He stopped for a second, then changed direction to Mineta, the next closest classmate. He stabbed him through the eye, killing him before he could move. The boy in question hitched his breath, before turning away from the screen. Some sobs could be heard, but nobody questioned it. After all, how many days do you get to see yourself die? From someone else in the room? Aizawa was getting far more fed up with their current predicament, while Yagi was at a loss for words. This wasn't going to happen to them, he reminded himself, but I must keep their safety in mind. Jiro and her classmates were stunned. He didn't attack me? He must have remembered that I stood by him, through all of that. She retreated to where Shinso was. We are probably the only ones that can stop him. He raised an eyebrow. You realize it too? He won't attack us. She confirmed. I saw that. It's the only way, I suppose. He called to the class, his voice hard to hear over the screams and sounds of fighting throughout the ship. Everyone! Jiro and I will fight Midoriya. Help Bakugo and the others. Uraraka nodded. Got it. Stay safe, alright? The brunette nervously looked to her right, where Midoriya sat. She didn't know what to make of him. He seemed so meek. But was it a cover? No, the concern he held for the villain. That was genuine. He was just a kid who cares too much. He's loyal. But this shows what could happen if he was betrayed. But why would anyone want to? That was the question she asked herself as she continued to watch. As Midoriya approached Bakugo again, a wall of flames separated them. The dual-haired boy froze. Why was he using his father's fire? Why would he break that important promise? Demenit. On the other side of the wall, he watched Todoroki pick up Bakugo and take him to safety. However, before he could move to intercept, Jiro had placed herself between them. The Violet's eyes pleaded, "Stop this. Please." In response, he ranted, "They killed me. They betrayed and killed me after everything I had done for them. As soon as there was a moment's doubt, they killed me without hesitation. Why should I?" That silence was more than enough. Midoriya, the one in the theater, looked around, suddenly afraid. Was it true? Could these people be just like those at Aldera? Perhaps worse? After all, they tried to kill. No, they did kill him in this fracture. All over what though? Did he deserve it? What did he do to warrant that? As the fear was settling into Midoriya, Yagi felt his blood run cold, like with most of the kids here, who were just as horrified as Izuku was. After all, while Mineta saw himself die, he was clearly not the first. Hitoshi spoke to him, "Midoriya, this isn't like you." Jiro then pleaded again, this time moving forward and gripping his arms. "Please." The pink and invisible girls didn't even respond to that. They were still in shock about the fact that they had killed their classmate. However, he was adamant, "Let me pass." The violet-haired boy refused, "We can't let you, Midoriya." Backing away, he pointed his blade at the two of them. "It's too late for them, but not for you. Midoriya, stop." Shinso had attempted to use his quirk on him, but was horrified by Izuku's response. "Quirks only work on the living, Shinso." Aizawa asked, "What is his quirk?" And the fact that quirks only work on the living. Is that common amongst these fractures? He asked, curious, despite the sadness he felt for the boy. "So what does that make you? Undead? What do you think?" He tried to run past, but Shinso used his weapon, a copy of Aizawa's scarf, to hold him back. Using a pocket knife, he cut his way through. Jiro grabbed him, trying to keep him here. "Jiro, let go." "No. This isn't you, Izuku." She was crying, keeping him still. "I don't want to hurt either of you. Let me go." That solidified who Midoriya was in this moment. A boy feeling pain and betrayal, and one who is inherently good. This allowed most to reconcile that this could happen. The fact that Davy Jones was confirmed to not exist in their own timeline was a small comfort. "I won't." Shinso wrapped him in the metal scarf once again, however, did it well enough so he couldn't struggle. At this point, the crew had to retreat. They had caused enough chaos, and Davy Jones was striding back with his unusual gait. "All back to the Dutchman. We are leaving." "They're falling back? Has Jones ever given up like that before? Or did they?" Todoroki asked, mostly to himself. Izuku pleaded with the captain. "Don't abandon me." Davy Jones looked at Midoriya. His eyes were merciless, and he took joy from the boy's pain. He was known as a devil, after all. "If you can't get your revenge on your own, then I am no longer helping you. But know this, Master Midoriya." He grinned, to the fear of the two purple-haired students, "When you eventually do gain your revenge, our agreement will still be in place." Only now did Midoriya realize how far he had fallen. "Thanks for the tactics, by the... I'll be using them in the future." He laughed and walked back towards his ship, which eventually sank beneath the surface. That, yet again, made the audience shiver. A ruthless man with modern tactics? That would be hell to fight against. He could be unstoppable, especially since nobody knows his weakness. He sat up, "Damn it. Why does everyone betray me?" He cried himself to sleep, Jiro hugging him, and Shinso sitting next to them both. When the scene ended, nobody knew what to say to that. The screen changed back to the goddess, who actually looked troubled. Are you all right, Izuku? Can I have a moment to think before the next one, please? After considering his words, she nodded. I have changed my mind. There will be an intermission after every fracture viewing. I did not realize how much stress this would cause. Take the time you need, and let concessions know when you are ready. The screen changed to a simple black card, often used in the days before modern movies, stating, Intermission. Standing up, Midoriya rushed out of the room. Uraraka followed behind, wanting to console the boy, while the others couldn't bear to follow. With the exception of the Violet, the one with the bob cut and earphone jacks as her quirk. She was probably one of the few that could approach him right now. The adults looked between each other and got up. Aizawa seemed far more calm, but still disturbed by the whole thing. Alright, as the main hero here, I am in charge of your safety. Please do not do anything to endanger yourselves. If you need to stretch or need to get something to eat, go ahead. I will remain here, and Yagi will help outside. Any questions? They didn't have any, or, more accurately, they had ones for themselves. The main one being, what could drive me to do such a thing to him? He didn't deserve that at all. Recommended music, Panic Room, acoustic. Uraraka honestly didn't understand all that was going on. She woke up and just witnessed one of the worst villains she'd ever seen, as well as the consequences of a potential timeline. One where she betrayed someone. Why would she ever hurt someone in that way? Either way, she would help him now. Midoriya needed a friend, something it seems he never truly had. Following the greenette out of the theater into the concessions area, she looked around. He had only just left the previous room. It was then that she noticed that there was a new person behind the concessions counter. He was washing a pint glass. Unusual, but when she looked closer at the counter, there were several hanging from above. She carefully analyzed him in detail. His head was topped by dark brown hair, just as bushy, if not bushier than Izuku's. His eyes were a brilliant silver color, although they seemed dead inside. As if he was once powerful, now laid low. His face was youthful but extremely pale, which drew her attention to the one part that marred his otherwise handsome face. A vicious scar, going from the left side of his mouth, all the way up his cheek in a carven smile. It was odd that such an individual was seemingly stuck in an old-fashioned theater outfit. A white-collared undershirt, framed by a red and gold suit vest. Finally noticing her, his voice was but a whisper in English. Looking for the green hair? She nodded, and he gestured to a side room. He's in there. But don't rush him. He's not ready for it yet. That was sensible advice. And she went right to it. The Violet from before was also following right behind. She could hear sobbing on the other side. Knocking, Ochako asked, Midoriya, can I come in? He didn't reply immediately, but ceased his outright crying. In a moment he said back, Boy, you can come in. Carefully opening the door, Ochako found him just sitting, legs together under bound arms. Moving close to him, she knelt and put a hand on his shoulder. The greenette flinched, still not looking at her. Midoriya, I know that timeline was disturbing. She sighed, and if anyone were to go against you, I'd hit them myself. A hero stands up for those who need it. You need it right now. Of course I could never be a hero. Izuku sighed, even when I get a quirk, people hate me. This time, Jiro spoke up. Green, look, I don't know you, but if what the me on screen says is true, then you became a hero to me. I said you saved my life. That's rockin', dude. Izuku looked at her as if seeing something truly incredible. Thanks. Ochako knelt closer, her voice calm and quiet. Midoriya, I want to be your friend. Would you? Completely dumbstruck by that, he asked, really? Yes, she beamed, completely genuine. She offered her hand. I'll stand up for you if no one else will. That is a promise. Tears lined up around Izuku's eyes as he wiped them away. A weak smile on his face grew, uncertain, but wanting the chance. He took her hand, and she pulled him into a hug. It was brief, but the point was made. She was not the same person on the screen. And neither was he. Getting to their feet, the two made their way to the Violet, who waited next to the door, leaning against the wall. When he noticed her, Izuku stopped, and took in her form, but focusing more on her quirk. As it was a mutation, she still had it, and he was in awe of the quirk. He even started muttering under. Only for a second before he turned away, suddenly realizing that he had been staring. Sorry. She smirked at that, although there was a slight rose tint on her cheeks. Why that was remained mysterious to the other two. Dude. It's fine. Name's Jairu Kyoka. Midoriya Izuku. Ochako finally was able to introduce herself, now that her concern over her friend had passed. Uraraka Ochako. Want to get something to eat? Sure. Izuku stated before asking, See, can I ask you something, Jairu? She glanced at him. Sure. Might as well get to know each other. Tell me to stop if I ask too much? Sure. So your quirk has to do with your ears, right? They were surprised as his voice seemed to get stronger when the subject of quirks popped up. Yeah. So, how far can you extend those? Are they auxiliary jacks for audio equipment? Smiling, the three continued to talk as they went out into the concessions area, not fully recovered, but far better than before. Toshinori Yagi didn't trust any of this. He just couldn't trust that angelic figure. She was being deceptive, somehow. His instincts told him as much, and they'd been right most of the time in his career. Bringing a bunch of kids here to react to a worse version of themselves. For entertainment? Sickening. The actions of a villain he knew all too well. Old demon stir. No, it couldn't mean him. He put him into the ground years ago. As he exited the theater, following a few of the kids out, he found a man at the concessions counter. He looked soulless and dead, compared to everyone else here, absent-mindedly washing a glass, while seemingly watching all the others. However, he was potentially the only person here who might have some answers. So, he walked over. The man sighed, putting the glass away, before speaking. It was a quiet whisper, making him far more unusual than most. Same with the scar on the left side of his face. Hello. May I help you? I guess it depends. Can you tell me more about this place? He gestured around, and the young man nodded. I can tell you some things, I suppose. He glanced around. Within reason. She can see everything here. Fair enough. Where are we? You're on the front porch of her realm. Or, more accurately, the guest house. She controls everything here. Even the laws of nature. The very young man stated, meeting Yagi's eyes with his unflinching silver gaze. You are not the first band of Class A to be brought here. You will not be the last. Why bring us here? He sighed. That? She told you already. Each individual is unique, after all, and has unique reactions. She monitors the stress levels of individuals, then tests them further. For her amusement. You can tell when she's honest. But oftentimes she uses that honesty to hide what she really wants. I see. He narrowed his eyes in thought before asking, So, what do you have to eat here? He shrugged. Technically anything you want. You're the one on the liquid diet. Bowing lower, he struggled to pull out a large machine before putting it onto the counter. It powered on, irrespective of the fact that Yagi noticed that there were no power cables from it. Astonished, he looked it over before the young man's voice reached his ears. What flavor do you want? I'll see if I can get it for you. It sounded like he'd rather do anything else, but resigned to having no choice. Can you make it taste like a hamburger? He nodded. That is easy. It's one of the presets. Getting a cup and putting it in position. He pressed a button and a milkshake-like paste came out. Giving a look of disgust. He gave it to the man. Yagi accepted it and asked, What is your name, young man? That last descriptor caused a harsh laugh before a sigh. Young, right? That's just how I look, I suppose. My name, though, is Nate Penn. It is good to meet you again, Yagi. With a nod and a friendly smile, he left the young man to his gloom. Just after that, the rest of the kids swarmed him, and the blonde turned to watch, with some amusement. He looked annoyed, but his eyes didn't reflect that feeling. Instead, it was a mix of sorrow and some hope. Potential hope. Whatever he's gone through, I hope he too can be saved. Midoriya was one of the last to arrive at the concession stand. He waited until most of the crowd left, before stepping up to the man behind the counter. He finished giving a drink to the electric blonde from before turning to Izuku. The keystone returns. What would you like? That garnered confusion from the three kids. The greenette especially. Keystone. Glancing around as if he said too much, he laughed off his comment. It sounded forced. Alright. You do not yet know. Very well, ignore what I said. What would you like? Do you have the All Might Cola from 2145? Yeah. I have it. Leaning down to a fridge below the counter, he pulled it out and handed it to him, with a glass of ice. And you too. Jiru was the first to speak. I'll have what he's having. With a nod, he pulled out the same thing he got for Izuku, while glancing at Uraraka. You know you do not have to pay for this. In fact, I would like you to steal from here as often as possible. Is that okay? The brunette asked with a sweat drop. She had not been anticipating the direct address. Yes. His slight smile became slightly softer before stating, Uraraka, do not starve yourself while you are here. Seemingly caught by that statement, she swallowed her nervousness. To no avail. Any mochi? He nodded. Flavor? Chocolate. Of course. He pulled out a few of them for her, and put them on a plate which he put onto the counter. However, as they thanked him and turned to leave, he called out, with his unusual voice. Izuku. Why yes. However, instead of harsh words he was expecting, he found sympathy. Something alien, yet only found here, in this place, and this place alone. You are not worthless. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. I know the pain of being different. I'm like you in that way. Do not give up hope, okay? With a tear forming in his eye, he nodded, before turning back to the dark of the theater. Missing the young man's whispers. His thoughts aloud. They're just like me, Jen. And Sophie. With a sigh, he wiped away a tear of his own, before putting away the liquefy meal machine. Good. I miss her. Sophie, what did she do to you? When Midoriya went back to his seat, he found the dual-haired boy had moved. He was gone, to another chair, and in his place, a new name glowed, Kyoka Jiru. I guess she saw what happened in that side room. Figures. Sitting down, the new trio of friends waited as the rest of the group filtered back in. Once everyone was seated in their one-person comfortable recliners, the screen changed to show her serene face again. It changed to a smile, and with warm tone of voice, she spoke to them all. Welcome back. I hope all of you are ready. All gave a resolute expression, but Izuku was more concerned about the next one. What would it be like? Would others be hurt by it like he was? However, before anything else could happen, she asked Izuku directly, Are you sure you're ready, Izuku? All the pressure was now on him. He had to be ready. I am. With a returned smile, she stated, Excellent. I figure that you all should meet a more positive influence first. And, since these two must be shown together, that is what I shall do. Virginia King and Andrew Fisher. Roles. Neither. Surprise rippled through the theater as the angel smiled. Let us begin. Recommended music, Valley. Before their host put on the next viewing, a Yaoyorozu raised a hand. A question about the previous topic, that was just bugging her. The angel allowed the question. Yes, Momo, do you have a question? She nodded, but was nervous to voice it in front of the whole audience. A couple of questions actually. First, why do you address us by our given names? That was a fair question, and she smiled. I know that it is a culture shock to you, but it's how I grew up. Unlike Japanese and Asian culture, I prefer to use the name that makes you unique, instead of the one that denotes what group you're from. Does that make sense? Yes. And your second question? She hesitated on how to phrase this question, even though everyone had this particular question in their minds. Especially Izuku, as he was open to the page in question. What exactly is Davy Jones? You called him a villain, But he had a duty. That doesn't seem villainous. Of course. Due to the fall of pre-quirk history, a terrible loss, might I add, the term was lost. Japanese culture doesn't really have a word or phrase for this, that I know of, but it is a psychopomp. The original purpose of such a being was to guide souls to the afterlife. That was his purpose, as ordained by the goddess Calypso. That brought new questions, but it was clear that they would have to be answered later. Unfortunately, any further questions must be answered once we revisit that fracture. She sighed, putting on a smile. For now, we must continue. I have found a much brighter fracture, one with a good future where good people win against evil. One where none of you have to worry about treachery such as before. One that is more wholesome and heartwarming. The screen changed to images of two individuals. One was a middle-aged man, wearing a scientist lab coat, with glasses and an overall smart appearance. Meanwhile, the other was of a woman wearing a leather jacket, with confidence radiating from her posture. I will be breaking down these figures for a change. And I'll begin with the head scientist, the man of the hour, Andrew Fisher. He's a brilliant man with doctorates in physics, quantum physics, chemistry, and a minor in biology. This was considered a high level of skill for a man to acquire at that time, so he led a lucrative career leading to his most important project yet. Project Pendulum. This was a military project headed in 1944 and 1945 to find a way to end the Second World War. Everyone was shocked at that, demonstrating their lack of knowledge. For the first time, Yagi had to ask, wait a minute, Second World War? Yes. Second. The angel stated, in your timeline, you have had 4 world wars. 2 of which were caused by the rise of quirks. 1 to keep the quirked suppressed, 1 to eradicate the quirkless. That caused many to glance at Izuku, who just looked down. He was used to being treated differently for it, and wasn't really surprised that's the case. Either way, human history is steeped in blood. Death is as much a part of life after all. 2 sides of the same coin. Fisher's job was simple. He found Sasurus Valley and the unique energy within. However, due to his project competing with the Manhattan Project for funding, so there was a lot of paranoia. Especially when Manhattan was revealed to have spies, which gave the information to Russia. What was Project Manhattan? Aizawa asked, suspicious of the ambiguity. Oh, sorry, of course you wouldn't know the common name off that alone. I am referring to the nuclear bomb. She smiled serenely. Everyone's mouths dropped in shock. This man was responsible for a weapon of that amount of destruction. But this was no mere splitting of the atom. No, this was the creation of a suit so powerful. I'll let the introductory presentation explain it. Afterwards, the audience looked at the screen with skepticism. How could one suit be so versatile? So powerful on its own? It didn't make any sense. However, soon enough the screen changed, showing their host once more. Would you like to see all of these abilities in action? While her voice was calm, her eyes were eager, as if showing a great secret she'd been dying to tell. Granted, this whole experience for them was because of her wanting to share things. With a resounding yes, the screen changed yet again, showing a large track, and from a first-person perspective, the person ran along an energized rail system. Lightning sparked around him, and he leapt great distances. As the video continued, the students cheered on the many feats of great speed and agility. The blue-haired boy with glasses was the most impressed. That's far faster than any of my family, and we have speed-based quirks. At the mention of quirks, Izuku turned to him. What is your quirk? He gestured to his legs, shown to have metal in them. Recognizing it as familiar, the greenette stated, wow, that's almost like Ingenium's engine quirk. You have a good eye, for he is my brother. Before Izuku could say anything more, his attention was drawn back to the screen as the Aleph suit jumped across a large chasm, over a large stone hand, before going over another large gap, before eventually leaping over yet another gap, but this one was far, far bigger than the previous ones, with a brutish-looking man carved into part of the rock. Its visage was frightful to behold, with a few of the less brave students gasping in fright. Yet again, the diminutive black-haired boy asked, "Again? Really?" It was clear to Izuku why. The sharp teeth depicted weren't done so to make the figure look better, but to make it more demonic. In a way, Izuku felt for him. It was clear that this boy was bullied just like him. Probably about his quirk. Maybe he should ask about it? No, that might just push him away. With his thoughts elsewhere, Uraraka brought his attention back to the screen just as it reached the final charge. The man was now off the trail and running down a large ramp. Swarms of glowing insects flew around, some launching towards the runner, who deftly avoided getting hit through sheer speed. At the end was a half-pipe ramp, allowing him to go high into the air, before landing on the ground with a slam of pistons and metal. Everyone cheered at that. How was that? The angel asked, entertaining to watch? Riveting? It's hard for me to tell when you don't speak, and I think we both don't want me going into your head to find out your opinions. Yagi was the first to state his thoughts. It's impressive. Not as fast as some heroes I know, but certainly impressive. Were those suits ever mass-produced? Her smile dissipated. No, they never made it past the prototype. I see. The screen changed to show the corpse of a recently deceased deer. Much to the consternation of a few girls, and one particularly bulky boy. However, in a moment the leaf suit user raised their right hand, and fired a bolt of energy from the palm of the glove. The deer's body twitched as the blue energy encased it, before being absorbed. It then moved properly, with its legs pawing at the ground. It scrambled up onto its hooves, before running away, free to live its life. The person then turned to a dead tree. Firing a blast at it, the same thing happened, as well as completely revitalizing it. What once was a dead, needless tree, turned into a towering pine tree, full of life. After that, the screen went black. The kids excitedly whispered between each other, while the adults spoke about the potential of such technology. Yagi seemed ecstatic, while Aizawa much less so. He seemed to be apprehensive about its potential misuse. All this conversation seemed to placate the angel, as the screen turned back to show her, yet again. When the whispers died down, the goddess smiled and spoke. Now that you've seen the power behind what Dr. Fisher created, I think it's time to see the consequences of creating such powerful equipment. That killed some of the enthusiasm shown by the students. Of course, power came with a cost. That's how quirks worked. A biological ability that has a downside in another way. In a way, Izuku was the only one that didn't feel that kind of thing directly. Something he understood, but never sympathized with. This brings me to the second person of importance, Virginia King. She's an anthropologist, knowledgeable in ancient peoples, their culture, their practices, and why they were the way they were. As you could see in the track to Soma reactor, there was evidence of a people who lived in Susurrus Valley long before the people of the US government found it. The ruins share characteristics between all different kinds of American tribes, but the ethical questions behind the project and the secrets of the ancients made Virginia constantly butt heads with her colleague in the Research and Development Department. Here, let's listen to that confrontation. The screen changed to show two pictures of them. A recording played, starting with Fisher, August 16, 1944, the latest increase in. However, he was interrupted by Virginia King, whose footsteps could be loudly heard in the background of his recording. You knew about this the entire time, didn't you? The raw fervor in her voice indicated that she had just discovered a terrible secret. The blonde spoke to a black-haired student with unusual elbows, whispering something. They seemed to nod. The male voice, clearly Dr. Fisher, tried to placate her. "Ms. King, please." Meanwhile, Ms. King spoke loudly and in emotional pain. "How could you? They're living creatures. You have no idea what's at stake here." That caused the others to be reminded of what the leaf suits were for. They weren't for exploration. They were designed for war. To be given to soldiers. They were in the middle of a whole world war after all. They're mbios. The orbs you've been using are demon eggs. Many students remained silent. They had seen those very orbs before. On the track, used as an energy source, but they were a part of a living being, the eggs of a new species. That alone was off-putting. How many creatures had they killed? Was that cost worth it for this project? Many didn't think so. Virginia continued, "What you're doing here is sickening." There were sounds of a struggle, while Fisher shouted back, "Guards!" before shouting in pain once before turning off the recording. That was one of their larger confrontations, but not the worst. Would you like to see a demon? For context, the large bulky boy, who had been in shock of the deer before, whispered as loud as he could, "Yes." Very well. The image turned to show a small, ghostly-looking sprite. Translucent green in color, its face was expressive, only missing a human nose and more human-like eyes. But adorable overall. To the point where the two romantically inclined students stated, "They're cute," and that suit uses them as the realization of what they were saying computed. In their minds, their expressions turned from glee at the cute creatures to horror at what the suits did. However, Joe for a change asked, "Sure, they're cute, but there's gotta be some kind of twist." She looked at the screen as if challenging the angel. And the goddess took that on the chin with a gentle laugh. "Of course, let me show you what they grow into, shall I?" The screen changed to show a pathfinder completely surrounded by monsters. They had a similar silhouette to the demons, but were far, far larger, with ragged robes and angry orange eyes. These are known as Wendigo, based off the ancient myth of the man-eating spiritual monsters of the Northern American region. They are hostile, and were what caused the region to be abandoned in the first place. Yayarozu had a question, which she allowed. "What caused these things to become hostile? I can understand their want to protect their young, but to completely eliminate humans in the valley sounds too coordinated." "Well, you're not wrong," began. "They aren't just mere beasts. They are intelligent. They know what the biggest threats are to them. That being, of course, humans." Of course, Fisher's actions didn't help. I will play a few audio logs so that you can understand his changing thoughts over the course of the war. The screen changed to show just a picture of the man himself. An audio log started to play. September 17th. My name is Andrew Fisher, leading physicist and head of Project Pendulum. Pendulum is the research and development project by the Army Corps of Engineers. This was good, foundational information. Sure, had stated that it was, but it was good to have it confirmed, but it also pointed out which part of the government they were with. The Army Corps. In order to produce a weapon of mass destruction in order to bring an end to the war through the unconditional surrender of our enemies. Being reminded of the purpose of Pendulum, the mood of the room became somber. It showed that the government wasn't caring about the lives of the soldiers, but only on the results of the war as a whole. Aizawa seemed to understand that they were absorbing that pointed lesson, whether they knew it or not. Yagi, on the other hand, definitely felt a blow to the heart. After all, he loved America greatly, and seeing them be this way that far back in their history was disconcerting. In response to the spy-ridden efforts of the Manhattan Project, headed by my cohort Robert Oppenheimer, Pendulum has been founded under utmost secrecy. Funds, pride, and soldiers' lives are all on the line in a race to win the war, thus giving rise to the name Pendulum. Spies. That changed the kids' perspective on things. Having to not only compete for funding, but also deal with people stealing secrets for the enemy, there was a lot that was on Fisher's plate. His calm approach to this first audio log contrasted with his frantic worry in the next, and many flinched at his frustration in it. That Med Oppenheimer. A report just came in that Manhattan's first field test was a surefire success. Success, what did that mean exactly? That was the singular thought in the audience. Sure, they'd heard of nukes through their reputation, but had never seen them, nor their effects. Only fearful stories and legends passed down from the time before quirks, but when they arrived on the scene, nukes fell to the wayside. The explosion yielded 20 kilotons of TNT energy. I know I can outmatch this. Everyone stiffened, while Momo quickly did the math. Realizing the sheer output of the explosion, she stated, "That's 83.68 gigajoules of energy. That's a terrible amount of power for just one bomb, and that was the prototype." Bakugo, whose whole quirk relied on knowing explosive force paled. This is what he was competing with, and in the long scheme of things, his quirk paled in comparison. It showed that those small firecrackers he'd honed into lethal blasts were basically nothing compared to that sheer power, and it was the quirkless who discovered that. At greater efficiency, but time is running out. His next words were spoken faster, more authoritarian. It was his order, after all. I am ordering a 300% increase in production to meet quotas for a megaton blast yield, produced in 3 days' time. Uraraka gasped. That would work any engineer or worker to death, if that was actually what happened. But of course, our trump card lies in the Thanatos cannon prototype under development. Its power unlike anything Oppenheimer could possibly fathom. With this technology, we'll become the closest thing to gods the world has ever seen. Nobody knew what significance the name Thanatos had. The name sounded familiar, but that was because thanatophobia was the fear of death in English. What could Thanatos alone mean? However, it was clear the man's ambition and power was going far beyond the scope of his mission. Yagi directly recognized the signs of power going to his head. After all, his greatest nemesis of all time was one such individual. It both unnerved and relieved him to know that others just like him fell to his hubris. Word has come in of a suspected attempt to sabotage our operations here at Area 634. Sabotage? That was new. They heard the brief outlook on the Manhattan Project being riddled with spies, but figured that their remote project wouldn't be discovered by that kind of entity. What came next blindsided them all, considering only the most loyal would even be considered for the project in the first place. The report indicates that a soldier from the Pathfinder Division may have committed himself to treason by planning to use the Thanatos cannon prototype being developed at Astra to destroy the reactor. Considering how Fisher was sounding, the students realized someone was trying to do the right thing and stop him before it went too far. Fisher continued. The report came from a colleague of the alleged perpetrator, suspecting him as a potential Soviet operative. Since we have only one man's word to go on, Izuku dropped down, listening as he did. That we will have to catch him and any other accomplice in the act. As such, guards will be posted discreetly at Astra. Nothing will interfere with Pendulum's completion. With that final ominous statement, return to view. So that is the fall of Fisher. Aizawa interrupted. Fall? He's not been defeated yet. Sighing, she stared at the man with a hint of annoyance. You're lucky I want you alive. Interrupt without asking again, and you'll wish I didn't. Voice returning to pleasant calmness, she continued. He descended into madness because of his own power. When one is given absolute power in any given time, it tends to corrupt. Especially with mortals, who were never meant to have such power. She paused, allowing them to take in the lesson. Anyhow, he was nearly stopped by Virginia King. The screen changed to show her. Fisher's all but ignoring my pleas to slow down what they're doing to the valley. We're blindly speeding past to the point of no return. The bulky student, attuned to the pain of animals, seemed to be cheering her on silently. He seemed to have an affinity for nature. Perhaps it's related to his quirk? Izuku thought, but focused on what she was saying. Edwin can see it too. The animals have all vanished or died off, trees are withering away, and the Amrita swarms have become incredibly aggressive. Amrita swarms, Izuku thought, before remembering those bugs from the running segment. Of course. If energy was naturally in an ecosystem, of course there would be organisms reliant on it. And the demons. What will happen to them? It was then that he finally made the connection. They're taking energy from the valley to power the suits, the bombs, and that cannon. It's killing the area. With word coming over in broadcasts of victory in Europe, what's the point in this? Victory in Europe? So, Europe is nearly won. What other parts of the world are involved in this world war? Izuku muttered. To his surprise, this question was actually answered. The answer, Izuku, to who remained, is Japan. Now that threw them for a loop. Japan? Yes. It was the Nazis of Germany, the fascists of Mussolini, and the Imperials of Japan against the Republic of the United States, Great Britain, and the USSR of Russia. To be honest, Japan was playing the role of villain in the conflict, especially with the RPE of Nanking. Not something the history books would be eager to remind you of. Yagi couldn't hold back his disbelief for his home country. RP of Nanking? Yes, a terrible attack on the Chinese city of Nanking. Japanese soldiers butchered the men and boys, and took the women and girls as, well, pleasure servants, for lack of a better term. She stopped and sighed. I don't believe in punishing generations for their ignorance or for the crimes of their forebears. You had no knowledge, so how could you possibly be involved? I do want to make sure that you do not make the same mistakes as your ancestors, for you all come from generations before. It's a tough balance, but I try my best to follow it. Pausing, she continued, Virginia King tried to stop him, with the help of her permer, Pathfinder Edwin Hall. Unfortunately, you heard that Fisher caught Virginia and Edwin in the act. I do have her last words, recorded for posterity. The screen darkened, with just her picture on the screen. It was slightly dimmed, lighting up when it was her speaking. First, however, was an unknown soldier. July 29th, interrogating suspects involved with the attempted sabotage. Listen, just be upfront with us. Are you Soviet spies? Are you serious? Jairu scoffed. She doesn't sound like a spy. At all. However, Aizawa countered, the whole point of a spy is to blend in or be the least likely person there. Given the environment, it was the best bet at the time. Yagi actually countered this. Well, then she wasn't doing a good job. She was actively against him. A spy would play a sycophant to try to get the most intel. Either way, the audio continued. Virginia responded, clearly indignant. No, for the last time, this has nothing to do with politics. Alright, calm down. Just tell us your reasons. You know how insane Fisher's become. He's willing to destroy this entire valley to dash. It was then that the recording picked up screams in the background, mixed with the roars of monsters. The kids tensed hearing the inhuman roars. Izuku then realized with horror. Fisher wasn't stopped by Virginia, he was killed by Wendigos. The guard spoke up. What the hell was that? More screams, more roars. Getting louder and louder. Now it was clearly in the room as Virginia was screaming. Say Trace Mal? A blonde student whispered to himself, only imagining what happened in that interrogation room. Nobody wanted to speculate on that, but still pushed on. Virginia's death was a tragedy. She was alone, believed to be a traitor to her nation, and nobody found her body. She shook her head in their view. However, the fracture in which this takes place does catch up with her. In fact, it has a brave junior archaeologist explore and find Susurrus Valley. They then accidentally set the energy drain facility of Astra into overdrive, and strive to fix their mistake. They succeed, and now make their daring escape. Recommended music. Restore the balance. The screen shifted, and showed a wreckage of a massive cannon. A pod opened, and a hand reached out to grip the edge. Pulling themselves out, it revealed a familiar, green-haired boy in the LF suit. It's Midoriya! Uraraka shouted, pleasantly surprised. Jairu laughed. Crazy bee. There were more apprehensive looks, but considering what said before, it was clear that he was being a good person, stopping the destruction of life. It was clear that he was majorly banged up. A close-up of his face showed a nasty 3-clawed scar over his right eye, and blood leaking down from a wound in his hair. Dude, you look so cool there, Kaminari stated, giving him a thumbs up and a cheery grin. Giving a weak smile back, the greenette wasn't sure what to make of the blonde, at least not yet. He flinched when an explosion occurred near him, adrenaline kicking in, his body moving before he could think, scrambling out of the pod. Astra was out of commission, but he was still here. He ran down the halls as the announcer lady spoke the warning he already knew. Danger, thermal core meltdown detected. Cooling protocol initiated. That doesn't sound so bad, Denki started, before Izuku's thoughts filtered through the sound speakers. Cooling protocol. Oh no, flooding. If I'm caught in that, I'll never survive. His vision faded in and out as he doubled his efforts. The pushrod pistons were going at full power, accelerating him down the halls. All personnel must evacuate using emergency corridors. That'll be my exit ticket. He rocketed towards the nearest one, flashing warning lights lighting his path as sparks cascaded from the leaf suit. The catwalk gave away in front of him, and water was already at their height. Fortunately, a deadeye lay ahead of him. Conserving his momentum, the Viper coil launched him in a higher arc over the dangerous flood. The audience held their breath as the platform gave way, Uraraka the most scared for her new friend, until she saw him use a grappling hook to get to safety. The Ravenet with the weird elbows whistled. That must be one of those upgrades they mentioned. We haven't heard of that one before, even if it copied my quirk. Landing on an incline, he hustled to get over it before the water caught up. His heart went overtime as he rounded the corner, him brushing his hand along the floor to remain upright. Red lights were his only illumination now. As he continued, a Wendigo roared in the distance, and the announcer spoke back up, "Thermal core has exceeded containable limits." He bolted up some stairs as she continued, emergency flooding volume escalating to contain meltdown. The heat was unbearable as he continued upwards. "Please exit the premises immediately." "I'm trying." A Wendigo was around the corner, but Izuku ducked as it attacked, remaining on the move as he rounded the corner. A few bits of platform had fallen into the now high water levels. Leaping over, he avoided the Wendigo's projectiles as he continued. "This place is flooding fast." Everyone gasped, well, mostly everyone. Aizawa was stubborn in that regard, as the Wendigo leapt from around the corner. Nobody expected one to focus on Izuku at that moment, especially when everything was coming down. However, the doorway closed tight on him, and so he was forced to continue right, using the makeshift ramp to get to another platform. Turning left, he followed the corridor, past an Amrita swarm, and into an expansive room that contained more bombs, now submerged, with their corresponding blueprints ruined. They'll never make those again. Running, he saw the far wall lined with magnetic plates. He jumped, expecting the shift in gravity as he landed. He stumbled a few steps before continuing to run, jumping onto the platform on the other side. Turning left, he followed the path until he entered a room. Based on the glass to the outside, this room would soon be underwater if he didn't power the Amrita generator now. When they saw the presumably dead end ahead, they despaired. After all, how could he escape that? There's no grapple point that would be stable, and when he jumped, they shouted for him. Bakugo and the dual-haired kid were the only ones stoic enough to refrain from shouting Midoriya's name, in concern. They were, for him? What is this weird, warm feeling in his chest? It felt nice as he continued to watch, especially when they breathed sighs of relief when the suit's feet stuck to the wall. Watching himself, so proficient, yet still quirkless, made the Greenette wonder. Was I going about my dream the wrong way? Should I have tried to develop the tech for myself, or find it? As he waited for the door to slowly rise up, he realized where he was. Is this Fisher's office? Fisher's voice greeted him for the last time as his next audio recording started. There's no escape. Everyone there. They're all getting killed by these things, these creatures. Izuku could hear the sounds of gunfire and death in the background of the recording. The man was desperate as he continued, "If anyone hears this, please understand. Please understand what we were doing here." While people could understand Fisher, due to the previous audio recordings, it was clear that he was too far gone in his ambition. However, nobody deserved to be torn to pieces by monsters. That was a bridge too far. That being said, the audience became more and more nervous as they saw how far the water was, and this Izuku was boxed in the room, for all intents and purposes. As he said that, a tank of gas floated into the window, cracking it and leaking water into the room. "Sheet, hurry up mechanics." When the audience heard that, they were surprised. He didn't seem like the type to swear. Jairu even turned to look at him with a sly grin, which made the Greenette blush and hide his head under his arms. "The things we created. The world must see our achievements. Our work will change the course of human history." The door finally opened wide enough for access. Whoever holds this technology holds the world in their hands. Bolting to the end of the hall, the tape ended just as quickly. "Remember what I accomplished." Then it was cut off by a yell. So Fisher died because of his own arrogance. "I will remember that. And so will the world." Yagi's eyes were glued to the screen. There was little he could do but hope. Hope that the boy would survive. Izuku reached an abandoned elevator, lined with magnetic panels. He jumped and started to run up when he felt heat on his back. Glancing behind him, the greenette panicked when he saw flames chase him up the. Leaping out of the way, he was met with another Wendigo, trying to stop his escape. "No, I will not die here." "Yeah, get out of there, Green," Jiraiya called out, worried but pumped up by the music. All the kids were cheering him on, with the same two exceptions, of course. It was reaching the crescendo, everyone could tell. He narrowly avoided the lunge and continued running, though the only way forward, vault doors leading to a runoff pipe. Sparks were snuffed out by the runoff water as he ran, forcing his body to continue on. Even with the rejuvenating effects of Amrita, his body could not sustain this kind of escape for much longer. Everyone's eyes were glued onto the screen. The tension was palpable, and they needed to know how this ended. It was then that the pipe gave way before him, but he could see daylight. "It's so close." Tensing his legs, he leapt, and then used an Icarus boost to assure that he would make it. Continuing on, it then arced up slightly, launching him up and out of the facility. Looking back, the facility that was named Astra exploded. Just in time. It was then that he realized he was going to land in the water. For a moment, before realizing, wait, he'll drown. Fortunately, there was a piece of driftwood that was able to take their combined weights. Both Izuku and the leaf suit. Exhausted, he could only look around as he felt sleep claim him. He looked over at a statue of a colossi before his eyes closed. However, in the back of his mind, he could hear a helicopter arrive. And a woman gently say, as he was lifted from the water, "Have no fear, for I am here." With that, almost everyone applauded. Yagi and Izuku's friends most of all, while most of the kids were in awe. Izuku seemingly recognized the voice at the end. "Wait, does that mean in that fracture I get to meet Stars and Stripes, America's #1 hero?" "Awesome." Laughing, Uraraka and Jiraiya smiled at the exuberance. It seemed that he was only ever truly excited about heroism and quirks, yet so skittish. It lodged a question in their minds, one that needed answering. However, before they could do that, reappeared on the screen. "They're a much better fracture than the last, correct?" "Hell yeah," the black-haired boy with jagged teeth stated. "That was awesome." "Indeed." She smiled. However, Izuku asked, "Wait, so instead of a hero, I became an archaeologist? Something terrible must have happened to turn me from heroism. And why am I so far from Mom? This is clearly in the US. Oh yes, and a famous one at that. You even teach at UA while your book is being published. Maybe I'll show you one of your lessons, but not now. It has been long enough, and you all deserve a bit of a break. An intermission is in order. Go, rest, and come back when the music starts. You'll know what I mean." She smiled and winked, the screen then changing to show intermission, and the lights turned on shortly after. For the first time, they could properly see the interior, the walls covered in flowing red felt curtains, and gold trim around the screen. It matched the confectionery section of this theater, and the concession guy's uniform. Izuku was busy writing everything down in that little notebook he was given, while the other two girls asked, "Hey, you want to go get another bite?" Sorry, I need some time to organize my thoughts." "Why, you should go." "Okay." It was clear that Ochako was worried at that point, but kept her voice light. It was the only thing Izuku was focusing on as he scribbled right into it. "Let's go, Uraraka." Jiraiya led her out of the theater, followed by many students, and Aizawa, this time. They wanted to know more about Greenie, so there was one person here with the possible answers. Once again, they needed to talk with him. Recommended music. Deference for darkness. Jiraiya was majorly impressed with Midoriya. Who knew such a bundle of nerves had the potential to be so? In the end, however, it was clear that his experiences determined who he would become. Approaching the concession stand, she found the man from before. Still dead inside and hollow. He acknowledged their presence. "You've returned." "Yeah, I have." He remained silent, either waiting for her question or her order. She started with the order. So, what food do you have here? Anything within reason. His gaze followed her eyes as Jiru thought to herself. Before deciding, garlic bread. Just that? He asked, wandering to a machine. Jiru glanced at Ochako, who shrugged. Sighing, she replied, double batch with cheese and bacon. Very well. He input buttons and after a moment, and there was a timer. Enough time for him to focus on her questions. Why is Green the way he is? He sighed and turned towards them. His voice was already a whisper, but he was clear to make it quieter. Before I tell you anything, what do you see when you see him? Truly, I see a scared boy. One who needs help. Only that? I guess it hasn't happened yet, so he hasn't been able to prove himself. He is far more than he appears, but I'm guessing you saw that in the theater already. Pausing, he stated, what is the situation with the quirkless right now? What do you know? They didn't. But a new voice answered for them. High mortality rate, most not living past their teens due to abhorrent conditions fostered by society. Turning, they found Aizawa looking at them. While accurate, I did not ask you to join this conversation, bedhead. The young man stated. I need to talk to you. The hero started, but was interrupted. And I need to talk to you like I need SYK. You never listen to what I have to say, no matter how many times you waste my time. Anger burned in his eyes. I will listen to your advice. I just need to ask. It shook his head. You will hear but not listen. It is because of your stubborn arrogance that you fail. It's likely that will be discussed in the theater. Hopefully soon so you can finally get your head fixed. I know I'm not one to handle grief well, but at least I can look at things objectively and logically. If you want food or drink, wait your turn, otherwise be gone. The Ravenet, knowing that he would be unable to get any further with the man, left to a far part of the room. The two girls looked at him with surprise. Why? Aizawa is a man who prides himself on logic, yet acts based on emotion. A paradox that must right themselves or be consumed by the coming fire. The concessionaire then lowered his voice, but he is correct on the statistics for the quirkless. Although they've never been that extreme. Izuku is one who suffers every day. He is used as a quirk target at all times, with teachers failing to intervene. His mother tries to help him, but is blocked at every path. Due to that, she smothers him with protectiveness when she can. It's a constrictive, toxic life he leads. He needs friends, more than anything. Genuine friends. He is a brilliant mind, trapped in a cycle of pain. He can choose which path to take and remains a pivotal keystone to your fracture. You and the rest of your class can change his fate, and yours by extension. Does that answer your question? It does. Uraraka whispered, downcast by the sheer pressure on the boy. And now that he's seen himself as a villain and a hero, the pressure rises even higher. Turning to each other, they nodded, understanding that they needed to help him as much as they could. Meanwhile, Momo Yaoyorozu watched the two other students head back into the theater. She was unsure what to think of the boy they had befriended. On the one hand, she could trust him, since he apparently saved the world in one fracture, but became evil in another. With little that can be done at this time, she would just keep an eye on them. A concerned third party, as it were. Aizawa was fuming to himself. There was no reason why that man should be so hostile to him. He acted from complete logic. The hero simply didn't want people to die, or have their dreams cut off halfway. That was it. Was it so terrible? Trying to save lives is what a hero does. However, what he said lingered in his mind. You will hear what I say, but not listen. Was it really that simple? No, there had to be more. After all, he'd been proven right, again and again. The mortality rates of his class were far, far lower than any other. Even Kan's. No, it was not him that was incorrect in this case. That young man, Pen Yagi called him, was wrong. But he wanted to know what he meant. He was far too cryptic, and already was spreading his meager influence amongst the people here. He wasn't trustworthy, especially since he said nothing about himself. He was even trying to get onto that Midoriya's side. It was clear to him he'd wait and see. Izuku, during this time, was categorizing his thoughts. So far 2 timelines of himself had been shown. Why he had such importance? He'll never understand. After all, didn't everyone state that quirkless were useless? That he could never do great, heroic things without a quirk. But the Pathfinder version of him did. He discovered lost land, discovered new species, saved the world, from the sounds of it. And yet he did so without a quirk. That was heartbreaking, to say the least. It meant that all of what he went through was for no reason than spite. Spite against him for, well, though, being different? The history of his people had long been erased, and it was clear that one version of him wished to seek it out. Seek out the truth, what the lead-up to everything was. But it's likely that he'd never be able to in his own timeline. So what to do? This sense of nihilism. It was something he'd pushed back all his life. After all, saving people was what he wished to do. But he'd never actually done anything to prepare. It was clear these other 2 were at least prepared in what they need to do. But in which way? Work on his body? Or start designing gear to help? Based off Aizawa. He'd be way too harsh on him already. He seems to have unrealistic standards. Meanwhile, the blonde guy. He seemed alright. His voice was very, very familiar, however. Maybe his hero form changed? That would make sense. What didn't was what hero he was. He'd never heard the name before. So, Izuku did what he did best. Take in what he knew, the details he had, and compare it to every hero that he'd memorized. Which was quite a lot. Alright, what did he see? Bright yellow hair, with 2 distinctive bangs parting in the middle, drooping down. Skinny frame, yet still with a lean type of muscle. Dark sclera, with bright blue irises. There was no sign of which quirk he had, though. Did he have a transformation quirk? An emitter quirk? He didn't know. This is the perfect time to ask. There's nobody else here. Even Bakugo went out to get something. Getting up from his seat, Izuku walked up to the skeletal-looking hero. He didn't want to initiate conversation, but had to ask him, Yagi, sir? He seemed surprised by the boy approaching him, but remained positive, despite that. Ah, yes, young Midoriya? You said you were a hero, right? Ah, yes, I am. He seemed slightly nervous. Why should he be? Was he an underground hero? Sorry, I make it a habit to study them. See if they can help me become one. What? I was wondering, what is your quirk? I don't know what yours is. That's surprising. Do you know who Aizawa is? I feel like I do. It was then that he saw the raven-haired man re-enter the theater, and sit far away from the 2 of them, giving them both a side eye, clearly listening. It was then that he noticed his goggles. They were hidden inside his scarf, and barely visible. That was when he made the connection. Wait a minute. Teacher at UA? Dark appearance, yellow goggles. Eye quirk. That's Eraserhead. Well done. You must have done your research. Yagi praised, smiling warmly, before faltering under the other man's gaze. And me? Well, the only other person I can think of who matches your possible look is All Might. He seemed uneasy with the comparison. Why would he though? Being compared to All Might is the ultimate compliment. Why do you say that? Well, the hair, your eyes match, you have a warm smile, and your voice. It's a few tenors off. But it's almost just like him, maybe without the punch of having a good pair of lungs. He trailed off, before continuing, I don't know your quirk, but nobody knows All Might's either. And you could have a transformation quirk for all I know. Izuku didn't notice, but the man paled even more, before coughing some blood. That's really kind of you to say, young man. But, before he continued, the theater's lights turned red and ominous, with the angel's voice whispering to them, not yet. I'm glad you're being more confident in your analysis, Izuku. But some secrets have the right time and place to be shared. When the greenette heard that, he backed away fearfully. With the theater lights turning off, and the screen putting a timer on it under the intermission banner. Called to all guests. You have 10 minutes to get what you want before the next fracture viewing. I will not tolerate dawdling. I guess who I am will have to wait, young man. It sounds like she has a plan for me already. You best get to your friends. I'll be here for you if you need it. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. He bowed stiffly, feeling Aizawa's harsh, quirk-infused gaze on the back of his head, before running back to his seat. Soon enough, the rest of the students arrived and settled in. The screen changed once all students were seated. Showing creation once more, she sighed. I didn't appreciate the mental strain on you all. Due to this, I would like to show you some genuine heroes. This next one doesn't yet have a fracture to correlate to it, but I'm sure you'll appreciate them all the same. Gesturing, the screen changed to show the text. Master Chief Petty Officer John 117. Most of the audience grinned or smiled, eager for a pure hero this time around. All except Aizawa, but he seemed to be incapable of emotion. Many leaned forward wanting a good view. And the screen wouldn't disappoint. At least, that was S intention. And she was their goddess. So she had a duty to deliver. What kind of name is that? Denki asked, scratching his head. Doesn't sound like a hero. Yeah, heroes are supposed to be catchy, the raven-haired boy with weird elbows stated, sitting back. You know, like All Might. Answered their question. Most of that is his rank in the military. He is known as the Master Chief, for short. Before I show you the man himself, let me show you the situation the fracture finds itself in. The screen darkened, and a flash of lightning started kicking it off, gentle rain soon following behind. Text scrolled up the screen, starting with, "The year is." Everyone knew what it meant, but the black-haired boy with sharp teeth was the one to voice their opinion. Cool. That's ahead of us by at least 200 years. I wonder what it will be like. Humanity is at war with an alien alliance known as the Covenant. Wait, what? War? There had to be good news along with the bad, right? The dark-haired boy with the weird elbows muttered to himself. Of course we're fighting aliens. What's next? We're losing? We are losing. Oh goddammit. The same kid groaned, clearly not liking where this was heading. To be fair, most didn't either, especially since these worlds were connected to each other. It wasn't like this wasn't real. Just because the angel hadn't found one didn't mean it didn't exist. The Covenant have burned our worlds, killing billions in their genocidal campaign. Why do they want to kill us, though? Denki asked, confused. Why not ally with us instead? Momo actually answered this one. I'm not sure. Perhaps there is a religious reason, as insinuated by their name. A covenant is a spiritual alliance as much as a practical one. That means humanity couldn't stop this war unless they won. But they're losing. Jairu stated, nervously winding one of her ear cords around her finger. A nervous habit. Earth is our last bastion, a carefully guarded secret. Ciro kept his mouth shut, but this time, a small, diminutive boy with small purple spheres for hair asked sarcastically, with a lisp, let me guess. They found it. But not anymore. Of course it isn't anymore. That purple-haired kid sighed. A Covenant carrier has breached Earth's defenses and attacked the African megacity, New Mombasa. Kaminari was confused by the term. Megacity? What is the difference between that and a city? Aren't they the same thing? Not quite. Yayarosa said, megacities are defined as having well over 10 million people. This New Mombasa has to be absolutely enormous. Initial reports confirm major damage and heavy civilian casualties. Yagi tensed, while Aizawa took this time to inform the kids. This is what you sign up for when you become a pro-hero. To put yourselves on the line against threats like this. Aizawa, you're not helping. The blonde man sighed before addressing the kids. Yes, in the darkest hours, people will count on you. But you can turn things around. We don't know if this society has heroes in it. I know it's a foreign concept, but this fracture could be completely different. The screen then paused and S voice filtered over the speakers. Why, what an astute observation, Toshinori. Indeed, in this one, people never developed quirks. However, humanity was already superior at ground engagements. It's a bit difficult when your opponents can retreat to space and glass the whole world instead. The term didn't have any real meaning yet. But the audience knew it didn't mean anything good. The screen continued. Now, military leaders of the United Nations Space Command have prepared their response. About time, Denki called out, before the black hair with sharp teeth boy looked back at him with a bit of disapproval. You know that they've been trying to save as many lives as possible, right? Yagi stated, presumably guessing their intent. It's hard to try to save lives when people are in the midst of fear and panic. However, Izuku noticed something about the background. Before, there had been a swirling mist. But now he could see a city. That must be New Mombasa from the sky. Teams of highly trained orbital drop shock troopers are ready to assault the carrier from Navy ships in low orbit. Oh my, that must be highly dangerous. Momo gasped, while others watched intently. It seems this video was from their perspective, not from the Master Chief's. This is a near-suicidal mission. But these troopers are the best of the best. Yeah, right they are. They don't have quirks, how can they possibly be the best? Bakugo muttered under his breath. Nobody even needed enhanced hearing to catch that, and it made them all look at the blonde with a slightly disgusted gaze. And saving New Mombasa could be the most important mission of the war. The screen then showed a sleeping man with advanced-looking armor, his face shielded by the visor on the helmet. Okay, that looks cool, Denki stated. Meanwhile, Midoriya was sketching the armor into the journal provided to him. It looked very utilitarian, perfect for this military. Meanwhile, 3 more looked over a holographic display. Most of it was in blue, with the exception of a single purple hologram. That different colored shape then indicated to the entire audience. Is that a Covenant ship? A soldier in red-colored armor, similar to the sleeping one from before, stated outright, the Navy put up a good fight. One with orange highlights and a skull and crossbones on his chest plate gestured to the map. Of course they did. It's Earth. One in blue armor snidely remarked, better late than never. The orange one grabbed his helm, with a skeletal lower jaw painted on the helm, and slammed it into the table, clearly irritated by what the blue one just said. How about you show some respect, Romeo? Romeo, placating the other by raising his arms, replied, just saying, Dutch, they missed one. Instead, Dutch told him outright, no, they left it for us. Jair's eyes widened, no way. Are they going to try to board that thing? That's suicidal. Ochako was worried, but then remembered the statement before. But they are desperate. Just then, yellow lights blared and an alarm buzzed. 2 more entered the room, a man in green-colored armor and a woman in modified armor, with a unique helmet. The man was rather handsome, and the woman didn't look bad either, in a rugged sort of way. You know the music, time to dance. Romeo, getting a good look at the new arrivals, stated, hello beautiful. It was clear that Denki, the weird elbow boy, and the purple, sphere-haired midget all agreed with that statement, to the ire of the girls in the room, clearly grossed out by that conduct. The man quickly looked at the woman before becoming stern with the soldier, accentuating the second word with a point in their direction. Pods. Now. The 3 other soldiers took the command and left, getting their individualized helmets in the process. However, the woman didn't seem too annoyed with that, merely asking the man, replacements? This many years into the war? Who isn't? That brought reality crashing right back to them. After all, their circumstances were horrible. Humanity on the verge of extinction, driven back to Earth. Things were dire. At least they listen? She inquired. To me, and they're not gonna like what they hear. Orders are orders. The blonde replied. Come on, Veronica. What could be more important than that carrier? He approached the woman, now known as Veronica. The 2 romantics in the room cooed at the apparent closeness they had, while Yagi had to explain, sorry you two, but it seems that there's a bit of a cultural misunderstanding here. In Western cultures, their individual names are used. So there's probably no romance between these 2. Mina tried to be hopeful. But the way they act, they had to have past romance at least. Perhaps. The blonde man acquiesced with a small smile. The antics of children were amusing, to say the least. Veronica pointed at him, stopping the man with a single finger in his chest plate. My orders. And Buck? Call me Captain. She then paused, then stated as she walked past him. I'll pass on that dance. But you can show me where to sit. It was clear that Buck just didn't know what to do about that situation, and expressed it non-verbally with a sigh of resignation. The Pinkette was smug as she looked back at the older man, who surrendered the point with a degree of nonchalance. So what if he was wrong? They're all here to learn. And as much as he hated to admit it, his career left him ignorant in the romance department. The scene switched back to the troopers, showing them getting gear and preparing weapons. The red one, still with no known name, asked, what kind of armor was she wearing? Dunno, Mickey. Wasn't looking at her gear. Romeo replied, shoving him playfully, before staring off as if daydreaming. Probably daydreaming what she'd look like without the gear. However, the man then turned his attention to Dutch, who hefted a submachine gun of some kind, equipped with a flashlight and silencer. Pissage, seriously? The orange man defended himself. We're going to be close quarters. Romeo stood up and pucked up a large shotgun from the rack, before pointing it at him, hands off the trigger. Exactly. Mickey shoved it out of his face after a moment. The three then turned to see Veronica and Buck walking past, with the man stopping at the hologram table, second to last, right next to mine. The blue one turned to his comrades, cheekily stating, cozy. To Buck, he asked as the man approached, you going to tell us her name, Gunny? Pulling the shotgun out of his grasp, Buck stated, Ms. Naval Intelligence. Slamming the shotgun back onto the weapon rack, he continued, our new boss. The red one muttered to himself, oh brother, as he continued to address them all, so check your mouths, find your chairs, and get set. Buck grabbed a large caliber rifle and shoved it into Romeo's hands, before saying the last part, and get set for a combat drop. Hefting the weapon, Romeo complained, what the hell am I going to do with this inside a Covenant ship? That got a slight laugh. After all, anyone who knows anything about guns knew that it was clearly supposed to be a rifle. Something to be used over long distance. Not inside a presumably cramped alien spaceship. That alone made Aizawa narrow his eyes. Clearly, her orders ran contrary to those the soldiers knew of. But he'd need to see more. Romeo approached the silent, sleeping man, and roughly waked him up by hitting him with the butt of the rifle. Wake up, Buttercup. The response to which was Dutch moving him out of the way with a shove. Relax, rookie. He don't mean nothing. Besides. He looked at the SMG in his right hand, before handing it to him. That now's one of those times where it pays to be the strong, silent type. The rookie grabbed the now offered weapon, and secured it to his right. That's cool, he's like the older brother who looks out for everyone, the Pinkette said. Many agreed with that assessment, the blue boy with glasses especially, with a nod of approval. The hatch of the drop pod closed, sealing shut and showing the limited view of the rookie from the first perspective. It swung around, showing more pods also prepped to drop. As it moved into the drop position, Veronica started speaking, her face on the small portable screen. Her helmet also had another name on it. Dare. Was that her last name, or the name of the armor type? Questions for later, as everyone focused on what she was saying. Latest intel reports that Covenant troops are massing beneath the carrier. Buck asked, his face on the left monitor, they're pulling back? Why? That came as a relief to everyone, as a Covenant retreat meant lots and lots of saved civilians, at least for now. We're not going to find out, way up here. Veronica replied. Both of their visors shimmered, turning reflective and blocking out their faces fully. Buck rallied his men. All right, troopers, we are green and very, very mean. Several pods in front of the viewport blasted downwards, while a beeping sound counted down in the rookies. Once it hit the final, distinct tone, there was a jolt as it flew down, following the rest. Already there were signs of struggle, as a large boxy-looking ship, suffering critical damage, started falling into the atmosphere. Only after passing the ship did Romeo once again grace everyone with his voice. I take it back, Navy got its butt kicked. Buck immediately countered, Hey Romeo, remember when I told you to shut your mouth? Yeah. Consider that a standing order. Now that got a few chuckles throughout the theater. Romeo was funny, sure, But he was also a bit of a JRK. Hearing him get put in his place was a nice change of pace. Reporting to his superior officer, Buck stated, "Captain, 15 clicks off the deck." Nodding, she commanded, "Stand by to adjust trajectory on my mark." Dutch shouted into his mic, "What did she just say?" "Mark." At that moment, a bunch of pods, presumably Buck's squad, immediately changed course, heading to a different location than the carrier. The red armored one, still unnamed at this point, called out, "We're way off course." Veronica assured him, "We're heading exactly where I need to go." He contested this, "We're going to miss the carrier." A flare across the hull of the Covenant ship indicated something was happening, complemented by Dutch's report, "Radiation." The red one worried about a real threat as a large, black hole-looking thing opened in front of the Covenant ship. Did they just set off a nuke? No, the carrier's going to jump. It's a slip space rupture, you need to. However, her orders were cut off by Dutch and the red one talking over her, "EMP. Pop your chutes, we're going in hard." Anything else after that was hard to decipher due to static covering the radios. The Covenant ship was long gone, but the rupture collapsed in on itself, creating a massive explosion that knocked several drop pods off course. And one into Rookie's pod, making it fall erratically, the Rookie himself holding on as best he can. Until the crash knocked him unconscious. At that, the screen returned to show the Angel. That was, while not an entirely normal human perspective, still as close as I dare get. I don't want you to be completely demoralized. Not before I show you the man who turned the war around completely. Now that got them talking. Before that, though, Izuku raised his hand. "Yes, Izuku? Are they all right?" She smiled, clearly empathetic with the Greenettes' care for them. "Yes, they are. I plan to show you their journey later, but now I need to introduce the Master Chief, the hero of humanity." The screen changed to show a man in armor. This is his first look, with the Mark V Mjolnir armor. Devised by Dr. Catherine Halsey, it is the first time that humanity has successfully incorporated energy shielding into power armor, powered by the massive fusion battery on the back. John himself has a neural implant at the base of his skull, allowing integration with the armor, increasing his reflexes and strength considerably. His visor displays relevant combat information, including a compass, threat radar, and munitions counter, showing what weapons are linked, as well as the ammunition count of the currently held weapon. It also gives a crosshair of where you are aiming the weapon. It is the pinnacle of human engineering, at least with soldier equipment. Kaminari asked, "That's cool. Why don't more soldiers have them?" "Well, they are very, very expensive. After all, cutting-edge equipment doesn't just grow on trees. And Mjolnir is too strong for normal mortal men to wield." That caused a bit of confusion. Confusion that she was more than willing to rectify. That brings me to John himself. His story isn't great. Him and 75 of humanity's best children, chosen through genetics and academic records, were taken from their families by the Office of Naval Intelligence, or ONI for short. That caused a gasp of horror. The Ravenet with the weird elbows was outraged. "What the hell? How is that legal?" The Angel smiled a mirthful one. "The human government makes the rules and bends them when necessary. Your fracture has its own version. And Hawks is their soldier just as John is for ONI." The audience remained silent. Yagi, to his credit, was horrified by that fact, while Aizawa failed to react. Wanting to continue on, she stated, "The parents are given a flash clone of their child. It's nearly indistinguishable from the original, but dies in a few days. Thus, the parents believe their children are dead. A better fate than what they go through, in my opinion. Because the training of a Spartan 2 super soldier is tough and grueling. They are indoctrinated while taught information far above their age and, eventually, well, they're given several augmentations. If successful, these augmentations strengthen their bones, reflexes, and muscle density. They become true superhumans." Jairu, however, had heard the phrasing and wanted to push on it. "What about those that don't have successful augmentations?" "The rapid bone growth can warp the bones themselves. The muscles can become locked or break the bones as they grow, and can have a version of cerebral palsy. It can be horrific. What happens to those who, by ONI's terms, washed out? Half the Spartan 2 candidates suffered, either dying through the process or suffering through worse. But John succeeded. Spartans were some of the most successful soldiers ever made. John has received every medal except a prisoner of war medal. That's how powerful they are. Wow. Izuku was impressed, even with the disturbing backstory. Eventually, he upgraded to the Mark 6 Mjolnir system, which has a faster shield recharge, plus several other upgrades. This is what it looks like. Everyone nodded in approval, while the screen darkened. Now the angel continued. Let's see him after the Halo event. An event that will be covered later, I assure you. The screen changed to show soldiers applauding someone, clearly being videoed by a type of futuristic drone. A deep voice sounded from off-screen, soon revealed to be the Master Chief himself. The Pinkette wouldn't lie to herself, that voice was dreamy. You told me there wouldn't be any cameras. The dark-skinned man next to him, in a formal-looking uniform, responded, and you told me you were going to wear something nice. He took off his hat and ran a hand through his stubble of a haircut, then said something that all there could relate to. Folks need heroes, Chief. Give him hope. So, smile would ya? While we still got something to smile about. Toshinori smiled at that. Absolutely. That's one of the major parts of being a hero. To live and give others the hope they need. This Master Chief apparently embodies that. Crucial in their dangerous times. As the Master Chief and the dark-skinned man passed through the door, the visuals then swapped to a view of tall, yellow-armored alien, flanked by two hairy ones, and one following behind with a mohawk. What the? Is that the leader of the Covenant? Ochako asked, seeing the clear aliens for what they were. However, instead of cheers, as would be expected, the other alien species were jeering the yellow one. Some smaller ones were even chanting, "Hurk, hurk," all while he was led to a massive podium made of purple metal. Beyond was showing a massive crowd, all watching whatever proceedings this was supposed to be. Seeing the yellow-armored alien strapped to a holographic device by the two aliens, the large, gray-furred one with the mohawk looked over the audience. You've drawn quite a crowd. He was jovial at this, his sharp teeth sticking up in a nasty underbite. However, the yellow-armored alien replied back, his four mandibles moving fluidly, and Mina again whispering about their hot voice as he spoke. If they came to hear me beg, they will be disappointed. Are you sure? The gorilla-looking brute stated as he pressed a button off camera, his face twisted in amusement. Sounds of mechanics starting up could be heard, and the yellow-armored alien glanced at his restraints as energy crackled, increasing intensity until it was clear that this was a form of torture. The pain too much, the alien leaned back and yelled, all mandibles open. Everyone winced at seeing the pain. Sure, these were genocidal aliens, but their jobs were to save all lives, even if they didn't look like a baseline human. They could all respect his ability to face this head-on, and a big boy in the back, wearing a mask, couldn't help but wonder if it was possible to get as respectable as him with a similar, albeit different, appearance. Denki in particular cringed at the electricity arcing and causing the pain, well aware of what that felt like. The scene switched back to the Master Chief and the dark-skinned man as they approached a ceremonially dressed older gentleman. They stopped about 2 feet away and saluted. The old man did so as well, and with a gentler voice than expected, welcomed them. Gentlemen, it's good to have you back. An aide whispered into the commander's ear, and then he turned to his left. Go ahead, Korana. On a small podium next to him, a blue hologram formed. Of a blue woman with geometrical lines on her skin. She was absolutely stunning to look at, with a simple bob cut and nothing else. The boy with the spheres for hair was drooling at her. Beautiful. And earned disgusted looks from those around him. It was too much. Her voice was crisp yet sweet to listen to. Another whisper, Sir, near Io. We have probes en route. Tension hung in the air as the meaning behind her words became clear. Something would happen soon, even if not immediately now. The older man agreed with their assessment, I apologize, but we're going to have to make this quick. The view back on Cortana, as she turned to look at the two others, the chief and the sergeant. Smiling, she complimented one of them. You look nice. As it was unclear who she was talking to, they both replied, thanks, and thank you, before glancing at each other. That got a laughs out of most of the audience. Just a chuckle mainly, but it was funny. To all except Aizawa and the dual-haired kid, who both seemed to be emotionless. However, the funny moment soon passed on as the older man stated, grabbing a medal and walking over to pin it on him. Sergeant Major, the Colonial Cross is awarded for acts of singular daring and devotion. For a soldier of the United Earth Space Corps. The applause turned to jeers as it switched back to the Covenant view. The leader of those pointed to the yellow armored alien, stating clearly that there can be no greater heresy. Let him be an example for all who would break our covenant. He nodded to the two other hairy brutes, and they walked over and started ripping off his armor. Everyone grimaced when they noticed that the alien was on his knees. Their eyes widened when they saw the armor start to come off. The jeers turned back to cheers as it switched right back to the human point of view, where a woman stepped forward, walking to and turning to remain standing on Chief's right. The older gentleman walked back towards her. Commander Miranda Keyes. Your father's actions were in keeping with the highest traditions of military service. His bravery in the face of impossible odds reflects great credit upon himself and the UNSC. The Navy has lost one of its best. He offered a box with a medal, which she accepted, a single tear running down the young woman's face. That was certainly a somber reminder of what bravery is needed in the face of evil. People die in their line of work, and this was clear to see that heroes come in many forms, not just prose. Bakugo didn't even scoff at this, although he did in his mind. Back with the Covenant, a large spike rose from the ground, embers floating out of the receptacle from whence it came. Grabbing it, the gray-furred brute walked forward, slowly. The implement was revealed to be a brand which he aimed carefully. Before striking into the now armorless alien, holding it there as he was branded with this mark of shame. Looking up once more, he yelled in pain, only holding it back as much as possible. The audience was horrified to various degrees. Izuku held his breath as he watched the poor being suffer in front of him. It just was antithetical to the heroes in the audience to not feel something for that thing. However, their shock was interrupted as it switched back to humanity, where alarms started going off. Cortana immediately reported, slip space rupture, directly off our battle cluster. The High Admiral responded immediately, with a grim expression, show me. The AI gave off the statistics, 15 Covenant capital ships hanging just outside the kill zone. A transmission went through, this is Fleet Admiral Harper, we are engaging the enemy. However, the older man was clear to belay that course of action, negative Admiral, form a defensive perimeter around the cluster. To Keyes he stated, Commander, get to your ship. Link up with the fleet. To which she immediately saluted and left to fulfill those orders. Yes, sir. To the AI he stated, you have the Mac gun, Cortana. Soon as they come in range, open up. Gladly, she turned back to the console, or the hologram did. However, the old man seemed put off by something, to the confusion of the audience. Something's not right. Then he answered their brewing question by stating what they didn't know. The fleet that destroyed Reach was 50 times this size. However, a lower-ranking officer called out, Sir, additional contacts, boarding craft and lots of M. He immediately guessed their plan. They're going to take our Mac guns offline. Give their capital ships a straight shot at Earth. Turning the armored behemoth in the room, he finally gave an order to the chief. Master Chief, defend this station. Nodding in compliance, he gave an affirmative, yes sir. Turning to his friend, he stated the obvious, I need a weapon. With a smile, the sergeant major was more than happy to oblige. With a nod and growing smile, he stated, right this way, and led the chief out of the room, the screen panning to show ships moving to battle ending with a swell of music. When that ended, the first words spoken were by Denki. I got chills from those last lines. So did I, young man. Yagi stated with a sly grin on his gaunt face. The good kind, of course. Smiled on screen, before announcing, I have one more video right now. But I will revisit this fracture again before I return you to your own. Are you ready? However, before anyone could say anything, Izuku raised his hand, feeling a bit more confident to do so. The angel smiled and allowed the question, who were the two other men besides Master Chief? We never got their names. Of course. The older gentleman, Lord Admiral Hood. He's basically the man in charge of every ship the UNSC has left. He's been fighting the Covenant as long as they've been fighting humanity. The other is Sergeant Major Avery Johnson. He was at the Halo event just as John 117 was, and managed to get back. He's, in my humble opinion, a badass. She chuckled as everyone nearly had their eyes pop out from hearing a literal goddess curse. Now then, any more questions? With no more to ask, the screen changed. With a collective yes, the screen darkened to an on-edge Cortana. Me inside your head, now. The Master Chief ran up to the holoprojector console, and her hologram broke down into a colorful cascade of cubes, all flowing into his glove. Wow. That could be so useful for heroes on the move. Izuku started, before he went into a tangent, AI could help a lot with planning and code breaking, and it was then that he went into a mutter, causing those who couldn't understand to look at him weirdly, with a few exceptions, while those who could were very, very impressed. Ochako didn't, as she saw it as endearing, while Bakugo scoffed, noting that everyone else seemed to be on his side on this. Even if he was wrong about that. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. He could catch glimpses of what he was saying, and they had potential, but not enough in his mind. Not yet. After the AI transferred to the Master Chief's suit, he turned and slammed his hand down onto the bomb, quickly getting Cortana to disarm it. How much time was left? You don't want to know. That made it clear what the weird alien device was. A bomb. And since it was close to detonation, the audience sighed with relief. Mostly. Over the comms, however, Keyes reported, this is an amber-clad. The carrier's shield is down, and we are in position for immediate assault. The old man from before stated plainly, negative, Commander. Not against a ship that size. Not on your own. That was when Chief interrupted, Sir, permission to leave the station? For what purpose, Master Chief? The next line caused most of the boys to grin in satisfaction, even Bakugo, who wholeheartedly approved of this course of action, to give the Covenant back their bomb. With little hesitation, the Lord Admiral agreed. Permission granted. Gripping two of the many spikes, Chief pulled the much, much larger bomb across the floor, scratching it with the weight. As the elevator hurried down, Cortana gave her 2 cents on the plan. I know what you're thinking, and it's crazy. So, stay here? That got an amused response. But they knew he was right. Staying on the station would just mean the carrier would get to Earth. And millions, maybe billions would die. Unfortunately for us both, I like crazy. That caught the whole audience off guard, and seemed to make the sphere-headed boy go nuts, to the point where a tall, lanky student had to whack him in the back of his head to remind him he was not alone. And to shut him up as well. They arrived, and the Master Chief pulled the bomb into position, ready for what needed to be done. Walking to the viewport, many saw that there was a seam right in the middle. Gazing outside for a couple of seconds, he then turned, rushed around a pillar, and hit a button, opening an access panel to a lever. Cortana then asked, just one question. What if you miss? I won't. Then he pulled down, releasing the manual override to the airlock. As the air escaped, the bomb was dragged out by the depressurization. And the Chief grabbed a spike, directly keeping hold of it, and letting himself get pulled out. Nobody could speak as they saw the Master Chief hurtle through space, guiding the bomb to where it needed to go. Eventually flying past a UNSC ship. Before it was cut in two by a Covenant laser, Jiru noted the name on the side of the vessel. The UNSC feeling lucky. What irony that is. However, before Master Chief would slam into the hull of the Covenant carrier, 2 human space fighters, for lack of a word, flew by and sent missiles into it. They slammed into the alien, purple metal, exposing the reactor on the other side, past a wall of fire. His energy shields flared as they went through the fire. And when they made it to the reactor, Chief angled himself to reach the button he pressed before. Slamming his hand on it, the beeping from before returned, going faster and faster. Before he used the bomb itself to launch himself away from the carrier. As he flew away, the shot showed the Covenant carrier behind him, exploding bit by bit in flashes of yellow and purple shrapnel. It was glorious. Bakugo, for once, found the one quirkless man he could respect. At least he was kick-butt. Hell yeah, now that's a hero. Nobody would disagree with that, only watching as he flew towards Earth, only to be intercepted by a UNSC ship. The scene shifted to show the dark-skinned friend from before and Commander Keyes. They both glanced up before he said, "For a brick, he flew pretty good." Now they got some laughs from the crowd, and a slight smile from the dual-haired kid. Meanwhile, Keyes told him as the scene shifted to show the ship she commanded, the in amber-clad, heading down to Earth. "Chief, get inside, gear up. We're taking this fight to the surface." And with that, the screen returned to show the angel. "Well, what do you think of the first hero I've shown you? Impressive, right?" There were murmurs of agreement, before she continued, "You will have to live up to legends like his, you know. I can only guess your future, but I believe you will have tough times, and only by being unyielding will you survive. Now is an intermission. Is there anything that the concession stand cannot give you?" Yagi cleared his throat. "One thing, if I may, I think that it would be best if there was some kind of clock out there. Keep our natural cycles in sync." "Ah, yes, I'll put one up with the intermission slides as well." Agreed, understanding completely. And when she put up the clock, she was, well, surprised. It was 9 p.m. Japan Standard Time. What she knew to be half an hour past Bakugo's bedtime. But this one will have to be longer. For now, go have dinner. I shall set up your accommodations while you are here. The screen changed to show the usual intermission screen with a digital clock directly underneath. With that, everyone filtered out of the room, ready for a break and eventually bedtime. Recommended music: Firelink Shrine, Dark Souls 3. Bakugo Katsuki was, in a word, conflicted. He had just seen one of the most badass heroes imaginable, admittedly so, even by a goddess standards, all while being effectively quirkless. Sure, he had enhancements, even that bird lady had stated that, but it was because he was so much better than before. It showed that heroes had to have power, right? Then why, of all people, was Deku the one to get attention? First as a villain, then as a hero. It made no sense. How could someone quirkless be so important? It ran counter to everything. But then he saw the concessioner, the one who'd been here for so long. He must know what all of this sheet is about. He'd have a clue, but that's all he would be good for. Waiting for the other extras to leave the counter, he finally approached. While he would have preferred not to wait, it was unlikely that the concession guy would give him the time of day. And so, he remained last in line. One by one, he watched as each person received their proper dinner. Deku went with Katsudon, because of course he would, while others had their own favorite dishes. Eventually, it was his turn. Stepping up, the young man narrowed his eyes. "What do you want?" The question was pointed and ambiguous. It could refer to food and drink, or what was clearly on his mind. He chose the latter. Why is everything here focusing on Deku? However, instead of answering his question, he asked, "Who?" He clearly knew the answer, if his slightly angered expression was anything to go by. Deku. Why is everything about him? He seethed, wanting the man to see sense. Leaning forward, he asked, "Do you have an actual name, or is this exchange going to be a waste of time like Aizawa's?" The F, is that supposed to mean? I will not tolerate insults to anyone here, especially when the answer is obvious to anyone without their head in their butt. He stopped, allowing the boy to seethe, and eventually ask another question. But why? He's quirkless, so why does he matter? And that is why he matters. The half-carved man stated, leaning back to his full height, dwarfing the boy. Everyone else seemed to quiet down, hearing the conversation, which had risen in volume. You can't see strength in anything other than direct power. Only because you have had everything handed to you, do you fail to see what really matters. You have biology, society, and law on your side. He has nothing. Because he has nothing, he knows the value of everything. Everything you take for granted. Be that knowledge, power, or people. You see them as nothing but extras in your performance, with a quirk guaranteed for heroics, correct? The blonde attempted to shoot back, because it's true. It's not. You're little. Firecrackers. Shouldn't be praised. That caused the audience to hold their breath. The quirk everyone praised you for is only good for hurting people and destroying things. If anything, it's probably the closest thing to a villainous quirk I've seen. But I wouldn't call you a villain because of that. He paused, allowing the gears to turn in the boy's head. The F-dash? I'm no villain. But you are, and you don't know it. He rebutted. You have caused a person severe pain for 10 years. Emotional, physical, psychological. You've done it all. Considering it's illegal to use your quirk in the first place, I wonder how long it'll take before people realize how you knew to use your quirk to cause minimal damage. Or maximum pain. He took a deep breath and poured himself a drink. A can of something called Coke, taking a sip, before continuing. You are a villain because you treat people the way you do without remorse, and illegally, under the definition of the law. You wonder why Izuku Midoriya? Because he overcame you. You were his first hurdle. The first thing he had to overcome was the trauma you inflicted on him. In some fractures, you grew up, you owned your actions. In most, you don't. In most, you either are dragged down, locked away, barred from your dream, or even killed for it. And you stand here wondering why. He shook his head before stating, "Tell me what you want for dinner, otherwise go away." You're just like Aizawa, unable to see the forest for the trees. Grumbling, he ordered the spiciest dish he could and attempted to sit down, only to find everyone staring at him. With nowhere else to go, he found a place to sit away from the main table. Izuku, meanwhile, was absolutely horrified. While he was only name-dropped at the end, it was clear that the whole argument was about Bakugo's treatment of Izuku as a person. It was horrible from the sounds of it, and the ostracism from the rest of the kids was enough for him to know what their thoughts on it were. Looking down at his food, he just couldn't bring himself to eat anymore. His appetite was completely gone. However, the others decided to do something that should have happened when they arrived. Introduce each other. He listened carefully, forcing himself to eat, as each person went around the table giving their names and a fun fact about each other. Each kid had something unique to offer, from their favorite hero to their other interesting facts. Even Yagi gave a hint about him, that he was a powerful hero, at least top 10 in his heyday. While everyone guessed who he was, Izuku still couldn't shake off the verbal beatdown that Bakugo received. Since it was in front of 2 other heroes, they'd have to take it seriously when they got back. And he couldn't stomach the potential fallout. At least, that was his thoughts before they were interrupted. "Hey man, what about you?" Startled, Izuku looked around semi-frantically. Everyone was looking at him, expectantly. Nervously he started, "My name is Midoriya Izuku." And, thinking of something, he went to the first thought he could muster as an icebreaker fact. Something that everyone would like. "My favorite hero is All Might." Everyone whispered to each other, but Kaminari scoffed. "Dude, everyone likes All Might. It's hard not to. Is there something else that you like to do or something?" However, Jiru glared at him. "That's not cool. He's already had his life just exposed and you're wanting more." However, Izuku tried placating her, an action that made a few in the audience wince. They knew he was going through the motions to avoid reprisals. It was glaringly obvious. "And oh Jiru, it's fine." Kaminari seemed to understand that he went a little too far, and backtracked. "You don't have to if you don't want to." There was, but he was hesitant to describe it. "I like analyzing quirks and heroes. It's probably why the angel gave me a notebook, because I do the same thing all the time." "Wait, really?" The pink girl, who had properly introduced herself as Ashido Mina, asked. "Why? Yours is an acid quirk, right?" "Yeah. Although I haven't been able to use it since I got here." She added the last part with a bit of nervousness. What do you think of mine? Hagakure Toru, sitting next to the Pinkette, asked. Wait. You don't find it creepy or stalkerish? He was clearly surprised by the interest in his hobby. Safe to say, that dragged the mood of the room down, with a few turning to glare at Bakugo, as if assuming the worst of him. The invisible girl shook her head, causing her clothes to shake. Heck no. Maybe you will find something new about mine. Yagi interjected, quirk analysis is an important field of study. After all, quirk specialists are highly valued, as well as helping people with their powers. They also help heroes identify weaknesses in villains' quirks, allowing them to be taken down easily. It's an admirable pastime. Tearing up, the greenette wiped them away, before answering the question before. Alright, well, what did your quirk specialist call it? The doc just called it invisibility. He grimaced. Not from the name, but because it was wrong. The girl noticed and asked, Is he wrong? Nervous, he didn't meet her eyes. Well, yeah, I guess. If it was invisibility, you wouldn't be able to see, and we'd see the food you eat. That, and there is a near imperceptible shimmer, similar to light distorting. So I guess that your quirk is light refraction of some kind, where you can alter how light flows through you. It just defaults to invisibility. That caused the girl to freeze. Before asking, with training, do you think I could see myself? Absolutely. The rest of dinner was, frankly, a surreal experience. Everyone was just relaxing, sometimes asking him for his opinion. As if it mattered. Sure, Ochako and Jair were his friends, but he presumed it was temporary, while he was here. After this, life would resume. But no, everyone, with 3 major exceptions, was welcoming and kind. Even to him. It changed how he viewed these people. Before, he was afraid. Of reprisals, of them. But now, not so much. He has much to look forward to, if the angel was to be believed. He'd take it while he could, anyways. Meanwhile, Aizawa had witnessed everything. The verbal beatdown that was Bakugo's and Pen's argument. While he didn't approve of Bakugo's purported behavior, he couldn't see past Pen's inability to give him another chance. People change. Bullies can change. Isn't he just condemning the boy for things other timelines have done? What about those fractures that had him atone? Did they not count? He had to gather more intel before confronting him again. And so he'd observe him every time. To find his intentions. After dinner, there was an alert, and the back of the room, opposite to the theater, materialized a set of ancient-looking oaken doors, far taller than anyone in the room. And that is when they opened, revealing their host, in all her glory. Before now, they had seen her on the other side of a screen, so now having her in person was a completely different experience. They could feel her power, sheer and unimaginable as it is. Her eyes scanned the room, picking out each of them. Smiling serenely, she began to speak, with her melodic and serenading voice. Guess. I have prepared your rooms. They should be to your liking. Your names are on each door. Curfew is at the end of the hour. She led them through, and a clock on the wall indicated the time. 9. And you are not to explore outside your room, unless, of course, you need the restroom at the end of the hall. Be sure to get a good night's sleep, and I shall see you first thing in the morning. Closing the doors behind her, she left them in the hall. Doors lined each side, each with their own names on them. Finding his, Izuku was relieved to see that Bakugo's was at the end of the hall, away from his own. The room was plain, with a few All Might mementos inside, to remind him of home. There were toiletries and a sink in there, so one didn't need to leave the room except if they needed a toilet. Looking them over, he found everything he needed to get ready for bed. Even a set of freshly pressed pajamas. Instead of his All Might themed ones, they were green, with the shirt having an I and M on them. Clearly his initials, if his English was any good. Getting ready for bed. He lay down on it. The beds themselves were heaven to lay down on, soft as can be, yet firm enough to help his posture. Looking out the window to his left, he found a snowy landscape of evergreen trees, and a starry tapestry of a sky. Slowly, he tried to fall asleep. Recommended music. As the bell tolls 3. Midoriya tossed and turned, not able to fall asleep. There was just so much that he learned today. From the fact that there was a multiverse of sorts, that there were gods, that he was somehow important in different timelines. Not to mention all of the people who were actually friendly to him, especially after seeing that first timeline. That was horrific. Even so, they didn't leave him. Two incredibly beautiful girls still wanted to be his friend, even after the horrible things they'd seen him do. Maybe it was because everything was softened due to the next one, which showed him as a hero. But still, it warmed his heart to think that. But that wasn't what kept him awake. It was due to the fact that he wasn't in his room. The greenette subconsciously couldn't feel safe enough to fall asleep. But there was something he could do. While she had stated that there was a curfew, maybe she'd understand? After all, she claimed to care about them. Getting to his feet, he looked outside to see that it was nighttime. Or at least, the impression given was that it was nighttime. The moonlight reflected off of the snow, sparking as it did. It was quite beautiful. But he wanted a glass of water. Having one of those might help. Cracking the door and peeking out, he couldn't see anyone. And so he walked back towards the concession stand. His bare feet only felt the carpet before it switched to cool tile right before the door. Carefully, he entered the concessions area. The only light currently on were the lights for the fridges on the other side of the bar, which illuminated the area on a contrast of cool blue against the shadows. Slowly, he walked to it and, glancing around, climbed over it. He'd never done anything of the sort before and was a bit ungainly in his attempt. But it was enough to get him over. Carefully getting a glass from one of the cupboards, he brought it to a sink. When he heard a noise, it sounded pained, but it was hard to know what it was from here. A large part of him didn't want to go. But a core part of himself wanted to know if he could help. Setting the glass down, he went towards where he heard the noise. It was through the door to the back room, where one would presumably store supplies, or maybe where Pen's room was. Opening the door, he found a hallway leading down, becoming more barren as it continued. He debated internally before hearing another shout. This time he could tell two things. One, it was human, and two, they needed help. Abandoning thoughts of going back, he swallowed his fear and entered the hallway. Carefully, he entered the place. Step by step, he approached and heard the sounds of pain and torment. And peeked through the crack in the door ahead, careful to not open the push doors, the floor seemingly slippery under his feet. Maybe it was just the tile. Nate was strapped to an angled table, his midsection completely messed up. His intestines were hanging out, and his arms had their muscles torn open too. He was gritting his teeth, while glaring at a person out of view. Panting with exertion, he spat at them. Had your fun yet? Then he heard her voice. The angels. Not quite. I still remember what you did to me. You should be thankful I didn't leave you how you left me. Airy again. A new voice of a much younger girl replied, okay. And then she walked into view. A small 7-year-old girl with silver hair and red eyes. She wore gray robes with fitted silver armor, which was covered in blood, both dried and fresh. Her armor was engraved, all while still having a halo hovering over her head. She had a sickle in her hand and approached the chained man. It was hard to see her, since she was much, much shorter than the man was. Where? Well, I want him to be conscious. So how about the wrist this time? Okay. There was a sickening tearing noise, as Nate's face twisted in pain, his eyes closing shut, and him baring his teeth, bracing against whatever that little angel was doing. But, to his credit, he didn't make a noise. Still so defiant, disrupting my plan. This time, strode into view, walking around the table, noting, you have such incredible resilience. Does this pain not bother you? You already took everything from me. None of this matters anymore. Then why rage against Katsuki Bakugo? Something clearly does. Izuku froze at the mention of his former friend. He glared at her. He needs to learn to be a better person. I won't apologize for the truth. She conceded that point, proof that even a goddess realized that Bakugo needed to be curtailed from his current path. As painful for Izuku to admit, it was true. That is true. By my method would have had better results. By showing him every death of his, I'm sure. Nate sarcastically stated, pain still in his voice. True. She seemed to consider that. Maybe it would re-motivate you if you were to learn that your beloved is still alive. I never destroyed her. No, don't lie to me. Nate's voice, for the first time, was filled with an emotion other than hatred for this being. With words of honey, she reiterated for him, I am a goddess. The goddess. I can assure you and give you my word, my promise, that by the end of this theatrical experience, I will reunite you with her. She had chosen her words carefully here, as if she was making sure to tell the truth by avoiding a lie. But the man seemed to consider this, but then asked, how can I trust you after everything? She leaned close, her white robes untouched by blood and viscera, a deep contrast to her assistant. We have both caused each other enough pain. You tried to kill me, you crucified me with a variety of weapons. I've tormented you ever since I freed myself. I think we've fought long enough, haven't we? For the first time, Nate actually looked away from the person he was speaking to. Down and away. Before meeting her gaze. If you're lying, I'll never, ever rest until I undo your ascension and acquaint you with the death you so deserve. I'd expect nothing less. However, she seemed to glance out at the doors, and Izuku continued to remain frozen. But for now, I think you have earned reprieve. After all, we don't want to traumatize our viewer anymore, right? Izuku's blood ran cold. He had to move now, or he'd never escape this. This hell. Turning, he quickly ran, and slipped on the ground, to his hands and knees. The door burst open, and the light from within revealed what was making it so slippery the whole time. Blood covered the ground in a thin, yet slick layer. And it was all Nate Penn's. Horrified, he scrambled away, barely hearing her command her assistant. Bring him to me unharmed. Yes, miss. She walked a short, but decent pace after him, all the while humming a dark tune to herself. A lullaby in style, yet the lyrics she sang. Haunting. He had gone through the door at the hall and looked through it, still seeing her following. Ding dong, open up the door, I only want to play a little. Scrambling, he grabbed the large meal liquefied machine and blocked the door with it before leaping over the bar and onto the other side. However, the blockage didn't stop the little girl, who replied to that with, it's already too late for you to run away. I see you through the window. Our eyes were locked together. I can sense your horror. Though I'd like to see it closer. Izuku ran back, bursting through the door at the hall, now seeing it as much, much longer than before. As if it changed to purposefully disadvantage him. Running, he heard her not too far behind him. Ding dong, where is it you've gone to? Do you think you've won? Our game of hide and seek has just begun. I hear your footsteps. Thumping loudly through the hallway. I can hear your sharp breaths. You're not very good at hiding. At this point, he made it to where the doors were, and found that they were all unmarked. Although one was still cracked open. That was the one he had left from, so he ran to it and into his room, locking the door, still hearing her approach. Just wait, you can't hide from me, I'm coming, just wait, you can't hide from me. What surprised him is that nobody else in the area seemed to hear her maniacal singing. Searching for anywhere to hide, forgetting the fact that he had left bloody footprints all over the place, he settled on the closet. Holding his breath, he heard the girl wander the hall, before settling on his door. At this point, this Aerie is just toying with him and he just doesn't know it. Knocking on his door, she continued to sing, knock knock, I am at your door now, I am coming in. The handle turned, and the lock gave way, betraying its purpose. No need for me to ask permission. Stepping inside, Izuku could only hide. There was nowhere to run, and she was clearly a lot more dangerous than anyone else here. Knock, knock, I am in your room now, where is it you've hid? Our game of hide and seek's about to end. All the greenette could hear was the small footsteps. I'm coming closer. Looking underneath your bed, but you're not here, I wonder. His heart nearly stopped as he heard the next question. Could you be inside the closet? The closet doors opened up faster than he could react, grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. Ding dong, you were hiding here, now you're it. Ding dong, finally found you dear, now you're it. Izuku tried to struggle, but it was no use against the small enforcer's iron grasp, pleading on deaf ears as the girl took him back to the room of the tortured man, all as she sang the final lines of her twisted song. Ding dong, looks like I have won, now you're it. Ding dong, pay the consequence. Recommended music, in the pines. Jiraiya felt the sunlight break through the blinds, washing over her face. The bright light made it impossible for her to remain asleep, and so she opened her eyes. From the sounds of things, she was the first to wake up. Getting up, she rubbed her eyes, and quietly exited her room, and was subsequently jolted awake by what she saw out there. Blood streaked the ground, staining it, leading from the room next to hers, Midoriya's, all the way out the door. Horror crept into her mind as she followed it out, and found it vanish just outside the door. Into nowhere. I see you are awake. A feminine voice responded, and she whirled around to see a monochromatic woman behind the bar. Her eyes were completely black, her hair was black, her skin white, and she wore black lipstick. It completely clashed with her uniform of red and gold. It was clear that she was replacing Pen for the near future. Do not worry, Nate will return next intermission. Where is Green? Midoriya. She seemed to catch herself before saying the name. Perhaps she called him something else in her world? Wherever she was from. He broke the rules. No breaking curfew. The lady is just giving him a small punishment for it. Do not worry, he will be back. Soon. Before Jiraiya could say anything, Ochako screamed, cringing slightly due to the sudden shriek. She bolted out into the hall, and found Jiraiya and the new woman looking at her. Where is he? I was trying to get answers from her. The Violet stated, glaring at her. She won't say where he is. Because I do not know. The woman replied simply. I am merely taking over for Nate while he is indisposed. She smiled serenely, and yet waited as the rest of the guests, the children and adults, ran out to find out what was going on for themselves. Yagi was especially concerned. Where is young Midoriya? Closing her eyes, she waited for the shouting to stop, and when it did, she reopened them. Please remain calm. Your Izuku Midoriya is perfectly fine. He is currently receiving disciplinary action for breaking curfew last night. She could tell that people have questions, rightfully so. But she continued, and the blood was because he accidentally found himself in a penal section of Requiem. I am frankly surprised that he managed to do this, considering that this place usually isn't connected to there. But here we are. It is not his blood, by the way. But confirmed that it was blood. And the fact it wasn't Midoriya was only mildly relieving. Yagi glared at her. If it isn't his, then who? I do not have that information. The only people kept there are only terrible, terrible people. Those who would destabilize reality or try to take control of it for themselves. Please, do not concern yourself with that. Instead, know that I have it from my lady that Midoriya will be returned after the next viewing. He'll be caught up before then. So please, put in your breakfast orders, and I shall happily give those to you. Yagi was the first to step up, and he decided to go for the diplomatic approach. I understand. You're just doing a job. She smiled. Tashinori Yagi. And a well-known hero. I know you. At least the version of you in my fracture. She dipped below the counter for a moment, and got the machine. What flavor would you like? I dunno. Does it have pancakes as a flavor? He joked, good-naturedly. Yes, I do believe it does. She worked on it as he continued to prod for info. Do you mind telling me your name? I know Nate's, I'd like to know yours. He began, but she interrupted. My name is not important. Her face was serious. We didn't leave on good terms, and we weren't especially close. If anything, you were closer with Midoriya. The machine did its work, as she acquiesced regardless. However, I am Jane Doe. He cursed internally. Jane Doe is the term used by American police authorities to identify an unknown woman. They both knew this, and that was why she used that name. I see. You seem close to your Midoriya? She nodded, yes. I was close with him once. But circumstances drove us apart. I am trying to rehabilitate him, But it's hard. Very, very hard. The machine finished up, topping up the cup, before she took it, and handed it to him. He can be such a good person on the inside. Treat your Midoriya well, and he'll be your most loyal and stalwart ally. Outcast him, and he can become your greatest enemy. That is the power in Midoriya. Not something tangible, such as a quirk, but something. Please, no more questions. Enjoy your meal. It was clear that this was a touchy subject, and besides, he seemed to get the core of this girl. She wasn't an uncaring person, quite the opposite, but life had dealt her a rough hand. So, he decided to not make things more difficult. As the rest of the guests accepted their breakfasts, most were wary of this girl. After all, while Nate was little more than begrudging in his manners to them, he was at least honest. They didn't know whether or not to trust her or not. At the end, they accepted circumstances. All until Momo approached the counter. Something, deep inside, was screaming at her that this was wrong. Something terrible, yet familiar. I know you. The monochromatic girl stared back with her Vanta-black eyes. No. We have never met. She handed her a menu of this morning's options, which the raven-haired girl looked over. As she scanned it, Yaoyorozu thought aloud, not being subtle about her want of answers. That's strange. Philip, I know you somehow. Well, the sense of déjà vu is mutual in this case. I know that through this. You question Midoriya. But don't. He's a much better person than the two fractures you've seen give him credit for. Granted, a lot of them are dark in their nature, but he tries to overcome it, regardless. Take it from me, he was the best thing to happen to us. She smiled, and it was then that Momo understood. Before she could directly ask, Jane placed a finger over her perfectly maintained lips, a sly smile on them, before accepting the order she asked for instead, a big breakfast. Very well, I shall get that for you. After 5 minutes, the food was ready. The machinery did most of the work quickly, while all Jane had to do was assemble it. The rest of the line went quickly. She seemed to freeze after seeing Aizawa, but only for a moment, quickly handing him a cup of coffee and a simple breakfast. He took note of this, but didn't say anything. When she was done, Jane walked over to a grand piano, situated in a corner of the room, and began to play a song. Very few paid attention to it, preferring to talk about what might happen next, while those that did took note of a few things. 1. It was an old, ancient song by their standards. 2. It was beautifully performed, clearly through lots of practice, and 3. It was dark, but with a grain of light inside. Just like her. Although nobody could see, she did cry a single dark tear, remembering better times, before wiping it away. Jiraiya knew this song. She'd heard it before, it was a part of her mother's collection. Both her parents collected music, but they had wildly different tastes. This had to be Sweet Dreams, by Annie Lennox. Leaning over, she whispered, Ochako, I know this song. She turned to her, You do? Yeah. Mom loves it. Sweet Dreams. It's a song about finding purpose, overcoming adversity, and finding love. Jiraiya noted, connecting some pieces together. For the first time, Momo Yaoyorozu actually spoke to the two. Is that what it's about? Jiraiya nodded, surprise on her face. After all, the Ravenet didn't really speak to anyone. Yeah. Mom had read the songwriter's biography when she was young. It's probably lost now, but it said a lot about that song. And the rest of her work. But this one's a lot more. The Violet didn't quite have the word to describe it. Ochako, meanwhile, did, tragic. The other two hummed in agreement, turning their attention to the rest of the table, merely watching their antics. Until it was time. The theater doors opened, and the guests had no choice but to enter, and hope Izuku was all right. Seated in their assigned seats, the audience's mood was that of trepidation. What would be shown this time? The angel smiled at them all, clearly showing no ill intentions on her part. Relax. I wish to show you a bit more. Continuation of the hero's side of things. Remember Buck and his squad? The screen showed a group of names, ones they recognized. Edward Buck, Veronica Dare, Taylor, Dutch, Miles, Kojo, Romeo, Igu, Michael, Mickey, Crespo, and the rookie. That must be their actual names. Jiraiya whispered, to which Ochako nodded. It made sense. They had heard the nicknames before. All faded, save one, known only as the Rookie, with their alignment shown for all. Neutral good. Neutral when he's saving humanity. Or trying to? Yagi asked, curious. It's up to interpretation on how he acts. The angel replied. Sometimes he's merciless and more chaotic. Sometimes he focuses purely on the mission. But he's always trying his best with what he knows. And that's all anyone can really do in such a situation, no? The screen darkened, before showing the Rookie holding a canister of some kind. Shaking it, the soldier tried to see if there was anything else within it. A small spurt of white foam came out, but nothing else. Tossing it to the ground, the Rookie was about to move on when the radio crackled. Can anyone hear me? This is Captain Veronica Dare. The Rookie tapped his earpiece, before actually speaking. Everyone gasped as they realized why the voice sounded familiar. It was Midoriya. Sure, it was slightly deeper, but it had his nervous mannerism. Hello. However, it seemed his radio transponder was broken, only receiving. The way they could tell was because Veronica continued, my beacon is active, I need immediate assistance. Someone, please respond. Just then, a Covenant dropship floated by, a spotlight on its forward turret. Clearly searching for something. Or someone. Readying his silenced dinghy, the greenette they knew only said one word. All right. Then, it transferred to a first-person perspective. Immediately, he checked his map to confirm where exactly he needed to go. A blue marker pinged the entrance to the location, only a couple of blocks away. Closing it, his HUD showed a health bar at the top, with a notice underneath, his objective, locate entrance to city underground. In the lower left, there was a bunch of symbols, with one being selected, one which looked like a normal military grenade, while on the right, there was his weapon with a bullet counter as well as reserves. Now that looks cool. Kaminari grinned, seeing the first-person perspective. It did look just like out of one of his video games, so it did have a cool factor. Zero agreed readily with him. I wonder what Dare is doing underground? Taco asked, concerned. Most students were, like her, worried about Izuku. Meanwhile, Jiraiya narrowed her eyes. Why would she say that Midoriya would still be caught up with us? However, before she could continue that line of thought, another dropship passed overhead. He walked back, pointing his gun down one side of the street, before swiveling around to face the other direction. Just as an alien walked out from behind a truck. Quickly, he focused on the target before pulling the trigger, peppering the alien with bullets before one hit him in the head, knocking him to the ground. Its shiny blue blood contrasted with the black and gray roads of the city. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The boy, controversial, yet timid, had just mercilessly slaughtered an alien. Before they remembered that the aliens were on a genocidal campaign against humanity. It was kill or be killed, and the fact that he hadn't met anyone yet was indicative of the fact that he was alone. Walking forward, he angled himself to have a view of the front of the bus, rightly predicting another of the short aliens to be there as well, killing him just as quickly as the first. Afterwards, he pressed a button on the side of the weapon, ejecting the magazine with a flick downwards, before carefully loading a new magazine into where the previous one had been before. Yagi was suspicious. This showed that this version of Izuku did know how to use guns well. I mean, given that he was a soldier, a marine, that was obvious, but he, like Jiraiya, hadn't forgotten the angel's words. That their Izuku would still be caught up with them. Continuing down the street, neon signs showed them where this mission took place. New Mombasa. The previous time they had watched this timeline, it took place there too, but it was good to see it consistent. Rounding the corner, they heard the hum of an alien dropship. Tensing, they saw Izuku use his visor to aim further, the round crosshair accounting for the spread of the SMG. As he did so, the dropship raised up and left, but that wasn't the only thing that did so. Two large, armored aliens used jetpacks to launch high into the air, in his direction. Oh no! Midori, do something! Mina called out. She was all for alien life, but these ones were not on her list to meet. And something he did. However, instead of running away, this Izuku ran forward, aiming at the further of the two brutes, which they could hear shout at seeing him and open fire. Energy shields flared as bullets met them, however, they didn't last long, as soon they broke, and with them, the armor did too. It fell to the ground in pieces, the alien stumbling back, its weapon clear as the red outline his helm gave him, with two distinct blades sticking out, hungry for blood. As Izuku fought, the audience watched with trepidation. He'd just broken the armor off of one, but now the second was advancing, using his jetpack to get the jump on him. Quickly changing targets, he peppered its shield with the same small arms fire he gave the other one. However, he was forced to reload quickly, precisely, before the enemy could land its bladed weapon in his direction. Quickly redoubling his fire, he backed away, making this brute's armor break as well, but this one did not stumble. This one kept coming, shooting hot metal spikes in his direction as they did so. Most missed, but one nicked him. It'd leave a scratch on the armor, but didn't penetrate. A couple of the machine gun's bullets pierced the big alien's head, and he fell on his back to the ground. Zero pumped his arm. Hell yeah! Show those aliens who is boss. The others were quick to agree, but Ochako and Jairu were still concerned. The other, without its armor, attempted to fly away, but Midoriya was quick on the case. Breathing raggedly from the exertion, he calmed down, zoomed in, and with a couple of bursts from his silenced it, knocked the alien out of the sky. A dome-like projection lay in the square ahead. That could mean one of two things. The enemy was concentrating on preventing fire from the building he was heading to. Or, more likely, he had been discovered. Neither was great. And that was what the audience thought grimly as the rookie continued with his advance. Reloading, he prepped a grenade, and threw it arcing high, landing close to the dome, next to an armored alien that was peeking out from its cover. Diving to the left, the explosive detonated as the aliens returned fire. He tried firing, but he couldn't get a line of sight on the weakened warrior. Sheet. Cursing to himself, he was forced to move behind a building as a large green projectiles launched toward him. What got everyone's attention, however, was that he wasn't focused on where that fire came from, but on something else. A small bipedal alien, only glimpsed for a moment, but enough to get his attention. Peeking from his own cover, he found more of the smaller, triangular aliens he had seen at the start of the scene. The diminutive beings fired their own weapons, orbs of green plasma SRNG towards him, hitting the building which he used as a shield, before returning fire. 3 bursts and they were dead. The students cheered. Until they realized what he did a second after running out from cover. There were more of the bigger, armored aliens, firing their superheated spikes, but he wasn't turning to them. He turned to the smaller, leaner alien, hidden behind some cover. Clearly, he thought they were the biggest threat. How could that be? However, their collective question halted with a click from his SMG. The HUD was flashing red for a few seconds, and it was then that they realized that he was out of ammo for that one. Putting it away. What he brought out was clearly supposed to be saved for something special. A rocket launcher. With mouths open, they watched as he jumped into the air, to try to get the best angle and fire at the small alien, its head visible with a clear light purple spot. However, at that point, he turned his attention to the next one on his priority list. The one who was firing the massive green projectiles at him. The threat of the small one was soon realized as he narrowly avoided getting perforated by a beam of energy. It was clearly a sniper of some kind, clearly a good shot, if his near miss was anything to go by. The audience was tense, even those who didn't like Izuku. Todoroki was wide-eyed as he fought harder than he would ever need to against aliens which, if given the chance, would kill him, promise or no. Bakugo was shocked to see him use explosives to control the battle, and control it well. Even without a quirk, he was kicking butt, and that infuriated him. The only reason he didn't shout out was because the rest of the audience would probably try to attack him, and he hadn't been able to use his quirk at all. He felt weak. Useless. Alone. Something irked him greatly about this, but he couldn't place it yet. Aizawa could see his combat potential, but frowned at the use of guns. It wasn't what a hero used. No proper hero used lethal force. He didn't, All Might, to his credit, didn't, and Snipe, the closest comparison, didn't. But he had to admit that these circumstances didn't lend themselves well to their style of hero. However, it was clear that the first rocket missed, and so did the second, aimed at much larger, more ornately styled brute, which was hefting a large weapon of his own. Popping open the hatch for the rockets, he reloaded the weapon, running past a brute which swung at him, towards the small alien. It started to back up, panicking as the human approached his position, firing wildly, its shot hitting a street sign. That gave Izuku the chance to fire again, and this time it hit its mark. The bird-like alien squawked as it flew away from the force, its head hitting the wall and breaking its neck. Tokoyami gulped as he imagined himself in its place. They looked similar, even if the alien was featherless, and without dark shadow to protect them. The implications weren't great. Next, he turned to something beyond a small garden bed. Another detail that was noticed now was that the aiming reticle recognized friend from 4, turning red as it recognized an enemy beyond the underbrush. Firing again, it pounded against the shields of the toughly armored opponent. However, unlike the lightly armored jetpack brutes, this one was tougher, to the point where he switched to his SMG. Reloading with a partial magazine, he was barely able to break the armor, its shield spent, but the armor didn't break like the others. Clearly, this enemy was of a special rank. Instead of running away from the beast, which stumbled with the destruction of his shield, he ran towards it. "What are you doing, Green?" But his plan was clear. With the butt of his he hit the beast in the chest, winding it before backing up and aiming for the head. It tried to dodge, but the cascade of steel punched the helm off and absolutely perforated the being's head, knocking it to the ground, dead. Kaminari whistled. "Now that's dimmin' impressive. Take that, aliens." Mina cheered, glad to see their new friend, at least they considered him a friend, survive the encounter. Checking the last mag he had, Izuku decided that this was not worth it to keep for much longer. A sharp noise, and 2 purple needles of crystal arced over his head, reminding him. More enemies were still here. Running to the dropped weapon, he first ditched the rocket launcher for this new, alien one. Perhaps a weight issue, but it was soon clear why as the HUD recognized the alien tech in his hands, showing that it had 5 shots a magazine instead of 2. Now that's an upgrade. Zero whistled, seeing the advantage in the trade. They had seen how the human weapons weren't exactly the best thing to take on these threats. Don't get them wrong, they worked, but there were better options in the moment. This was one of them. Whirling around, he fired before realizing that they were just the small aliens from before. Unshielded, with weak weapons. Weak and low priority. Deciding to turn to the left, he saw 3 brutish aliens in front of him. Using a transparent sign for cover, he fired the new cannon at the leader of the 2 jetpack brutes, before a recognizable sound could be heard. The sound of the beam rifle from before, and one he considered to be a massive threat. Turning back to cover, Izuku searched for the sniper, wanting to make sure that they would not be a threat for long. "He's certainly being tactical," Yagi commented, clearly identifying and taking down the biggest threats first, before going after the easier ones. It's a skill that heroes must have. He's right, Aizawa admitted. A hero has to pacify the biggest risks to civilians first. However, he kept his opinion, unwanted as it was, to himself. Turning to the right, he found the very alien he was looking for. Tokoyami turned away as Izuku fired the massive gold cannon at them, launching them away, and knocking a futuristic car into the air. Reloading the device, he fired a couple more shots, but it was clearly too slow for his liking. Instead, he dived out of the way and picked up the alien rifle. "I wonder how good he is with this?" Kaminari was eagerly watching the combat. However, Bakugo decided to pipe up, to everyone's annoyance. PSH, he couldn't hit very easy targets with FING rocket launchers. I doubt he could hit anything with it. At first, it seemed that he was correct, as the first shot missed, but the second penetrated a brute's armor, causing him to be stunned. Before he rapidly fired another shot into the alien's head. It clearly overheated, given that he had to let go of the weapon for a moment, cursing to himself, and even accidentally zooming in, before going back to focus on the situation. Without scoping the rifle, he killed the 2 smaller aliens before turning back to the jetpack alien. As it was unarmored, all it took was a single shot to kill it. Zero glanced back at the blonde, who just sat there, mouth open in shock, eyes not showing anger for the first time since he'd been there. "You were saying?" The boy didn't hear or ignored him. With all enemies dead, he took his time to approach the building at the end of the square, switching back to his SMG in the meanwhile. Reaching them, he took a moment to breathe, before entering through the doors. It was just a hall leading to a large elevator. Looking down Izuku considered his options, before looking over to the cable. "I wonder." The audience was confused, but Momo gasped in realization before he holstered his SMG, before walking back a couple steps. Before running and leaping the gap and catching the cable. Carefully, he lowered himself down into the dark. "That was so risky. Why do that?" Toru asked, hugging Mina next to her. "I don't know. He could have tried the elevator." Her bestie replied back. Perhaps the elevator was too risky, given the attack? Momo wondered. Mostly to herself, as the scene faded from black, showing the elevator resting at a station underground. Dropping onto it, Dare's voice filtered into his comms. "They've got me cornered. I'm low on ammo." Izuku looked around the underground center as she continued, "If you can hear me, I'm on sublevel communications." It was then that it cut out. Izuku didn't try to fix it, as it was outside his skill set, only tapping it a few times. Looking to the right, the wall indicated he was on sublevel 2 floors up. Looking in front of him, he'd have to fight to get to the captain. Jumping down onto the ground, he turned on his visor enhancements, coating everything in a green layer and highlighting everything with a yellow outline. Even himself. Walking forward, he picked up a grenade and found a dead Marine, a shotgun lying next to him. Taking it, he discarded the alien rifle, preferring human weaponry. The words Romeo said before rung out in his mind. "What am I going to do with this inside a Covenant ship?" That was it. The rifle would be a bit too cumbersome for an interior like this. He'd need actual close-range firepower to put down larger threats. However, a part of him hesitated. He didn't have a full clip for his SMG, and there was really no reason to keep carrying it. So, he kept the rifle and the shotgun. "That's a good call." Kaminari whistled. "Think about it, he's covered from long and short range." Walking through the door, Midoriya kept his shotgun up, ready for anything. However, there was a high-pitched voice ahead. "Why Yanmei not seal this entrance?" As the fellow alien answered, Izuku tactically moved up, bracing himself against the servers in the hall. "They be too busy building fancy spit house." Another, different voice replied. The first voice grumbled, "Nay, if traitor escape, it their fault, not ours." Finally finding the two who were talking, he quietly crept up behind one and smacked him on the back of the head with the butt of his shotgun. The noise was noticed by the second, who jumped comically before pulling out a glowing blue orb. Quickly socking him in the head, the ODST quickly turned and braced himself. Before turning just in time to see an explosion of plasma, safely far enough away from him. With a sigh of relief, he continued, but knew that stealth was no longer an option. Instead, he threw a grenade at the first sight of an alien, to which it cried, "Watch it!" before the grenade detonated, to the pain of the group that just received it. Multiple hostiles remained, so he quickly closed the gap, before pulling the trigger on the first, killing it instantly. Using the natural cover in the hall, he avoided a cluster of purple needles, smacking that alien in the head, before searching for the last ones, which lay beyond another piece of cover. When he rounded the corner and blasted one, there was another behind glass which called out, "Intruder, in tunnels." At that point, Izuku just shot him, point blank, regardless of the shown fear in its voice. Kirishima, timid under his dark hair, noted, "This Midoriya seems a bit violent." Jairu glared at him, making the boy cower slightly. "He's been fighting how long against these aliens which want to wipe us out? I think he can be as violent as he needs to be." When that fight was over, he stepped out from behind that bulletproof glass structure, reloading 4 shells into his shotgun, and immediately whirled at the sound of a door hissing open to his left. Checking around, he decided that this new path was the right way to go, as the route straight was locked, indicated by red light. Walking through this tunnel led to another. And more aliens. These ones appeared new, armed with bright round shields, but squawked in alarm like the snipers from before. Tokoyami watched with horror as he pulled out the rifle and aimed for a gap in the shields, killing each of them with near precision. Sure, Izuku missed once, but that was due to them running to get away. Patiently, he waited for the last one to present an opening. And when he did, he gave no mercy. They wouldn't give any to him, after all. Pulling out his shotgun once more, he continued on, swapping the spent rifle for the weapon with purple needles as ammo. With a shake, more crystals appeared from holes on the back, effectively reloading the weapon. Forging on, more aliens tried to fight him back, but were unable to. The small ones with the high-pitched voices fled in fear, as he killed them with needles, plasma shots, and melee hits. The audience watched in awe and trepidation as the nervous wreck they met the previous day acted as a killing machine, stomping over any alien resistance to try to help another person. The bird-headed student muttered the only words anyone could bring themselves to say, "This boy has a deference for darkness. But he helps fight for the light of hope." Now he was in a circular room with large devices in the middle, following the open paths, only pausing to glance at a dead Marine, knowing that they died to try to help the captain with whatever her mission was. However, after the second bend, as he approached the door, an armored brute exited. With a cry, he alerted his troops, "Arg! Get ready!" With a shotgun blast and a hit with the gun's stock, the armor fell away. But instead of stumbling or shooting as the previous ones did, this one went berserk. Roaring a challenge, it stowed its weapon and leapt at him, intending to slam him into the ground. The audience clenched their hearts as this alien went berserk. This was the closest he'd come to death, a terrible, real death so far. Dodging to the side, Izuku yelled in response as he shot him once, then twice, causing the creature to groan in pain and fall to the ground, dead. Breathing rapidly, Izuku muttered, "DMN brutes. Always getting mad." As he reloaded. When he was done, the soldier walked to the brute's corpse and took the brute's weapon. It was just as jagged and barbaric as it looked, but it was clearly better than the plasma gun he dropped for it. Noting the ammo counter at the bottom, he immediately reloaded, slamming the alien ammunition straight into where it was supposed to go. However, one thing that was noticed was how Izuku treated the alien weapons. With less care and precision. True, that could be chalked up to not being used to them and guessing their uses. But another could be how he and humanity as a whole despised the Covenant. Just as he finished reloading, 3 of the enemies which carried shields ran out from the door, and he slammed the blades of the first weapon onto the back of the head of the closest alien. The other 2 immediately reacted, putting their one-directional shields up, but he was able to break one with a solid strike and began blasting the other, aiming at a gap in it, where a gun would poke out. They both went down due to the spikes, but the verdant-haired soldier made sure the second went down properly with a smack to the head, slamming them down. The audience was still stunned. The amount of practice to just take care of these enemies with little effort was amazing. As he moved through the small hallway, they heard a brute's voice state, "This way, we have it trapped." Was that Dare? She mentioned that she was trapped. But the audience would soon receive their answer, as a new voice went over the local comms. "Do it, Virgil, now." However, instead of helping the male, human voice, a new voice, that of Virgil, and very much robotic, replied, "Warning, construction ahead. Expect delays." Was this an AI uprising? Why would the AI help the Covenant? Those were the questions that lined the thoughts of the audience as the tensed, watching Midoriya move up all the while. As the soldier entered the next hall, he found aliens running about, trying to find a better angle on the human in the next room. Throwing a grenade at the big brute, he continued to move up, as it detonated to the pain of the smaller aliens. An alien tried to move up, assuming that the human had backed off, not run up to his position, exclaiming, "He's in cover," before a second grenade detonated, taking off his armor. Just like the previous brute, this one also went berserk with a roar. Nevertheless, Izuku kept firing, kept impaling the alien with spikes before it toppled back, dying. Escaping its sharp-toothed jaws. Checking the room, it was clear. There was only a little bit more to go, before a yellow triangle appeared on the HUD, indicating something, or someone of note. Phew. Maybe there's not going to be any more fighting? Toru asked hopefully. However, none of the rest of the audience shared her optimism. Not even the pinkette next to her. The man's voice was relieved. Unlike the Marines, he wasn't as heavily armored, and even had a police badge on the side. Huh. Thanks, trooper, they almost had me. Been trying to get down to the next level. Check on my team. But this stack is locked up tight. Seeing if there was anything else the man was going to say, Izuku remained quiet before approaching the console, which immediately clicked open. Virgil responded to the ODST's presence. Welcome, access granted. Perks of being a soldier? Momo asked, not quite sure why he would be denied while Izuku was given access. Or something else. Something we haven't seen yet. Jiru replied, really hoping that her theory of where their Izuku was not true. Turning to look back at the man, all he said was, huh. As if he was surprised, but only barely, by the change in tone of the AI. As the central machinery moved upwards, a new enemy flew up to them. Genuinely surprised by the ambush, the audience reeled back. They had heard the flutter of wings, but didn't expect anything like that. Buggers! The officer cried, whipping up his shotgun. Together, the two humans used buckshot to knock of all the insectoid enemies to the ground. Ensuring there weren't any more to surprise them, Izuku looked down and jumped down to the next level. However, there were a few down there. Quickly wheeling around, he dispatched them with little effort. The officer dropped down after him, complaining about the dark as Izuku scrounged ammo off the ground, replacing the brute weapon with a rifle-looking alien weapon. Can't see a DMN thing. After confirming the man was all right, they both turned to the only open door. You go first. All right. Izuku stated, holding the rifle up, and finding a pitch-black hallway ahead. His visor allowed him to see through the dark, and the fact that there were multiple buggers ahead. Opening fire, it allowed the audience to recognize that this was a single-shot rifle, quite adept if one were to hit the head. But Izuku apparently wasn't used to it quite yet, even accidentally nicking the officer's help. Watch it, buddy. That got a couple of laughs, just for the tone of voice the guy had, alone. Sorry. Although, the man did run in front of him like an idiot, so maybe that was on him. Who knows? After the last one was dealt with, a side door opened. However, it didn't exactly lead to where they needed to go, so he was going to ignore it. But the other man didn't. With a somber voice, Izuku's transceiver barely picked up what he was saying. My guys. It was then that Izuku and the audience saw all the bodies of fellow police officers. These men had fought and died for an objective, whatever it was. It had to be important. And that all made the kids saddened, minus Bakugo and Todoroki of course, and Yagi too. Buggers got all of him. Now I gotta check on the doc myself. That last statement caught a lot of people off guard. It definitely sounded ominous, as if he wasn't there to save him. However, before the audience could think on that, pink needles flew past, and the trained soldier whirled around and immediately shot the alien in the head. A reminder to keep moving. Quickly taking out another diminutive and one brutish alien, proving why he took the rifle. As it took down the shields with ease, before a single shot knocked him back to the ground, dead. The two continued down the hall. Taking extra ammunition as they did, the officer asked, "What are you doing down here?" Anyway, that was something even Izuku didn't know, and he just shrugged. He was here to save the captain. Nothing more. However, the man took it as being coy. Do you want to tell me? That's all right. We all got secrets. The way he said that was definitely a red flag. First, the ominous nature of his checkup. Now this little thing about secrets? That was definitely making the more thoughtful of the group view this officer with suspicion. Was he a good cop, just sounding sketchy? Or was he the opposite? They had a feeling time would tell. Meanwhile, many did cheer with every small victory. Every little win, pushing him closer to saving Captain Dare. However, they were interrupted by more of the brutes. This time, they were invisible and through devices which glowed brightly. Ducking between cover, Izuku led the charge, taking them down, while the other officer mopped up those whose armor and invisibility had been taken down by the ODST. Walking further in, they found more buggers in their way, flying to intercept, but easily taken down with shotgun blasts. Pressing on, there were more and more brutes, now visible, yet wearing stronger armor, even leading up to one who held a massive plasma weapon in his hands. The room had changed as well, going from pitch black to those circular halls again, to a frigid cold long hall. Fog swirled around their feet and the walls were covered with frost. When all but the largest was left, the alien complained, "Must I do everything myself?" before quickly being taken down by a barrage of shotgun blasts. When it was clear, the man realized where he was before stating, "Trooper, hold up a sec, I gotta check on a little personnel issue." "Okay?" Izuku didn't appear to understand, but figured it was something that needed to be done. This was where everyone tensed, realizing that this was the man's mission. They'd find out who he was in this moment. As the officer approached the nearly frozen door, Virgil spoke. "Caution, crime scene. Restricted entry." The man shouted back, breaking his calm, gung-ho persona. "Shut up, Virgil. You hear me?" The AI replied back, voice unchanged by emotion. "Icy conditions. Change required. Freakin' machine. The whole city's gone to hell." To Izuku he stated, "Wait here, watch for hostiles, I'll be back." Walking through the door, he had to make sure everything was in order. And Izuku, an OT wanting to alienate the man after they just fought together to get here, did just that. For 5 minutes, going on 10. After that time, he sighed, "I have a mission to do. I'll just let him know." Entering the room, he found it completely iced, the man standing over the body of another man, in civilian clothing. He aimed the gun down at him. "What are you doing?" However, hearing him arrive, he denigrated the soldier. "What are you, stupid? I told you to stay outside." To most, the answer was now obvious. This man was sent to kill whoever that one was, and Izuku interrupted the insurance that he would be dead. "Step away from there," the man stated, his voice as cold as the room they were in. "This ain't none of your business." However, Izuku had a feeling who this was. This is Sadie's father, isn't it? Sadie? Who is this? Sadie? How would Izuku know her? Meanwhile, the soldier kicked a table aside, muttering to himself, as if he didn't want to do something but had to. Kinsler gave specific instructions. His voice became louder as he repeated, "Make sure the doc's dead, and make double sure no one knows about it." The audience tensed. Mina and Toru heckled the man, even though he couldn't hear them, and many others were outraged with the orders. "Sorry, friend," the man stated, looking down at his gun, his grip tightening. "You know way too much." However, Izuku was ready, pulling it up and blasting immediately. A soldier is trained to kill, while an officer is trained to capture. The two skill sets were put to the test, and the officer lost, being launched back by the buckshot. Reloading a shot, Izuku whispered, "You should have done the right thing." Virgil even commentated, "Citizens do their part." Yeah, they both were in agreement on that. Before leaving, he topped off his shotgun ammo and walked over to a console on the wall with an inbuilt phone. Taking a data card from his helm, he inserted it and let the AI upload data to it. Putting it back in, there was a final data log, which he played. Listening in the cold, he remained silent. A cacophony of voices called out in panic, trying to organize an evacuation from the city. However, a more defined voice called out, "Sadie, Sadie, are you all right? What about Kinsler?" A woman's voice, in accented English, replied bitterly, "They tore him to pieces. I gotta go, Mike." She tried to push her way through, presumably against the crowd wishing to get on the train. However, Mike was having none of it. "Where are you going?" Sadie shouted back over the crowd. "Underground." What? That didn't make sense to the man in the recording, but it did to the audience, with great horror. She was wanting to find her father, still hoping he was alive. At least, that was their impression. Virgil agreed, stating, "Do not exit, please." Mike agreed, "Sadie, stop. We are getting on that train, and we are getting the hell out of town." However, an alien purr went over the intercom, surprising the audience. How was this being related to Virgil? That was soon clarified when she replied, That creature helped Virgil. It helped you and me. It helped all of us. As it turns out, she wasn't going back for her father, but for whatever made the alien noise. Because it had helped them before. Mike could agree with the sentiment, but had to disavow the actions. Now was not the time for heroics. Sadie. However, the girl would not be deterred. Dad knew how important it was. That's what he died for. I am willing to die too. A sharp intake was heard from a few of them. After all, heroes put their lives on the line, and they wanted to be heroes. Would they have Sadie's resolve when it mattered? Let me go, Mike. She shouted, but the intercom played. What could only be described as a cut and re-edit collection of voices to form a sentence. Since it was shown that Virgil couldn't speak like a normal person, only in pre-made voice lines, this was probably it talking to her directly. Many voices, some accented, some of the robotic ones, called out to Sadie, "Emergency stop. I'm not. Your life. My brave warrior princess." Some of the more emotional kids there were tearing up at the exchange. Even if Virgil wasn't human, he was human enough to think and feel. That mattered, at least to those who weren't heartless. "If we don't find you, who will?" she begged. It broke Izuku's heart to hear this, as he had heard every part of Sadie's journey. Not that the audience could hear his thoughts at the current time. However, Virgil had a response. In a new voice, he replied, "The Office of Naval Intelligence. Your tax dollars at work. Fallen heroes on the air." Now that caught their attention. In the first time they'd seen this fracture, Buck had mentioned how Dare was Ms. Naval Intelligence. That was the mission. That was why the captain was down there, and why Izuku would be going further on. To save Virgil. They listened as Sadie tried to protest, "Virgil, I." However, AI countered with Sadie's own voice, "I need you to live for me." The crowd on the train was in agreement, encouraging her to join them, to save themselves, to leave the AI behind. As it wasn't her job to save him. Even Mike agreed, "We gotta go." Sadie tried one last time, "Virgil, you're all I have left of this place." The AI replied, first with repeating her name with a variety of voices, before settling on a particular person. By the tone, her father. "Sadie, sweetheart. You make me very, very proud." At this point, many of the audience was outright crying. Ochako, Mina, Toru, Kirishima, Momo, too. They all cried due to the overwhelming tragedy of what happened to the city, as well as the personal turmoil of the girl they were listening to. "Virgil, you're all I have left of him." And with Izuku looking down on the corpse of the father, it was clear why. She knew he was dead. She just wanted someone to help her never forget. But it wasn't her job to save Virgil, it was Virgil's to save her. The underlying themes made Momo gasp and whisper to herself, "Of course. The AI is her Virgil, just as Virgil helped guide Dante from hell." Mike spoke softly one last time, "Sadie, take my hand." "Okay," her voice cracked through grief, "I'm ready." As the train departed, the sounds of chimes and horns blaring in the audio log, Virgil spoke one last time, "All aboard, last train now departing. Next stop, Makupa, Nairobi Road. Hope Station. And beyond." As the train continued to leave, Izuku finally departed from the room, redetermined to find the captain and help her complete the mission. For Sadie. For all those who died here, in this city. However, as he moved through the underground facility, Izuku finally picked up Dare's comms once more. She seemed to be calling out to one person in particular. "I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm sorry. I should have told you more about this mission." About anything. The halls stopped being cold, with corpses of buggers and the smaller aliens all over. Through the next door, he found a bunch of aliens firing at the door at the end of the hall. That had to be where Captain Dare was. Pulling out the carbine, he got to work, picking off the erratic buggers first, before throwing multiple of the Covenant's special plasma-based grenades. He forced the brute to drop a large domed shield, and used that opportunity to approach, and directly stick the brute with the grenade. He raged before it detonated, killing him in an explosion of violet blood and viscera, taking many of the weaker aliens with him. However, The beast still ummed in pain, even as its torso was completely obliterated, as he mopped up the last two buggers. That last explosion made the audience cringe. Even those with hardened hearts. Katsuki was completely flabbergasted the whole time. After all, this was Deku, the quirkless, cowardly nobody, who just single-handedly stormed an underground facility, killing aliens and corrupt traders alike, all to complete his mission, arguably using explosives better than he could for maximum effect. As soon as the last enemy fell, the door at the end unlocked, with Virgil stating, "Welcome. Access granted." Entering the small hallway, Izuku found it snaking to a small door. Pounding on it twice, he put his back to it, just to make sure no other aliens caught up, in case the AI missed one. The scene switched to a third-person view, showing the door hiss open, and Dare point a pistol to the soldier's head, to much of the audience's alarm, before she realized that they were on her team. "Oh, it's you. I thought. Never mind. What was your name again?" That got a few chuckles, a bit of lightheartedness coming from the stickler for rules. Especially since she never got any of their names. Meanwhile, Yagi noticed that the shoulder armor showed an O+. Must be blood type in case he needs more. Smart. However, before he could answer, there was a scuttle of alien noises down the hall. She hissed an order, "Inside now." He backed into the room, before she closed the door behind him. Continuing through this room, she gave a whispered command, "This way, quiet." Not responding, he obliged as she gave the sit rep. Some idiots blew the building at the top of them. Woke the whole hive. Koda in particular paled at that. He was already having difficulty with small bugs. These ones were large, sentient, and hell-bent on killing humanity. And they were angry. Dare gestured through a window, "Down there. That's the superintendent. The AI that runs every system in the city. My mission. Our mission is to secure the superintendent's data." Izuku commented, "Seems straightforward." Dare nodded, but then elaborated the issue. "Problem is there's only one way in from here. Right through the hive." Walking down towards the far door, she continued, "It would have been suicide to go alone. I was hoping for more backup, but I guess you're it." Pausing near the door, she guessed, "You've been solo since we dropped. Fighting on the surface?" With a nod, Izuku agreed to that. "Yes, ma'am." Turning back to look at him, she stated, more thinking aloud than actually speaking to him. "Unless you spent all night in your pod, you must really know your stuff." Gripping her pistol, primed for combat, she grinned slyly. "Show me." That started to cheer up the rest. Izuku wouldn't be fighting alone, they had a goal and would be working together. No backstabbing later, it was do or die. And they would do it. Hoofing it, the two made their way through the halls of the underground facility, quickly dispatching the first group of hostiles, Brute included. At the end of the engagement, Izuku picked up the needle gun again, before firing a whole cluster into the last grunt, who then exploded in a violet blast. "Those things explode?" Denki asked. A sentiment the rest agreed with, as they watched in awe how he fought. Of course, they were impressed the whole time, but seeing him do so quickly, that was new. The two continued on, Izuku tossing a grenade into a group of jackals, a few, while the Brute lost his armor to a few well-placed pistol shots. The Brute punched her, knocking her down, back on the ground, before she aimed her pistol and killed it with a clean shot to the head. Helping her up, she didn't thank him immediately, instead pulling the greenette out of the way of a plasma shot from a bugger, which she killed soon after. As the two forged onwards, she stated, "Something tells me you aren't actually a rookie." Then, though, she found a door she was looking for. Here, Trooper through the door. It led to an elevator, since broken. They had no choice but to jump. And when Izuku did, he landed badly. Not breaking bone, but certainly bruising something. Ow! There were medkits attached to the wall, and he quickly took one and applied some mild anesthetic. There would be time to properly patch up later. The audience all cringed at the impact noise from the drop. It really sounded like it hurt. He was about to continue on, when he noticed an alien weapons crate to his left, containing a large, bladed weapon. He immediately dropped the needle weapon for this one, hefting it in both arms. Each shot resulted in an explosion, as it devastated the next Covenant force. The shield-bearing enemies went flying, even as the shots hit the shields directly, the brute's energy shields not taking much before the armor broke. One even tried to rush, but Izuku just flicked the blade into its head, killing it with a single hit. It was a monster. But it was then when they reached the hive. There were more crates ahead with rifle-based weapons, and he took the carbine from earlier. Dare led him up an elevator, up to a series of catwalks, where the majority of the hive structures were. The blonde woman gave an order to be fast and quiet, but it was unlikely that would last. They ran through the area, trying to be as quick as possible before they were swarmed. Each shot from Izuku's rifle put down a bugger, but more kept coming. They couldn't fight off a whole hive, so they ran and shot at the same time, clearing a path. Dare called out, "We can't go back, we have to keep pushing through." Finally, she led them through a door, and down another drop, this one not so bad. Before they reached the bridge to the data center. Dropping onto this bridge, they approached the structure, only to find 3 brutes waiting outside. The one with the ornate hammer, and with a massive hammer on his back, called to it. "Open this door, traitor." However, Virgil responded back with the most out-of-character quote ever. "Spay and neuter your pets. Your dogs are your responsibility." The audience was dumbfounded. Jiru, not believing her enhanced ears, asked Ochako, Did that AI just tell them to castrate themselves?" "I think it did. And I respect the hell out of it for that." The brunette whispered back, in awe. A few of the excitable boys laughed at the insult, just in time to see Izuku throw more plasma grenades, sticking one, barely missing the chief of them, who dodged out of the way. Then chucked a second one which stuck to the next brute, barely missing the big one. However, the big one turned and walked towards him, menacingly. He didn't see this human as a threat as he stated, by the prophets. "You will pay for your insolence." The shields on this one were overcharged, as a sickly green light covered the brute, before he attempted to hit Izuku. The soldier ducked out of the way, before using the weapon to strike the base of the spine just above the legs. Just in time for the shield to run out. He basically crippled a brute with one attack, causing the beast to fall to the ground in pain. That single hit caused Dare to actually praise him. "Wow. You do know your stuff." However, Izuku found the hammer left behind, and decided to trade the grenade launcher for it. Hefting it, most of the boys found themselves jealous that they'd never get to wield such a weapon. Walking up to the structure, Midoriya heard the telltale sign that Virgil granted access, as the door clicked, and it stated, "Welcome, access granted." The whole audience watched, enraptured, as Midoriya and Dare opened the outer door of the data center, and walked down the small corridor. The lights were out, but security sensors were still enabled, making small walls of light. Going beyond, the two entered the room. It was completely dark, save the small, blinking lights of the servers within the data center. Dare paused, before activating a flashlight attached to the barrel of her pistol. Angling it at the main hub, there was a section missing, and an alien noise emanated from within. A familiar one, of chirps and whistles. Quickly, the greenette put his hand in front of the barrel, forcing it down, and shaking his head. Looking back up, he whistled, causing the creature to poke its eel-like head out, and revealing its unique form. Unlike the combative, humanoid aliens, this one floated out before going back into the machine. Dare, surprised at the care he had for the alien, gave her 2 cents. "We've seen them before on other ops, but never gotten this close." Mina looked at it with a bit of trepidation. All of them did. While the alien-obsessed Pinkette normally liked cute things, this was part of the group that tried to exterminate humanity. Setting her pistol down, she continued, "Best we can tell. They're prisoners. Slaves, we don't know. But they don't like the Covenant any more than we do." The alien had come out from its cover and approached the duo, having seemingly accepted their gesture of peace. Dare rubbed its head, as if stroking the head of a cat, and it leaned into the touch. Now that made the audience relax. Not all aliens are the same. It was actually a habit they'd fallen into. Many, based on Izuku's quirk status, assumed he couldn't do anything. It wasn't from a place of malice. Well, maybe except for Bakugo, but it was just a fact. But this Izuku proved them wrong. For the most part. Him and all the characters in this fracture. Master Chief, Buck, all of them had fought and survived against enemies that they themselves would be very hard-pressed to beat. Although, some lessons were harder to learn than others. And some people were more stubborn in their beliefs too. Beeping from a nearby console alerted the unusual trio to the arrival of enemy forces. Through the roof of the underground cavern, multiple brutes flew down with jetpacks. Dare cursed, Diamin. Buggers must have raised the alarm. Most of them tensed, realizing that conflict was on the horizon. However, they were surprised when the camera moved and focused on another ODST arriving at the other end of the hall. Their armor was hard to make up, considering it was covered in green bugger guts. That caused quite a few people to cringe in disgust, but the Dare recognized who it was immediately, shouting through her comms, "Buck?" The gunnery sergeant tapped the comms on the side of his helm, "Veronica? Where are you?" Replying, it was clear the captain had a plan. "Data center, but we're coming out." That threw the man for a loop. No time to explain, but do not, I repeat, do not shoot anything pink. Mina, herself, cheered the group on. As the pink member of the audience, it was cool to hear that be their version of solidarity. He looked up to the closest camera before replying, "Whatever you say, just come on." Focusing back on Dare and Izuku, she stated as the captain walked over and retrieved her pistol, checking the chamber and releasing the slide with satisfaction. "Those brutes are here for the engineer. They'll kill it if they get the chance." Turning to the alien, she gently gestured, "You, stay behind me." "Okay." The Chaco cooed. "It's almost like a kitten. Adorable." Mina agreed while most were still kinda wary. The engineer only made a cooing sound, which was enough for her. Nodding to Izuku, he nodded back, preparing to move back through the door, shotgun at the ready. As soon as Izuku led their way out of the data center, the audience tensed again as they heard the sound of jetpacks from above. One landed on a support beam, immediately firing their weapon at him, but Izuku fired back, ducking out of the way. The pellets landed, but didn't break the shields. The range of Izuku's gun was too short. Instead, he primed and threw an alien grenade, which stuck to the side of the beam, just under their legs. Turning away, he didn't see the explosion, but heard the cry of pain from the enemy alien. However, before it stuck, the alien launched a large round device, which cast a lot of light around the area, nearly blinding him, and the reason for him turning away. With the next shot, he broke the armor of the next one to land. Before slugging it in the face, he turned to the next one and fired again. "Yeah, you go Mito." Kaminari cheered, Zero also giving his support next to him. However, this brute went berserk, backhanding him in the face, launching him into the banister, and almost over the edge. Getting up, it was about to launch itself at the engineer when Izuku blasted him in the back, finally putting the brute down. The audience was in high spirits from this. Considering these massive brutes, these aliens weren't stopping him. It was almost like he could do this without issue. Even after he was knocked down, he got back up, didn't give up, and did what needed to be done. It was awe-inspiring. As he reloaded the shotgun, a Covenant dropship flew down to the side. The Greenette tried to move up, even throwing another spike grenade, which detonated into a cascade of metal spikes and shrapnel. However, the turret on the side of the dropship opened fire, cascading into him and knocking him to the ground in blasts of superheated plasma. He even shouted out in pain before crawling behind a crate for cover. Recovering from that, he holstered the shotgun. Instead, he hefted the comically large hammer, the one he stole from the brute outside the vault. Many of the boys in the audience grinned with glee. That thing looked awesome, and he was about to show it off. Yagi himself was interested in the hammer. After all, the brute didn't think it was worth using against a person, indicating the level of power it has. But now, with few allies, most of which behind his position, this should be good. And good was an understatement. As the dropships flew off, Izuku charged, slamming the hammer down, causing many of the aliens to go flying, and crushing the one who was the main recipient into paste. Continuing on, he continued to swing, methodically and wildly, causing chaos as he rampaged through. A squad more invested in killing Buck received the worst one, the brute in charge crushed even with his armor, all while the others fell due to the sheer tremors caused by the weapon. It was certainly a way to go. The entire audience's jaws were slack in shock, save Aizawa, but he's as cold-hearted as they come. Bakugo especially. He went through enemies faster than he possibly could, with less strain on his body. It infuriated him like nothing else. Shoto was in shock knowing that Hammer was capable of defeating his ice. Buck called out, "Rookie, through this door?" However, Izuku paused and replaced his shotgun with a beam rifle, valuing the longer range that provided. Dropping down after the engineer, he was careful to not land on his injured leg. It was dark, but his visor pointed out the sheer amount of buggers, huddling on the roof, asleep. Carefully, he reached towards the first aid kit on his left, and patched up his leg as his superior officers followed. Buck, though, was able to speak through his comms, without alerting the swarm. About this. Feel free to fill me in whenever. However, the captain was not wanting to wake the hive by accident, as her helmet had been lost long ago, hissing to him, "Not now, Buck." Koda shivered in his seat as he watched them creep past the human-sized insects, his fear making him glad that he wasn't there. Most of the audience was in agreement, although not nearly to the same degree. Making it out of the dark hall into one not filled with alien bugs, the quartet made their way to a locked door. Buck stated the obvious as if it wasn't before, "Doors locked, in." He took position on the left side of the door, while Dare took the right. "Don't worry. We have a key." The alien, noted on Izuku's HUD as Viargel, moved to the door and began to bypass it in its unique method for doing so. While the green didn't have an angle of the door, the engineer used its fine cilia to delicately and directly interface with the electronics, manipulating them as if it was clay. While it did so, Buck relaxed, asking, "I've seen hundreds of these things today. Why is this one so important?" A valid question, but one the class already knew the answer to. If anything, it showed how secret this was. Dare was indeed from naval intelligence, after all. This engineer knows what the Covenant's after. If I could safely capture more of them, I would. What they know could win the war. Now that was being hopeful. If the Covenant was on Earth, most hope would be lost. But then they remembered what she said. That the Master Chief would save humanity. Then, this engineer would give him the intel needed to make the final effort. However, Buck's reaction was both realizing that truth, or an aspect of it, and remorseful. "Oh." Catching that, Veronica asked, accusingly, "You haven't killed any of them, have you?" "No." After an awkward pause. One which Dare stared at him until he cracked. This would have been funny if the situation and what they were talking about wasn't horrifying in concept. Well, maybe one or two. "Nice work." The flat tone indicated her annoyance, but Buck had a reasonable comeback. "Well, how was I supposed to know?" Fortunately, Izuku didn't have to interject, as the engineer was able to open the door, allowing them access. The audience didn't know what to make of this, so they remained silent. The next hall was also filled with buggers, but Izuku elected to sneak past them like before. Buck, however, instead opened fire, trying to vent his frustration. It worked, as they mopped up the buggers with little issue. They reached an elevator, leading to the surface. Entering it and pressing the button, Izuku relaxed. For a moment, the audience was relieved by the fact that they had made it that far. But where would they go? Where was the rest of the squad? How would they escape? Those questions lingered as the scene changed. Buck took off his helm, and finally was able to smell the engineer without the air filters changing things. Recoiled, attempting to block his nose with the hand holding his helmet. "Oh, but this thing stinks. Kinda reminds me of." Now, that statement alone would have gotten a few laughs, as it broke the tension of the scene, but the fact that Buck was immediately punched by Dare, therefore stopping the punchline, made everyone laugh a small chuckle. Clutching his jaw, still reeling from the blow, he turned back. "What was that for?" Her voice was level. "Abandoning the mission." However, the GS was incensed by that claim. "What mission? You dropped off the grid, my squad was scattered." However, That statement was then interrupted as Dare clambered onto him and locked lips. For a full 30 seconds, they kissed, causing both to relax a bit, to the cheer of the matchmaking duo. Curiosity lined his voice as Buck asked, "Dot and that? For coming back?" Dare smiled, locking her eyes with his own. The view then turned to the engineer and Izuku, who looked at it, not wanting to watch the NTMT scene. Looking back at them as Dare stated to the rookie, "Thank you," while Buck coughed as if distancing himself from the elevator romance. "You did good, rookie, no doubt." Leaning down, he picked up his helmet and stated, "We're not out of this yet." The elevator stopped, and the doors opened. Now that the action was returning to the forefront, everyone paid rapt attention. This would be the final stretch. The first thing he stated was a suggestion. "Captain, how about you hang back, let us clear a path?" Agreed. They were now in sync, and it was clear why Dare chose Buck's squad. They were compatible, but it was very, very situational. "I'll stay with the asset, give it some cover." Exiting the building, it was now daytime. Moving forward, they followed the road, coming across a square with a hovering platform. Quickly, the two blitzed through it, taking down every kind of alien, save buggers. They seemed to stay underground, to the relief of the audience. After taking them all down, Buck called out, "Captain, let's move." However, she was questioning the same thing the audience was, "Where is it we're going exactly?" On a dime, he answered the question, and it had logic to it. Waterfront highway, fastest way out of the city. While trying to move, Buck complained about how slow it was going. "Can't that thing go any faster?" Dare, surprisingly, was the most empathetic. "All the shooting. It's scared." Ochako and Mina could sympathize. The alien was very much similar to a puppy, just wanting to be helpful and not happy to be the cause of suffering. "Want me to give it a little push?" The thought of a grown soldier giving a floating alien a push was quite a humorous suggestion, if the giggles in the audience were any indication. The reply was a bit garbled, due to Izuku going a bit ahead from the others, and the radio not quite picking it up. Reaching a building with an unlocked door, Buck stated, "Through there. Let the alien power up the elevator inside." After doing just that, he said, "Hit the button, rookie." Taking the elevator up, towards one of the building exits to the highway. Reaching the location, he found the three-person car he left parked before. Covenant ships could be seen high in the sky, moving in from faster-than-light travel into planetary orbit. Dare pointed up to the closest ship, asking, "When did this happen?" "They started showing up just before I went underground." He put his rifle over his back, it magnetizing there. A feature many appreciated as a good utility, potentially for hero gear. "And you waited until now to tell me?" she asked dryly, clearly unimpressed with that. He should know that she valued intel like that. Taking his helmet off, he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was busy making sure perfume here didn't take a round and blow us all up." In the background of the scene, Izuku looked at the engineer, while asking, "Really? They're doing this now?" Meanwhile, Dare closed the distance, his sarcastic remark biting deep. "Eddie Buck, always thinking with his gun, you haven't changed one bit." "Me?" He put a hand over his chest before pointing to her. "What about you?" "Oh, so full of ONI secrets that you can't give a guy a yes or no answer." "To be honest, this is the drama I didn't know I needed," Toru whispered to Mina, who was also latching onto it. "That's not fair," Dare replied, her gaze icy as Buck prepared his simple answer. "You got that right. I didn't think I would even see you again." Dare replied, her voice laden with concern, while Izuku, in the background, looked around, confused. He tried to call out to them. "Guys?" Jiru realized why he was looking around. "Wait, where's the alien?" However, the two lovers weren't done arguing. Buck, not sure what to say to that confession, just said what was on his mind. "Yeah? Well." He gestured widely. "Here I am." Now that got laughs from the audience at the playfulness of Buck contrasting with the seriousness of Dare. Until there was a crack of thunder as a new Covenant cruiser entered the atmosphere from FTL. That brought the couple back on track, Dare stating, "We need to move." Or were you too busy to find an exit? Buck countered, I stole a Phantom, yes, thank you. I hid it in the shipyards down the highway. Looking at his chain gun-mounted car, he stated, but I've only got room for 2, that thing's going to have to sit on your lap. He pointed to where it was before. Yet the alien was gone. Izuku looked to them, I was trying to tell you. Meanwhile, Dare was going into a full-blown panic, interrupting Izuku's words, the engineer. Where did it? Jiraiya frowned, now they notice. While everyone else was worried, Momo had a guess, but didn't want to be wrong. Interrupting that thought, a large human vehicle rumbled to life, catching them off guard. Turning to it, the top hatch opened up, and one of the engineer's tendrils scrunched as it honked the horn. Immediately running to it, Dare called back, cover me, and try to keep up. Shaking his head slightly, Buck turned to Izuku. Take my advice, rookie, you ever fall for a woman? Make sure she's got ball. He nodded to them, and he moved towards the car. Meanwhile, Izuku just glanced at the garbage truck, before looking back in Buck's direction. Not sure what to make of that. He whispered to himself, before following right behind him. Now that got a few confused looks, as most of the kids turned to the adults in the room, wanting an answer. Yagi coughed before giving his thoughts, having spoken to military men before, some of them appreciate those who are just as resolute and tough as they are. I think that's what he means. Ochako thought about that statement, then realized that Jiraiya was basically like that already. Maybe she could take note on how to be a bit more confident. While the brunette was friendly, there were times where confidence failed her. Just food for thought. Meanwhile, Izuku ran to the warthog. Take the wheel, rookie, I've got shotgun. Getting in the driver's seat, the greenette immediately turned on the car and tested the pedal. The first few meters were choppy, but they became smoother as he acclimated to it. As they started, Buck called out, Hey, Captain? Pick a lane. The reason why was obvious. Their transport steamrolled anything that got in its way. However, Dare had her own complaints. It's a little crowded in here. Hey, watch where you put that. Mineta drooled, as if imagining the engineer doing things to Dare within the vehicle, while the rest laughed at the joke. However, those close to the sphere-haired boy leaned away, as if avoiding catching whatever mental sickness he had. Soon, their attention was drawn back to the action as Izuku mercilessly ran over a few of the smaller aliens, not caring to slow down or avoid them, while Buck shot at them with the rear-mounted chain gun. All in all, it looked fun. Passing through a gate, they found the shield ones ahead. Running them over, having Buck shoot them, it didn't matter as the pair carefully took down each one with the grace of a bull in a china shop. After a few moments, though, Buck called out, noticing something happening to their vehicle. Oh, what just happened? I think the engineer extended its shields. I don't know how tough the shields are, so stay close. The group tensed, except for Aizawa, who still just looked on with apathy. It was proving impossible to work with him at this point, so Yagi didn't try. At least not now, to convince him to care. Don't worry, we got you covered. Buck replied back, Izuku too focused on driving and not crashing. They pressed forward, until they reached a locked door. Dare called through the comms. The Covenant must have shut these doors. Give the engineer a moment to override the lock. The doors opened and they continued, and each stretch of road was more perilous than the last, as new and ever more lethal enemies joined the fray. Even a swarm of buggers flew out to intercept the car, as Izuku attempted to keep them away by putting his pedal to the metal. With every shot taken, the vehicle looked ever more beat up. The window shattered, the bumper warped, and the wheels becoming rickety. Tension ran high as they started encountering Covenant vehicles, with a group of single-rider vehicles with front-facing guns hovered over to them. Despite the front armor they had, Izuku was able to drive past them, opening up the exposed drivers to Buck's hail of chain gun fire. Getting through the next door with smoke coming out of the bonnet, his Sarge called out, Hey, hold up. He had noticed a vehicle in the next locked section, in good condition. It's a Gauss hog. Change vehicles. Same deal, trooper, you drive, I shoot. Gauss? Mina asked, curious. Many others had the same question in their minds, too. Momo did answer that question. There is a famous mathematician named Carl Friedrich Gauss, commonly known as the Prince of Modern Mathematics. But I fail to see how that's related to the weapon on the back. Ochako looked over it too. It seems to be one long cannon instead of a minigun like the last one. Wait. However, their attention turned back to the screen when the doors opened yet again, and Izuku put the pedal to the floor. Seeing more enemy vehicles ahead, they were surprised to see the cannon shot one projectile nearly instantaneously. It's a magnetically accelerated cannon. Momo gasped, recognizing it from her research. Cool. Denki said in awe before asking, what does that mean? It's a cannon that fires one large magnetic piece of metal faster than the speed of light by magnetizing it. Ochako explained for Momo, who was surprised she knew of such things. It was proposed to be a way to launch ships into space. But the tech's just not quite there yet. Siro looked at the brunette surprised. This tech actually exists? Momo nodded, explaining to him, yes. It's been in development since before the dawn of quirks, but it's hard to find information before the dawn. However, it's still rudimentary in design. It hasn't really been expanded on due to quirks and support gear taking precedence. However, when the gun fired one shot every few seconds, it then detonated the first vehicle after two. These vehicles didn't stand a chance against this particular cannon. It was then that the flying ones tried their luck, raining plasma from above. Buck aimed up and shot one out of the sky in a succession of 3 well-aimed shots. Continuing onward, purple metal kept exploding as they advanced. Isn't this going a bit too well? Mineta asked before everyone told him to hush. After all, best not to bait bad luck, right? Well, unfortunately, it seems that Mineta had done just that as there were more vehicles, as well as a massive artillery tank in the distance. On top of the fact that a large 4-legged Covenant machine leaped out of the water, which Dare called out, Buck, Scarab. I see it must have dropped off from one of those cruisers. Just keep driving, it hadn't spotted us. Small consolation at least. It seemed more interested with going into the city. As the two ODSTs disabled the artillery, Dare asked them, how did you make it down the highway in one piece? There were a lot less Covenant last night. That was all Buck would say, as he focused on the last few flying vehicles. If the presence of the Scarab was enough to make people nervous, what lay beyond the door made everyone giddy. There it was in all its glory, a tank. One that Dare pointed out to them. I see a Scorpion tank ahead. We'll need the extra firepower. Izuku immediately pulled up, got out, and into the tank's canopy, with direct control of the main turret. All of the boys were in awe, gleefully wanting to see the upcoming carnage. Oh hell yes. Ochako in particular was ecstatic. Kill those alien bestas, Midoriya. The colorful language caught the others off guard, but they were just as invested, too much to care. Meanwhile, Bakugo was grinding his teeth. Why did Deku get to use a goddamn tank? His job was explosions, not Deku. It irritated him to no end to watch him board the vehicle. Buck, meanwhile, got in a front turret. As soon as the door opened, Izuku fired at the first vehicle he could see, a Covenant dropship. After a few moments, Buck called out, "Get the DM in turret." Turning, he saw a copper-colored turret emplacement firing on Dare's vehicle and quickly reduced that problem to twisted and burning metal. Following the street, he did the same to another artillery piece, also bronze-colored, which fired multiple green projectiles instead of a slow purple one. After that, it was time for the sky vehicles yet again. While he missed a few times, most of his shots did take them out of the sky in bright explosions of purple. Hell yeah! Was the cry of many boys in the group, Yagi cheering on with them. The boy was being very inspirational. Continuing down the highway, there were more vehicles, and he even started destroying the dropships, which at this point, were very heavily armored. However, Buck was more worried about the Covenant reinforcements. Covenant carrier, 10 o'clock high. Look at the size of that thing. It was then that the audience saw it too, just peeking out of the clouds. It was indeed massive, taking up most of their view. It was clear the soldiers had to move fast. Be ready, there's more. Buck called as they now found lots and lots of infantry to kill. The cannon shots decimated squads, but more were following behind. A scarab leapt from the water, climbing over, just as the Covenant ship before charged up a massive energy beam, lancing to the surface. Buck cursed that, damn it no! They're going to burn the city, then glass the planet. Covenant beasts, it's just like Reach all over again. The emotional outburst immediately reminded them of what kind of odds humanity faced here. Insurmountable, with countless dead. The way he said Reach indicated that it was another world, just like Earth. Dare tried to comfort him. You made it out of there, we'll make it out of here. Okay. He paused before contacting his squad. Mickey, you read me? Change of plans, you're coming to us. The soldier protested on the other end of the line. Sky's kinda crowded, Gunny. He cut off the man. There's no other way. The Covenant just wasted the highway. We're going to keep rolling as far as we can. Just get airborne, and fly the Phantom to my beacon. However, the man was not resistant to that at all. Understood. Buck warned him before signing off. Whatever you do, stay clear of that carrier. At least they have a way out. Azui said, I would be more than a little afraid in that situation, Caro. I get what you mean, Jiraiya replied, because they're really not in a safe place at the moment. The next stretch of road was quiet, but Midoriya made sure all of the floating platforms were taken down. No need for surprises after all. Yet another scarab climbed out of the water. But things were different. It slowed down, Buck calling out to Dare, Scarab, this one's onto us. The tank crew tried to get its attention on them, a brave and reckless act, but it was intent on its primary target. Dare stated, we're going too fast, we can't stop. As the alien monstrosity turned and aimed its front cannon at the large vehicle, before emitting a large, green plasma beam on it for a few seconds. Horror crept into the audience as they saw this, hoping that the two occupants were all right. Buck and Izuku both called out, Veronica, are you all right? And, are you okay? Fortunately, Dare seemed fine. The acid. It's all right. Screw the alien, what about you? Buck called out, less interested in mission ops at the moment as they drove it off through cannon fire. Not that it did much, but it did turn and head into the city. This garbage truck's had it. Dare said as they pulled into the next stretch of road. That's a garbage truck? Kirishima asked, incredulously. He had been quietly cheering them on, but couldn't believe that at all. Yeah, way more durable than ours. Well, it is the future after all. Momo said diplomatically. Fortunately, there was a turnoff, as Buck ordered Izuku to take the next off-ramp. I see a building, north side of the highway. We'll hold up there, wait for evac. Sensible advice. Yagi stated, if you cannot continue, find a place to reinforce. However, that meant abandoning the tank, as roadblocks made it impossible to traverse any further. As they advanced, weapons drawn, to the building, Buck gave a suggestion. Veronica, wait here. Rookie, let's secure that building. I get I'm new, but can you at least call me Izuku? The trooper replied back. Maybe after this, Rookie. Buck replied, a hint of humor on his voice. When they made it up the stairs, to the uplift reserve, all they found were two of the smaller grunt aliens, sleeping on the floor. Approaching them, Izuku bludgeoned them with the underside of his alien gun. It knocked their gas tanks off, causing blue gas to escape, killing them in the process. What are they breathing? Ochako asked, curious about alien life such as that. I'm not sure. Their blood is blue, which indicates it's at least something other than the oxygen-nitrogen environment we take advantage of. Momo replied, just as curious. Area secure, Veronica. Come to us, we'll cover you. Meanwhile, as Buck called out, Izuku took stock of the weapons. Lots of SMGs, pistols, and even a rocket launcher, although he didn't take it. Taking an SMG over the alien gun, he exited the building as Buck put a few rounds into one of the alien corpses. Mickey, what's your... Had to reroute? The whole Diamond City's on fire. However, Veronica stated clearly, Trooper, I have a Tier 1 asset and a whole bunch of Covenant that want it dead. Whatever you do, step on it. Yes, ma'am. The comms went dead as Dare and the engineer made it to their position. Buck reminded them, no prisoners, No mistakes, and no quarter. Yes, sir. Izuku stated, just as a distinct sound came over the air. The audience tensed up as the action was going to begin soon. It would start with one, but escalate. Hostile phantoms coming in. Izuku steadied himself against a pillar before aiming down the sight at where a bunch of aliens landed, at the other end of the plaza. His SMG wasn't designed for that distance, its small rounds unable to do much there. But all he had to do was wait a bit for the reticle to turn red. With a burst, he took down the first grunt easily. Easily enough for Buck to compliment him, good work. Jiraiya was glad that his gun of preference was silenced, even if it didn't do much in the long term. Thanks. Aiming a bit further, he took down another couple, before ducking back as superheated spikes flew past his previous position. Brutes here. Right. However, before Buck could move from his position, an alien called out, "Catch!" before a grenade stuck to his armor pack. Ducking out of the plasma fire, the GS asked, "Is something burning?" While there were a couple of laughs, the audience was more concerned with his life being on the line. "Your pack!" Izuku called out, giving suppressing fire as Buck took off the pack and barely got out of lethal range. Charging forward, he peppered the brute with shots as Buck recovered, hoping the gambit was enough to get their attention on him. And it worked as the armor broke off, and he went mental. Fire on the crazy Bisudi. But the warning was too late as the alien went down under Izuku's assault. Already done. Reloading. Orbs of green energy flew into the building at rapid speed, exploding on contact with a pillar. Not destroying it outright, but certainly causing a lot of damage. Come on. You can do it. Every normal person hoped he would succeed, as a pack of brutes arrived, forcing them inside, and nearly killing the engineer with a direct impact. Tossing a grenade, he sprayed and prayed, killing multiple of them with a single blast, and downing the rest with his SMG. One of them had the alien rocket launcher, which Izuku picked up and gave to Dare. "Here, you need the firepower." She grinned, "Thanks," and took it gladly, before the greenette dived back into the action. Another phantom arrived, dropping off a bunch of jackals. With precise bursts, he tried to take them down before they were noticed, but they had the better range with their alien rifles. Green bolts whizzed past, making it impossible to keep his head in the open. Killing the first wave, he took a beam rifle and scanned the environment, before noticing a sniper in the distance. However, before he could take him down, a massive, armored alien, unlike anything the audience had ever seen, lumbered into view. It groaned before firing a long lance of plasma. While behind cover, Izuku pulled out a gravity hammer. The boys saw what his plan was and cheered him on. "Bring the pain, Midoriya. Show those aliens what you can do." However, the first blow was deflected by the alien's large shield. Parried, it swung at him, launching him back and into the stairs. His health bar indicated that it had done a lot of damage. But the next swing was all it took to pulverize the alien. Before its brother roared a challenge and charged forward, trying to take his head off. Before it could, however, Izuku smashed the hammer into its chest, making the alien fly back. It didn't get up. With the area secure, the rookie aimed and fired, killing the sniper in a single shot. The majority cheered, while others remained quiet. Jiraiya was one such individual, who was starting to, finally, put the pieces together. The angel said that he would be caught up with us. But he was punished for breaking curfew. No, this isn't just an Izuku. It's our Izuku forced to go through this. But we have to wait for him to come back first. Rummaging around, the greenette found a med pack and patched himself up. Picking up an SMG, he bolted out of the main building after hearing alien artillery begin to strike the building. A phantom arrived again, dropping off only brutes. Oh, we got trouble. You think? Izuku asked while Dare reported, "Wraiths on the highway. That's not good." Noticing many of the brutes using jetpacks to get to them as quick as possible, he cursed, "Mike Foxtrot." That got a few laughs, but more were confused. Even Aizawa was, but Yagi seemed to know. With expectant gazes on him, he stated, "Well, it's a military term. You know, you're not supposed to swear in the military." Many do, regardless, but some use call signs to express it too. Mike Foxtrot. Guess which one he's referring to? Now they got more chuckles. One by one, Izuku took them down, eventually replacing the SMG with a plasma rifle, which seemed better at shredding brute shields. Continuing to use cover, he barely dodged a spike grenade which landed where he would have been moments before, exploding in a rain of hot spikes. Getting mad, he focused the brute that threw it, cutting him down before the rifle ran out of shots. Tossing it aside, he picked up one of the alien rifles, called a carbine by the HUD, and continued to rain fire on the remaining aliens, with Buck pointing out, "We got one with a hammer." They tensed, realizing that this would be a hammer duel eventually, if it got that far. Spending the last shots on the chieftain, he dropped it for the spike-based machine gun the brutes favored, until it turned green. Stopping his fire, he was forced to retreat as the alien charged him, hammer at the ready. Getting to a set of stairs, he pulled out the hammer. And waited, until it was almost there. Then the green glow dissipated. Smiling, Izuku cried out as he swung the hammer down with all his might, launching the brute far, and killing him on impact. The emotions of the audience were infectious, especially with how easily Izuku, Buck and Dare had kept the other alien, the engineer, alive. Soon enough, 3 new ID tags could be seen on the HUD. It was the rest of Buck's squad. They had arrived, and were now finding a place to land. "Yeehaw, light 'em up, boys," Mickey called out, clearly on an adrenaline high. He was normally too demure to act like this. "Romeo, take the one on the left," Dutch called out, swiveling his gun to the opposite one, and opening fire. Meanwhile, Romeo agreed, "All right, just keep her steady." Laughing, Izuku told Buck, "Man, am I glad to see them." "Too true, rookie." He patted the soldier's shoulder. Although to them, he said, "Careful." Dare walked past the 2 of them, leading the engineer onward. "They make one hell of a team. Just nice to know they really follow through." Buck sighed, relaxing and ready to get out of here. The group walked to the Phantom's landing location, Izuku going first. At the back side of the vehicle, a port opened up, and a purple glow emanated from within. Dutch lowered from it, and immediately locking his eyes onto their alien companion. "That thing's safe. Long as it don't get hit." A boom interrupted their conversation as another carrier arrived into the system, right above their location. They had to leave now. Izuku turned back to Dutch. "What do we do now?" Meanwhile, the engineers saw the commandeered Phantom and recoiled. It thought they were going back to the Covenant, and considering what fate awaited it there was good reason for it to be afraid. "They're scaring the poor guy," Mina said, sympathetic, as if looking at a dog who didn't want to go to the vet. Dare tried to pull it along, but despite the fact it didn't have legs, it was really stubborn. She looked to Buck, who shook his head, "On nuts." Getting behind the alien, he actually shoved it along, none too gently, but enough to get it to the gravity lift. Looking at the other 2 soldiers, Buck shrugged. "What can I say? It was a hell of a night." However, Izuku pointed out, "Sir, it's charging its glassing beam." "Right you are, let's get out of here." Getting up the gravity lift, the Phantom sped away, just as the beam hit the Uplift Reserve building where they were at. The screen darkened, and the theater's lights turned on. Before it shifted back to showing their host. "Well, what do you think? A thrilling escape for that squad of soldiers, no?" "Hell yeah. There were explosions, tanks, everything." Zero said, Denki agreeing with that. Meanwhile, Jiru narrowed her eyes. "How is Green going to keep up with us? We just saw a version of him just steamroll through a bunch of aliens. And he wasn't here." She smiled. "Oh? That's simple. His punishment was to go through this fracture. Front row seat, might I add?" The audience's whispers turned to silence. Yagi himself was furious. "What?" "You heard me perfectly clear, Toshinori. But do not concern yourself. He was never in immediate danger, because I would not let him die." Paused before stating, "Now would be a wonderful time for concessions, don't you agree? Besides, Izuku is eager to go back to you. Well, most of you." The screen changed, showing what it always did. This time, it stated, Loading new fracture. Sword of Damocles. Sword of Damocles. Denki asked, confused by the name. None of the students understood the reference. Not even the knowledgeable Momo did, which gave an impression of unease. However, it soon shifted to a name. Subject: Apollyon. Alignment: chaotic neutral. Role: Sword of Damocles vigilante legal villain. Now that made everyone pause. A new villain. Well, vigilante, technically, and someone who broke the law. But that was something to worry about later. For now, they needed to know one thing. Was Izuku Midoriya alright after all of that? Exiting the theater, there was much concern. For Izuku, he just went through a whole lot of dangerous, traumatic combat against genocidal aliens. And he'd be returning to them in a weak body. Most of them wanted him to be able to recover. Nate Penn, their concessionist, was waiting in the room, wearing his uniform. But it was less orderly. The sleeves weren't folded in with cufflinks, completely unbuttoned, and the shirt wasn't buttoned to the top. His vest was only buttoned at one spot too. He generally seemed a little worse for wear, leaning on a staff for support. It was clear that he was injured as he tried to lean off of, but it had some unique details. For one, a rather large hinge was in the center, and the top had a branch fork off at a 45-degree angle. Neither connected to anything, but could if the right item was there. Before they could ask about him, as a bright light obfuscated their vision, only for a moment as a large figure arrived in the room. Their host herself deigned to visit them. Of course, this is the first time that I have met you face to face. She smiled, her calm, serene smile. But her eyes pierced through each of them. If her presence on screen was intimidating, everyone could feel her sheer power now. She stood far, far taller than all of them, making the height of the ceiling justified, at a sheer 18 foot tall. While some people could get to taller heights, it was due to a transformation aspect of their quirk. Not a natural height. She held onto a large staff, which was topped by a crossguard. Flowing down from it were two banners, distinct from each other. The banner on her left went from purple, to red, to orange. Symbols made from dark string was ornately added, with a simple swirl on one, a Greek omega symbol, and a cross made from a circle with round holes in 4 places. On the other side was yellow fabric, transitioning to green to blue. With their own symbols, a simple lightning bolt, an ankh, and a cross made from diamonds. With a perfect square in the center, angled at a 45 degrees angle. They clearly represented important parts of this being, for it to be separate. Yet carried. Her dress was the same as before, but more details could be seen this time. While the dress's sleeves stopped midway through her upper arm. But there was flowing cloth that went down from there, sewn together with intricate, yet simple designs. There were tassels flowing from the edge, all the way down these strips of cloth. Her dress as a whole seamlessly flowed down to the floor, hiding her anything below the neck. Sewn on the front was a single helix, framed by 2 lines, eventually leading to the ground. In each intersection point, there were little jagged points pointing to the interior from those connections. Her look was full of meaning, at least for those who looked. But right now, the audience was far more worried for a very particular reason. Realizing why, her smile deepened. Be not afraid. I am here to return your friend. Gesturing to her left with her free hand, there was another flash of light. And Izuku stood next to her, in his pajamas. His eyes were blank for a moment, before he turned to look around rapidly. His breathing was rapid, until he saw those of whom had been friendly to him. Well done, Izuku. He froze before slowly looking up to her. You are free to join your peers. Wasting no time, he walked away from her, and towards Jairu and Ochako. He needed a rock to anchor to. And so far, they were the closest thing to it. Meanwhile, Ishido glared at their host. How could you make him go through that? I assure you. Her eyes glittered, staring down onto the pinkette, a dark shadow over her eyes. His soul was in no danger. There was nothing to worry about. Returning to her more peaceful emotion, the angel addressed her. Underling. Nate. I think it's time to clear the air. Don't you agree? Yeah. He didn't seem pleased, but at least wasn't outright hostile. His whispers broke the silence, carrying over the room. We had our differences, and we resolved them. My sentence shall be finished after your group finishes the viewings, and I'll be able to join you after a few. Try not to break the rules, and she won't have to. Glancing upward, he chose a diplomatic word. Enforce them. Well said, replied, before turning to the rest. I have other things to attend to, but the showings will continue in 15 minutes. Don't be late. In a flash of white light, she was gone, and the weight of divinity left with her. Sighing in relief, everyone turned to Izuku as he silently hugged Ochako. She was the first to be kind to him, genuinely. Those who could see his face saw tears flow silently down his cheeks. Reciprocating, the brunette did her best to soothe him, and the rest turned away from the NTMT scene. He had witnessed death, betrayal, and stress. For who knows how long. Their host even indicated that he was at no risk. But what did that mean exactly? She oversees worlds where he died, and likely where each of them has died at some point. The soul exists. Did he have to repeat that series of events until he won? That was the thought process of Yagi, who gathered the attention of the others. Listen what we saw. We must never speak of outside this place. It is a personal situation, and deserves that at least. I think we should try to move on. Nate. He addressed the concessionaire. Are you still serving food? I can. He nodded in agreement, before going to the bar and clumsily vaulting over it. Falling to the floor, he cried in pain slightly before standing up and brushing himself off. Sorry, I'm still healing. Looking over the rest, the dark brunette with a half-carven face asked, What would you like? Mina was not one to suffer the presence of bullies. That was her biggest personal rule, that she would stand up to them. And yet, this goddess, for lack of a better word, was exactly that. A bully. She could see it in her eyes, the way she talked, while evasive at times. She was proud of her choices. But how could she possibly take her down a peg, show that bullies like her are wrong, because if there's one thing she noticed so far, it's that the Bakugo person, the explosive blonde, was just like her. Beating down those who couldn't fight back, all for what? A sense of personal satisfaction? Control? Power? It sickened her, but she would try in the face of that regardless. Momo was sympathetic. Midoriya had gone through what most couldn't. How would she have reacted in his stead? Certainly not as quickly. Her biggest problem was her indecisiveness. And it showed. At every time. It was hard for her to choose what to do, yet he seemed so confident in his choices. It was no wonder that he broke down here, in relative safety. Not only that, but everyone was wary of their host now. She had proven that the punishments in her domain were swift, calculated, and mentally taxing, even if it didn't leave any scars, at least physically. I have no idea about the soul, Momo mused, before ordering a normal meal. Or at least, normal to her, in which many of her peers watched in disbelief. However, one detail that bothered her was that of the pink-skinned Mina Ashido. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes were deep in thought. Hatred almost, but it was there. Not of Izuku, her eyes seemed to soften at him and his friends as they continued to support him. No, she was thinking of Bakugo, with the quick glares she sent his way. And most likely their host had earned her ire. Hopefully she wouldn't do anything rash. Shoto Todoroki was not one to care about others' opinions. Being cold-hearted came naturally, since he had a much bigger problem to worry about. That being the crushing weight of expectation and his father. So when all of this, happened, he just thought to endure it. After all, this will be over quickly, right? This wouldn't matter. But then they started to watch. See the alternate timelines. And the lessons she was trying to impart. They had merit. The consequences of actions, how all people can be a hero. It only reinforced what he knew, that his father was wrong. He could reject his fire, because he could reject using a quirk entirely. Or at least just use one half. He could be a hero his way. After all, if the quirkless kid could, why couldn't he? Nate looked over the whole audience. Most were placated. albeit tentatively. Honestly, they had every right to be mistrustful of her. They didn't know how? Did things? The fact that she made a promise to him to reunite him with Sophie was more than enough for him. Sure, the vagueness was a bit concerning, but in his mind, the hope of finally meeting with her after 14 billion years of existence. It would be worth it. The angel, despite all her faults, always kept her word. That was a fact she was proud of. So, all he would have to do is wait. Just a bit longer. However, there was still embers of discontent. People who didn't blindly trust anything that was said. Mina Ishido, Momo Yaoyorozu. Bakugo Katsuki, unsurprisingly, and, of course, Izuku's two close friends, Ochako Uraraka and Kyokaja. Eventually, if his predictions based on the countless other fractures he's seen would be true, most if not all of the audience would break a rule. And be subjected to the same punishment that Izuku would be. Would set up multiple individualized traps. If they weren't careful, they'd walk right into them. It'd then be up to them to survive it. Aizawa smiled under his scarf. This whole thing, one giant logical ruse. He doubted that their host actually put him into the seat of his alternate version. After all, she said he was at no risk of harm. And so far, she had even managed to get her employee to curtail his behavior too. So she can't be lying about that. While there was much left unsaid, there was something nagging at the back of his mind, warning him of something. But he ignored it. After all, his logical mind wouldn't succumb to doubt. Not in front of children like this. So, he continued to wait and watch, to see what the end goal was. He believed he understood, but wanted to be sure. The time passed quicker than people realized. Soon enough, it was time to return. The music this time was more fantastical, ancient, with wonder and foreboding within. Entering the room, they were brought back to the next topic, serious as ever. Their host projected herself on screen. Welcome back. Snacks in order, everything ready? Despite their hesitation, everyone agreed. At least all of them were here for this. A luxury many were sure wouldn't last. Excellent. This fracture is referred to as the Sword of Damocles. Does anyone know what I mean by that? Nobody knew. Not even the knowledgeable Momo, Izuku, or Shoto. They were all clueless. Sighing, she stated, another loss due to the erasure of history. Then continued. The details of the story are not needed, but I'll give a synopsis. A ruler long ago, named Damocles, led his nation into prosperity. A peasant, one who lived such a different life that he couldn't fathom the king's, stated as much to his face one day, stating that he must not have a care in the world. The king, seeing the problem, allowed him to be king for as long as he wished, until he wished to abdicate back for him. The peasant didn't last a day, as not only was there the constant managing of the kingdom, but also the intricacies of internal politics. And the physical manifestation of such was a literal sword, hung above the throne. He abdicated, and with shame, admitted that he could never be a king. Damocles, for his merit, smiled, and told him that the blade up there is the constant threat that those with power must adhere to. They either continued to work with the people, or have the blade fall upon him. She paused. It is a lesson to never underestimate the forces that keep you in check. Power alone means nothing against numbers, strategy, and a variety of other details. The reason why I call this fracture the Sword of Damocles is because Apollyon acts like that very blade. A check on the powers that be. After another dramatic pause. It was time. Time for you to meet Apollyon and the world. No, world she has lived through and made a name for herself in. Now that surprised the audience. Both? Two worlds? Momo asked, voicing their question for them. Her soul migrated from one world to another. How, I am not sure. But she is certainly lethal in both. The screen changed to show a terrifying visage. A knight in grim, dark armor. Spikes lined her left shoulder, while her right was unadorned, surprisingly. Was she left-handed? Izuku asked himself, beginning to sketch this person out. I think it's best for another to explain the world she was born on. Heathmoor. There were no signs. A woman's voice sounded, over the peaceful view of a European medieval kingdom. with golden wheat and lush forests. That is, until the ground started to shake, disturbing the wheat, all while the woman continued, "It came without warning." The screen showed an aerial view, and the audience realized, down at the bottom of the screen, as the earth seemed to roll and twist like deep ocean waves. The ground fractured, and knights tumbled to the ground, some even falling deep into the earth. Statues broke, and the castle walls crumbled to the ground. Entire villages rose and fell due to the shifting earth, unlike any natural phenomena that they could imagine. Even the weather turned, from sunlight to dark clouds and bolts of thunder. Water burst forth from wells, all as the land reforged itself. Doom came to us all. The screen changed to show nothing but ruins. A castle fallen to pieces. But what caused this devastation? The next image made their voices hitch. After all, seeing a Japanese village destroyed, a torii shattered, with embers coating the top. The next showed a boat in a drained sea, framing another type of village, one that wasn't iconic to them. Only for a moment, before a man stumbled forth. A round shield on their back, and wearing a small metal helm, with 2 horns for decoration. The woman's voice continued. The desperate few struggled to survive. Seeing something in front of him, he lunged unsteadily towards the camera. No, towards a small stream of water, green algae surrounding it, indicating that life would return. More than a few of the audience members let go of the breath they had been subconsciously holding. As they watched the man cup his hands into the water and bring it to his mouth, ravenously gulping down the life-giving water. However, before they could react, a new figure walked up behind the man and prepared a strike. Before the man turned on a dime and caught the katana on his small axe, revealing the aggressor to be a Japanese warrior. The warrior kicked the other man's round shield, pushing him back. Before it was clear what they wanted. The water. He drew his katana across the ground, creating a line in the sand. Seriously? Fighting over that little stream of water? The two tensed, before a sword fell down, point burying itself in the ground. The two warriors turned to the source of the noise, before it was revealed that a knight stood atop the small ruins next to this stream. Cricking their neck, the knight dropped down, next to the blade, before slowly rising to their feet, pulling the blade out effortlessly in the process. The three circled as if sizing up their enemies. This is an epic showdown. Kaminari thought aloud, his voice laced with anticipation. However, there was a pause as they lowered their weapons. Slowly, as the narrator continued, perhaps we had a chance for peace. Her next words, though, dispelled that fleeting hope, as the man with the horned helmet gazed at the water, thinking, but trust and desperation are seldom allies. Yelling a challenge, the Viking slammed his axe on his shield, causing the other two to tense and prepare to fight, before he charged. The three fought, keen to make sure no one enemy gained an edge over the other. As the narrator continued, so began a millennia of conflict. A deathly silence fell over the audience as they watched, the three enemies clashing, their armors changing, adapting, improving. Meanwhile, nature regrew, trees stretching high, making the audience realize that this was showing the passage of time. That very millennium going before their eyes, and despite how much time passes, so much remained the same. 8,000 years of war. It showed a Kensei quickly dispatching multiple enemies. Then a knight. And then another Viking. The greatest warriors the world has ever known. A knight swirled around an enemy, cleanly decapitating them. A Viking smashed one soldier before slamming the axe down to another. Ripping the axe out, the narrator continued, the reason they fight lost to the ages. The Viking turned, with a samurai and knight were waiting. Mirroring the scene from the beginning. Same scenario, different players. However, the Viking looked down to the floor. All of the dead warriors, their affiliation not matching. All the death. It directly affected the audience. All the children were horrified. Although some were a bit more desensitized. Meanwhile, Yagi was outraged at making children see this. However, he kept his mouth shut. No need to make her punish him unnecessarily. Besides, there had to be a reason for this. The scene went back to the Viking, eventually showing him wanting to stop. He didn't want to fight anymore. Was peace possible? That was the silent hope that ran through the minds of every audience member. And yet, the view changed to a different angle, showing a hidden archer preparing an arrow. Many breaths hitched, now realizing the threat amongst them. The one warrior wanted peace, and the others might change too. But whoever this was would ruin that. That here they still stand, searching for a sign of peace. The Viking kept stepping backwards, 1 foot at a time, showing that the other warriors were also responding to the lack of hostility. Maybe it was possible? However, now the narrator was taking a more active role in things. I will show them. Worry seeped into the room, as Izuku realized ahead of most who this narrator was. An arrow flew, striking into the exposed chest of the Viking, causing him to fall to the ground. However, he snapped the arrow out, before growling as he got to his feet, renewed for combat. I am Apollyon. A gasp from some of the slower individuals in the room as the final pieces were being put into place. The archer was shown to be an underling of the warlord, as the camera panned to show her grim visage for all to see. I bring war. With that, the video ended. All Might demanded to know, what kind of person wants war like that? Well, reappeared on screen. I can describe her circumstances, or I can show it. Which would you prefer? There was a few moments of silence before Yagi asked, show us. Very well. Although, I warn you, it is not pretty. The screen changed to show a blonde girl working a forge on a beach. A mountain of metal scrap. She hammered into it, molding the steel as it remained heated. As she smelted another ingot of steel, she remembered the day just as vividly as the worst day of her life. Using creation as a way to cope with her past. That can be cathartic. Momo stated. Hell, considering her quirk, she probably creates a lot of things to cope with stressful situations, not that anyone understood. The screen shifted back to an ancient village Warborn were merciless. There was nothing left. She had nobody, no one. The men, the raiders, the berserkers, the warlords. They left nothing intact. They pillaged food, gold. Did unspeakable things to the women they got their hands on. The only reason she remained untouched was because she hid. Through mud and blood and grime. She had crawled past the burning buildings, seeing them do what they did. A berserker chasing little Charles, taking his head off with a clean swipe before moving on to the next victim. A raider made his way with Matilda from down the road. The audience gasped, many looking away from the pure barbarity that man can produce. Especially that little girl who was being abused. It was absolutely horrific. However, as they continued to watch, it only solidified their resolve. After all, this is what heroes fight against. This violence, this horror. It's what heroes drive into the dark. Hiding in the shadows, Erica felt completely vulnerable. Afraid. The audience could feel her anxiety as it showed her actions, her breath hitching as the Viking turned. However, before she could get away, a Norse soldier had noticed her. With a shout, he charged, eager for whatever he had in mind for her. Either way, it wouldn't be good if he won. Bolting into a house, she searched for some way to defend herself, even if the roof was on fire. Searching, she found a small knife. It was rough and not designed for combat. The tension in the room was thick enough to be cut with even a knife like that. The man entered the room, and she hid quickly and quietly. Behind a post, the man started to sweep the area. He didn't see where she went, so he had to take his time. The Viking was taller than her, at a reasonable 5 feet 6 inches. Many of the Warborn's strongest were way taller. Erica herself at the time was at a low 4 feet 2 inches, but still had room to grow. She was only 7 at the time, so plenty of time to grow up. It would be unlikely that she would if she remained in the village. The students were shocked as the girl's age was shown on screen. How could a girl go through this unscathed? Clearly, she didn't, but in the blacksmithing scenes showed that she was definitely a force to be reckoned with. They took comfort that she was able to survive this. Would survive this? But that wasn't important at this time. No, now she had to survive. She listened to his heavy steps, muted and as quiet as could be, in order to try to catch her off guard. But that didn't work. His ears were ringing from the sounds of slaughter and fire, the roar of which deafened him at the current time. There was only one exit, and he stayed near it. If she didn't kill him and went for the exit, he'd chase after her, drawing more attention. And that would get the rest of them after her. The Warborn did take slaves, after all, and that was the worst outcome possible. The students were repulsed by the idea of slaves, and many didn't quite understand what she meant by that. But Aizawa and Yagi gave each other a glance, knowing full well what she meant. A horribly outdated ancient practice, which was honestly rightly extinguished, well, at least for the most part. Quirks had enabled many to still use that practice, albeit in less civilized parts of the world. However, if she fought him directly, he'd overpower and either butcher her or do the unthinkable. That was also not an option. He was too well armored for a girl with a small knife. She'd have to aim for his weak spots. Or spot. That being, his neck. Many students couldn't believe that a little girl could possibly think about killing someone. But then Izuku saw the environment and realized, wait a minute. She's from an alternate timeline where quirks never developed and technology never went very far due to what happened on that Earth. Momo's eyes widened at the realization. The slavery she mentioned. How horrible! Everyone's heartstrings tensed as they continued to watch the scene. Carefully peering around the pillar, she saw him start to walk into the room. If she stayed still, he would find her. Carefully, utilizing the fact that she was barefoot to minimize the noise, she circled around, approaching in his blind spot, crouching as she did so. Before leaping at him, knife in a reverse grip. She didn't know what she was doing, but gripped onto his back, stabbing the blade where his neck should be. Again and again, trying to break through the gambeson he wore underneath. Struggling against her, the man backed into a wall, singing her back with the heat. That made her release him, allowing the man to grab at her and throw her into the room, away from the wall. The knife clattered to the floor, and he immediately charged her, sword in hand. "Leave her alone!" Mina shouted, horrified at the man attempting to murder her. Many others shared her sentiment, but didn't voice it. Terrified, the girl turned to where the knife went and reached for it. However, the man was also quick to react and tried to stab down. Because of adrenaline, the girl was able to barely deflect the blade with her own hands. Those are incredible reflexes. Denki whistled, even though the blade sliced her flesh in the process. A deep gash ran down her left palm, leaving the sword buried in the floor next to her. The man, having no patience for this, reached down and started to choke her. Struggling, Erika tried to push the man back with one hand, while reaching for the blade she used before. He was clearly stronger, and the oxygen deprivation was starting to get to her. Until her hand gripped the knife, and she used all her strength to plunge it into the man's neck. The image of the girl stabbing a man to death made them cringe. All except Bagwo, Todoroki, and Aizawa, who remained impassive. Most students were relieved that she would be all right. But Bakugo was having an internal crisis. She was fighting back far better than he would have at her age, and all with a small knife. This was the struggle that produced a monster, and it mirrored certain elements that Deku went through. Before anyone could think further, their thoughts were interrupted by a loud clang. Jairu covered her ears, while the rest were merely startled as a more grown Erika hammered the ingot as she got to that point in her memory. This time, she was making a weapon. For each time she remembered stabbing the man, the hammer fell on the metal, molding it into a tool of battle. Clang. To hammer out the weakness of her old self. Clang. To hammer out the required justice. Clang. To put that man in his grave. Clang. To kill Erika, and rise from the ashes of that house as something to be defined. Looking at the environment, Izuku immediately noted, wait a minute. This is modern Japan. How? But this is not an ideal world. Neither was Heathmore. Turning the blade over, she began to hammer away. Lost in memory. The kids watched with a heavy anticipation as they observed the flashback, watching with bated breath as buildings burned in the chill night. And the night was long. The Warborn committed to their Viking and razed the place, stealing what they could. It was only after they had taken everything when they left. The village nothing but a smoldering ruin. Erika had collapsed from exertion after shoving the man's corpse aside. The building had clearly collapsed, as she had to push with all her might the wood of the building away. She had nothing. Her mother, her father, her entire way of life, gone in a single, blood-stained night. Glancing around in fear, she searched for any possible threats. But there weren't any. They had moved on. And she should too. There was nothing left. Her eyes landed on the blade buried next to her. A war-born short sword. Its design was foreign to her, with a blade that widened nearly to the edge of the curved crossguard. It was certainly not something she would normally see. But there was no better alternative. Getting weakly to her feet, she gingerly reached for it. Before stopping, it felt as if taking the blade would be crossing some kind of taboo. She searched her surroundings again. Now that she was standing up, Erika could see the carnage outside the walls of this structure. Corpses littered everywhere, buildings burnt and ruined, and the ever-present smoke of past fire. Many of the emotional students had tears run down their faces as they witnessed the pure horror of the scene, the twisted pain of every corpse, and the distinct. There was no safety, no future for her. Not unless she took it herself. Seeing her survive the ordeal and come out with a different worldview was certainly an interesting experience. Showing the villains' thoughts, how they see the world, and them creating their image. It was all fascinating. Some didn't particularly care. Gripping the new blade even harder, Erika was pulled out from her memories as she felt a bit of pain. Looking down, she had accidentally cut through the oven mitt with the metal. It burned slightly, cauterizing her accidental cut. Not concerned about that, she looked over the rest of the blade. It was clearly ruined because she hit too hard with that last swing, denting and weakening the metal. Should have to restart from scratch. Sighing, she tossed the ruined metal to the side. It hissed in contact with the sand, still partially molten. 3 ingots? Gun. Oh well. 3 ingots on a single blade? Is that normal? Momo asked, unsure how the blacksmithing process worked. As she made swords directly as finished products, she never really bothered to look into the process. Perhaps doing so would give her a better understanding, and perhaps know how to make them even better. Meanwhile, Izuku was more disturbed by the fact that she didn't seem to feel the pain. She seems to use to pain on herself, not just inflicting it. That sobered up the room, faster than a bucket of water on a sleeping man. However, all the students were shocked with a familiar voice interrupting them. Do I want to ask? Izuku arrived back with more metal and looked over at the hissing sand. The audience was speechless as he just casually addressed this villain, and even more so as she looked back at him, not with disdain or anything, but annoyance at herself. Not yet. I just failed. I'll get it right next time. That seemed to surprise him, but he smiled. I know you will. The positivity was absolutely blinding. He had a habit of being able to pull her from her off moods, even if she knew it was bad to rely on him like that. Thanks. Now that was an absolute shock. They all knew that these fractures held significance, but how did she get from that medieval place to a modern-day one? However, their host reappeared on screen. What did you think? She's sympathetic, no? Yagi stated first, his voice clear for all. While she has gone through many terrible things, it does not justify endless war. That's what she sees as the honest side of man. That being, of course, the dichotomy she sees in the world. Paused, letting them take in the information. At the end, however, she won. Shock lined the faces of each and every student. This villain, who wanted nothing but war. And spectacularly so, if the way she was speaking was any indication. She won. The pale angel clarified. At least in Heathmoor, the land in which she was originally born. She created the environment for a continuous, everlasting conflict, be it for land, resources, or ideals. It was a crucible of pain, death, and bloodshed. She paused. Although she did not live to see her Age of Wolves, it's likely that she would have loved what came after. However, before she could say anything else, Bakugo, who was still in the middle of a mental crisis, scoffed, putting up the only protection he could offer his feeble way of thinking. Yeah right, just a bunch of useless, quirkless freaks. Those idiot villains would not be capable of overcoming any true hero. That made their speaker pause. Her voice may have still sounded sweet, but alarm bells seemingly rang in everyone's minds as she focused all her animosity through them. Oh, is that what you believe? That quirkless people can't do anything. She let him speak, and even though he himself wanted to shut up, his pride demanded that he retaliate. Otherwise, it wouldn't be great for him. Of course they can't. Even with them creating everything you rely on, including the very concept of heroes? Asked, making many of the others think on the subject. After all, she had killed and clawed her way to a position of clear power and authority, in a quirkless world that only respected strength of will and steel. And now she had moved with that same mentality into their world, albeit a different fracture, but still. How would she work in a quirk-based society? I see. She didn't seem too pleased, her gaze locked onto Bakugo's, with scanning his soul with her multicolored eyes. Before shrugging, I think a humbling is in order, before I speak of hypotheticals. You wish to see a quirkless fight against heroes? Very well, I shall oblige you. Izuku continued to walk, Tokoyami's arm over his shoulder, while Reiko supported his other side. Who is that girl? Mina asked suddenly. She's not here. My mistake for not informing you. Her name is Reiko Yanagi. Most of the time, she would be under a different teacher's jurisdiction. Their host's voice clarified for them all. Aizawa asked, Cans? Yes. He nodded, and didn't say anything more. However, there was one final question. From Momo, where is this? This is as the USJ facility, an off-site location associated with UA. Answered, still with her sickly sweet voice before asking, any further questions? The silence was deafening, allowing her to continue. They didn't have any further questions. The bird-headed boy's leg needed immediate attention, clear though his limp and needing support. As they started to pass by the ruined zone, there was a crash and a familiar yell. Both Bakugo and Izuku looked up with horror as the camera panned to look up, to see Bakugo falling down with the Apollyon falling with him. The three students halted as they traced their path until they collided with the ground, the knight using him as a cushion to their fall with a loud thud. Everyone was horrified in their own way, either with rage, such as with Yagi and Aizawa, who clearly were concerned. If this was the USJ, then they had to be there, considering their part as UA staff. And Class A's homeroom teacher, unbeknownst to the students there. Meanwhile, Bakugo was experiencing utter and total shock. His mind locked in place, unable to. The knight ripped out their blade, before stabbing him again in the head, before standing up to their full height. They stepped over the blonde's body, before stopping, and turning slowly to a scene at the center of the square. All heads turned as All Might, finally there, launched the beast from before up through the glass and out of the facility. At last, there was a sign of hope. Bakugo grinned. Finally, All Might would get involved. He would put this quirkless villain in her place. Even if he died for it, he'd still be right. However, All Might turned to the Dark Knight figure, having heard the commotion, and his fury at seeing his charge murdered, was enough to make anyone cower. Anyone, it seems, except the knight herself. Everyone in the audience felt the rage behind the hero's glare, and the snarl where his mouth was. All Might's defining feature, besides his blonde, forked hairstyle and dark eyes, was his smile. The fact that it was gone was nothing short of unnerving. Even Aizawa's eyes widened in shock. You dare come here looking for me, but murdering children? You are the lowest of the low. You tell her, All Might. Mina called out, in support of the heroes. The rest of the students joined in, until Apollyon replied. If that is all you see of me, then you are not looking hard enough. The knightess, surprising everyone who could hear her, stated. He fought me and lost. I offered him a choice. To be honest, that didn't surprise the audience. That he'd pick a fight with someone above his weight class and lose. He did that here after all. Approaching the villain, he asked with cold fury. Then who are you, to say that after? I am Apollyon. You are the symbol of peace and I will kill you. For I am war. That's the same thing she said before. About being war. Izuku noted, continuing to write down his notes. Is that what she truly believes? Actually answered this question. I understand her line of thought, but I will share it after the fight. One you are eager to see, correct? Charging, the knightess ducked under a quick punch, relying on her intuition. Avoiding blows, there was little she could do but hold on through the initial assault. Because his attacks seemed panicked. For whatever reason, he acted like he was desperate. But why, that was the question. As they continued to hear her thoughts as she somehow kept pace with the fight, Yagi's heart clenched. It was becoming ever more likely that his true form would be exposed. The fact that he hadn't been healed, a fact that Nate had pointed out to him directly, was leaning towards that fact. Quickly, Izuku navigated Reiko and Tokoyami past the battle, quickly wanting them out of line of sight. When he felt that they were in a safe position, he stated, "Help the others. I have to go back." Jairu was the first to turn to him, eyes wide with worry. "Wait, Green, are you going back?" "It looks like it." He didn't know why he'd be so frantic. Although, a nagging feeling in the back of his head did warn him that he knew, but just didn't want to admit it. He'd made the connection back the previous day, after all, and just wanted a confirmation. Reiko called out to him, concerned, "Izuku, Bakugo's dead." There's Mina and Toru, the romantics, turned to look at the green-haired boy, who was already blushing furiously. The use of his first name was an NTMT act, and it seemed that he and this Reiko Yanagi were much, much closer than they were in this fracture. However, before they could tease him, the Izuku on screen replied, worry in his voice, "It's not that. Just go." Something in the greenette's voice made her not question it, and she nodded, taking the other boy. He was still injured in his leg, and needed a splint as soon as possible. Glancing at the top of the stairs, he saw that Momo, Jairu, and Denki were all there, trying to help as best as possible. Good, they're still alive. Turning back to All Might's position, he dashed over, knowing what nobody else did. That he was on a knife's edge. He hoped he could get there faster. Yagi nearly coughed at his last though, but held it in. It seems that in this timeline he knows my secret. Or one of them. We must be good friends. The screen changed to show the heroes fight once more, and everyone tensed up. They heard Izuku's thoughts, and his premonition of doom, and feared for the number one's safety. Bakugo scoffed, but worried nonetheless. Apollyon was riding high from the adrenaline pumping throughout her blood vessels as she continued to dance with the symbol of peace. It was clear that he was starting to struggle with his movements. From what Tamura stated, his master had dealt a nasty blow long ago to his lower left torso. So when it was possible, that would be a potential weakness to exploit. As she had told Izuku long ago, nobody is invincible. Least of all a hero. Backing up, she tried to swing an attack at his leg, which he dodged efficiently, and swung again. With her blade, she parried the blow, and quickly turned around and stabbed her long sword into the location she had been told about. And it had a devastating effect. The number one hero stopped, horrified by this, before coughing blood. And starting to steam. Ripping it out, she let him fall to his knees as his form turned emaciated and skeletal. Was it this? All eyes in the audience widened. They recognized this man. He was one of the two adults around here. Mr. Yagi. Mr. Yagi was All Might. But All Might wouldn't look that weak, would he? Katsuki, on the other hand, had his mouth open in pure shock. All Might reduced to this. How? Heroes always win. That was the truth. No. Turning, she saw Izuku bolting at her, sword in a reverse blade grip in his left hand. It was then that she realized. Wasn't he wearing armor before? Then she recalled that he came from the fire zone, and noticed the burn marks littering his torso. It was likely due to cheap armor. However, she soon had to defend herself as he launched forward, slamming his blade down. There was no time to parry, so she just blocked the blow instead. It knocked her back slightly as the green-haired boy went between the two of them. Young Midoriya. That confirmed it to the hero. Yagi and Izuku were good friends here, close enough to know one of his closest secrets. Would he be the inheritor? That was the question in the back of his mind. The group as a whole watched in tense disbelief as he locked blades with Apollyon before shoving her back. Bakugo glared up at the screen. Deku better die too. I won't accept him defeating the villain who killed me. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. He runs into danger? Height of irrationality. He stood steadfast, still watching Apollyon as he called back, All Might, you need to get out of here. However, the man's voice was pained. I can't. The breaths in the class hitched, as the number one admitted his weakness, not only to Izuku, but to the villain as well. What? Izuku's voice was quieter, with a hint of disbelief. I don't have any more time. And she will kill us both if you don't leave. The hero pleaded. Now that was news. News that Apollyon didn't know. It made sense, given his actions, but it made this all too easy. No. I can't leave you. You didn't leave me when I needed you, and I won't do the same to you. The greenette grit his teeth as he turned back to her. Leave and I won't pursue. A bold move. One to preserve Yagi's life, and one that did not go unnoticed by the entire audience. Most of them were cheering him on silently, while Yagi smiled warmly. He'll be an excellent hero, no matter his power. The other students grinned at the clear defiance to the villain, hoping that it would work. But her thoughts leaked through the speakers. This is too much. Izuku defending his idol literally. But, I'm sorry. You need to grow further and he is getting in the way. Laughing slightly, she reiterated, I am war. I cannot let the symbol of peace go alive. She tensed, lowering her stance, with her sword pointing in his general direction. You will not get in my way. Noting that Izuku was held in high regard, Ochako realized, it's a fated battle between siblings. The violet sitting on Izuku's other side looked at her with a glance, before turning back to the screen, just as the Nidus charged, clashing blades with him directly. Nice blade. She started, appreciating her own handiwork with a knowing smirk hidden under her helm. Who made it? Oh, come on, now that's cruel. Mina called out, seething. She knows who made it, and it's likely that she ran away from home. Considering the bond they showed before. It would be still hurting him. Many villains will take advantage of weaknesses, whether physical, mental, or emotional. Yagi stated, lending his experience on the topic. Especially when it came to villains like him. Narrowing his eyes, he stated, I'll never tell you. I like your spirit, child. She broke the clash, letting him fall to the side. She prepared to strike at his idol once more, but he tackled into her. Apollyon didn't fall, but stumbled back, before elbowing him in the back, before gripping his throat and throwing him away. Quickly withdrawing 3 knives, throwing them all, striking his open left hand, his leg, and his torso, careful to not hit his spine. All 3 made sure to pin him down to the floor, chest down. It was an awkward position, and he couldn't move well, especially with the pain. Helpless as she approached All Might yet again. She held her sword up to his neck, slowly walking to his right, as if pondering something. You are a wolf. But I must make sure you fall. Terror clenched their hearts as the villain won handily. Bakugo did feel some relief that he was simply outclassed by someone with training, not because he was weak. He could always improve, be the best. Like he knew he could be. But seeing All Might about to die after he did in that timeline. No. All Might. He struggled against his bonds, trying to get up. Please. All Might sighed, resigned. Looking into Izuku's eyes, he held himself up, unafraid and kindly. Never fear, Izuku. Know that things will be fine because I am here. Even in the end he kept his smile, to keep others at ease. The gesture was heartwarming, even if they knew to prepare themselves for what came next. How touching. It's clear the two of them grew very close. With a breath, she spun the blade casually in her hand before gripping it with both and cleaving straight through the neck. With a thump, All Might's blonde head tumbled to the floor, his glowing blue eyes dimmed to the point that they appeared black, and his body tumbled forward due to the force of the swing. Satisfied, she walked past Izuku's prone form, towards where a dark swirling void. Kurogiri's eyes materialized, and his voice. Subdued as he saw the scene. Did it. The presence of a second villain reminded people that the facility as a whole was under attack. And he must have had a role in how they got there. Let's leave. A collective sigh of relief could be heard, but Bakugo was furious. She wouldn't even kill Deku, but would kill him. Conflicted, he was tormented by the question. Was I worthy enough to kill, or did she see value in Deku? Why? What about the boy? She turned down to Izuku, walking around so he could see her armor properly. Let him live. I want people to know who I am. That I, Apollyon, killed All Might. She gripped his hair and lifted him up so that they could be eye to eye. Or would have been if her helm didn't cover her eyes, leaving only a menacing, skull-like visage to be etched in his mind. The greenette glared, but only until he went unconscious. The place had mixed reactions to that. On the one hand, they were glad he was alive, but on the other, it was because she saw something that she liked. Besides the fact they were adopted siblings. Picking up his blade, she looked it over carefully, and could tell it had done its purpose. It had already taken lives. Izuku paled at hearing that particular thought. After all, a hero doesn't take lives, they save them. It must have been a villain, if Apollyon's presence, as well as that of the warping villain, was anything to go by. She could tell on an instinctual level. Well done, Izuku. Well done. Laying it in front of him, she finally strode to leave, before the doors banged open, showing the rest of UA's staff arriving. Picking up All Might's head, she called out to them, "Behold, your symbol of peace is dead. Let it be I, Apollyon, symbol of war, claim this kill." She held up his head in its glory, before tossing it to roll on the ground, and finally leaving the horror lay on every face in the audience. Before many turned to look at Yagi, recognition and awe on their face. Is it true? Momo asked, cautious in her approach of the subject. He nodded, yes. I'm all mate. But that is something that should be discussed with the required time. I'm presuming that our host has more they wish to share. Yes. I do. The screen switched to show her, once more. A smile on her face and a beautiful appearance. Just Apollyon's final stand. Before arriving in Japan. As the katana directly sliced through her flesh, there was only one thought in Apollyon's mind. Excellent. Wait, she's happy to die? Denki asked, clearly confused. Many others shared his sentiment, even Aizawa. But Yagi had a feeling he knew why. It was part of why she was so dangerous compared to most villains. She was an ideologue, one driven by their beliefs, and not just by material gain. If dying was the price required to win, then die she would. The warlord of the Blackstone Legion was far from masochistic. In fact, it was due to meticulous planning, years of effort, that keeps her absolutely ecstatic. Sure, she would lose. She was destined to lose, and nothing would change that. But winning was never a factor. Not for this. Taking control of Ashfeld, subsuming all the legions under one banner. Then taking that unified force to starve the Vikings, burning their food. Well, most of it in order to make them desperate. Then leading them to the samurai. And reigniting their blood honor. Hearing all that she did. It was terrifying to hear. One woman was able to cause so much hatred and bloodshed. And for what? Even with her own death being certain? Was it worth it? They then turned their attention to the one who started it all. Apollyon. Their minds were so simple. Kill Apollyon, the war will end. Then they'll have their farce of a peace once more. As if that saved her village from Vikings when they raided. They did that regardless of peace or not. People are fundamentally violent. That is clear. And that was the plan. Make herself hated, then take her off the board before they could sate that hatred. Then they would use it against each other. Yagi was impressed. She was just as cunning as his nemesis. Maybe even more so, because she didn't have the mindset of quirks are superior. However, there is a choice. They can choose to be sheep. Weak, pathetic excuses for warriors who shackled themselves to honor and peace, liars wearing armor. They were wolves. Unrestrained by such trivialities, demonstrating true strength. The Emperor's champion was clearly a lethal predator to land such a blow on her. and that made her smile under her grim armor. She had been pushed back against the stone railing overlooking her castle. This place was under siege from multiple factions, the reformed Iron Legion, commanded by the warden who left years ago, even taking Holden Cross under his command. Then there was the Chosen, the samurai, such as the Orochi who was the Emperor's champion. And in the far distance, she could see a third arriving. The Warborn. The Vikings. Their armies were here. The Blackstones had been all but defeated at this point. But her purpose had been served. The champion didn't see it that way, but it was hard for those shackled by honor to do so. The Orochi spoke, her voice clear. "It's over. We will have peace." She then had the gall to sheath her katana against her. Against Apollyon, the demon of war herself. Demon of war? Isn't that a bit much? Ciro asked, sweat dropping at the overdramatization. However, Momo answered with a question of her own. Her name. "It has meaning, doesn't it?" "Yes it does," replied. Apollyon is the Greek version of the name Abaddon the Destroyer, a demon general during the Book of Revelations in the Christian faith. Names have power, not just a physical one. The scene continued. Still leaning against the railing, Apollyon's right hand gripped her decorated longsword. Laughing slightly, the warlord couldn't believe the champion's naivety. "Peace." The samurai had begun to walk away, confident that they had won, but stopped once Apollyon began to speak. Turning back, they watched as the dark night looked over the battlefield, completely at ease. "So," the armored warrior started, "what happens now?" Collecting her strength, Apollyon gripped the handle of her sword, using it to pull herself up and away from the wall. The sounds of battle had ceased, because the opposing factions had won. But just the battle, not the war. And not against themselves. Instead of relief that the good guys had won, there was nothing but tension. After all, Apollyon may not be fighting with her blade, considering the state of her body, but it was clear that now she was fighting a different kind of war. One of ideas and beliefs. And she was winning. "You all just." The champion tensed, hand to her own blade, as the adversary stood at full height, sword back in her clawed glove hand before she stumbled forward. It was clear the warlord was on her last legs. "Duck, go home." The knight looked back to the balcony, before doing the unthinkable. She threw her sword away, far over the balcony. Turning back to the Orochi, Apollyon continued. "You came into my home. And you brought your armies." It was getting hard for the grim knight to breathe. "Peace?" She chuckled, amused by the prospect. The laughter was disheartening. Especially for Yagi. As she pointed out, he was the symbol of peace, and that would not stand for her. It was clear what the situation was regarding this particular villain. This world, Heathmoor, was peaceful, but some take advantage of that to do terrible things. Because she didn't understand the world. She formed very strong beliefs, which were only reinforced until this point. Their world was savage, and the warriors ruled through strength. When she herself became a warlord, well, nothing would change her mind. Not now. But then again, if she arrived in Japan and had a connection with Midoriya, then maybe he could? But then she wouldn't have left to kill him. Things to think about later, Yagi thought. It was then that a horn sounded. A horrible sound, for it was the signal for a Viking raid. Something both the champion and Apollyon knew all too well. "That isn't how the world works," the warlord continued. The samurai was about to contest this when Apollyon continued, rebutting the forming argument, while watching the new carnage unfold. The three factions were fighting directly against each other now, no semblance of peace possible at all. "Don't speak to me of your virtues. Duty. Kinship. You have forgotten what you are." The champion could see that she was on her last legs, but had come to a horrifying conclusion. "You want war. Only war." Eyes wide, none of the kids could truly understand the horrors of that kind of medieval warfare. Sure, they witnessed the three factions fighting each other. But all the time? What kind of madness would that be? And if she was in Japan, modern Japan, oh boy, the world wouldn't be ready. However, instead of confirming the point, Apollyon reframed it in her way, while turning back to look at the Orochi. "All I want is for you to admit what you are. Each of the last 3 words was punctuated by pointing with her finger, accusatory. All of you. Pushing off the banister one more time, Apollyon reached forth with a clawed glove, proudly proclaiming, "My wolves." As blood loss took its toll, the Dark Knight of War knew that she had won. Smiling, her body collapsed, unable to deal with the pain any longer, as well as knowing that the wolves, the strong, will rise from this conflict. Just as they did in any other. The audience didn't know what to think of all of this. It was to her surprise that she woke up. It was some sort of back alley between large, strange buildings. Lost, confused, the girl got to her feet. While everything seemed so strange, it at least resembled a city. This isn't Heathmoor. Not Ashfeld, nor Valkenheim. Where am I? It was then that she heard people speak. Japanese. Perfect. I found myself among the chosen. Or a similar faction. It was then that she realized that she had no armor. She tossed her blade, sure, but her armor was gone. She had nothing. She was now weak. This would not do. Jiraiya's eyes widened, just like a few other of those who were more observant. She's still wanting to prove her point. Izuku was also afraid. We seem to know each other. How? Cautiously, she looked for the source of the commotion, and found that there was, indeed, a battle. But not between samurai, but instead between people wearing outlandish outfits. Curious, the girl moved closer, wanting to see what exactly was going on. It turns out that it was between a person wearing some kind of goofy outfit with a bright yellow and black on his head and arms. No armor at all to be seen. Meanwhile, the other was close to, but not quite, similar in appearance to a peacekeeper. They had the hood, the dark clothes. But yet again, no armor. The way she notes their gear. Breaking down weaknesses. Momo stated, "It's concerning. It's smart." Shoto speaks for the first time, his voice soft, yet hard on the ears. She's analyzing a potential threat for weaknesses, in case she were to meet him again. With her normal stuff. After a few bouts of unarmed combat, which was already proving to be nothing but a joke, the man with the bright colors finally punched the other in the face, leading to an instant knockout. As the people cheered, the man basked in the glory. All it did was make her sick. That is nothing more than a glorified jester. That one is nothing more than a sheep. The audience wasn't surprised by that response. Even if many of them were. Wounded by the accusation of what heroes were, they understood why she thought that way. Aizawa took a grim satisfaction from the viewpoint. But it was embittered by the fact a villain was the one to think so. However, she watches with amusement as the other man, in the hood, attempts to get up. A flash of metal, and he tries to stab the man. The supposed hero. But, to the hero's credit, he quickly disarmed the man and pinned him to the ground. The smart thing to do would be to end it right here, right now, while you held the crowd's favor. That is how gladiators did things. But then people in a different kind of cloth uniform arrived, and carted him away. Picking up on their conversation as the crowd began to disperse, she eventually figured out what was going on. Her calculating mind is one of the most dangerous things a villain could have. Yagi stated, looking at her, "If she's as dedicated to her cause as before, then she'll hurt so many." Momo whispered to herself, in horror. The man named Death Arms, a horrendous name, in her opinion, was a public servant who took down a criminal. If they wanted to do that more quickly, they could just kill the criminal outright, but instead there was a complex set of laws. Set up, presumably by prey. Sheep in human clothing. This would not do. The civilians were none of her concern, but these prey must be dealt with. And that was what inspired her new purpose. To show them what they are. Her wolves. The screen darkened. Before returning to show the angel once more. "So, Apollyon, what did you think?" "She's understandable. But still a villain." Momo stated. Many others agreed with that assessment. "Yes, that does seem to be the general impression of her." Stated, rubbing her chin in thought. "Anything else anyone wants to say?" It was at this point that Mina stood up. All eyes were on her as she stated, "I have one thing to say. However, Instead of taking the stand as an intimidation factor seriously, she smiled, amused. Yes, Mina? Everyone held their breaths as she began to rant. Are you directly picking on Mido? Because every one of these has been directly aimed at him. This last one was aimed a bit at Bakugo, but that's because he was being a bit of an butt. Hey! Zip it! Mina whirled on him, surprising the blonde with her current ferocity. Before looking away. Turning back to the screen, she stated, "Point is, the way you're acting is just like a bully. Where your choices are hurting others, even making Midori go through that soldier sequence. It's not fair to him." Waited patiently for the Pinkette to finish her statement, and sensing that she was done, smiled widely. Well said, Mina. I agree. The order of my theater's programming is stilted. And I agree. It is unfair that it's only focused on him. She seemed relieved that her grievances were heard, until she continued, which is why I think it would be an educational experience for all of you to go through a similar trial, where your souls will be safe, but you will learn much for your time as heroes. Horror was on Mina's face at that proclamation, as that was the very opposite of what she was after. Especially with what was said next. And you have just volunteered. How selfless of you, Mina. In a flash of light, she was gone, now standing on screen next to the angel, a gentle hand on her shoulder, now afraid, separated from her peers. Yagi stood up immediately. Let her go. Yagi. She will be fine. You have my word. For now, relax, get some food. The next viewing will be in 15 minutes. The screen turned black, although it seemed that Mina tried to reach towards them from through it beforehand. Only some text remained visible to them, now shaken by the angel's true colors. Loading next fracture. The sky is falling. Unknown figure. Alignment, neutral good. Role, survivor hero. Nobody had any words to say, no cracks from Denki, nor insightful analysis from Momo or Izuku. Nothing but silence as many got up and out of the theater. Aizawa was the only one not horrified entirely, seeing the ruse as a benefit. No better way to learn about the dangers of heroism in an environment where they can't die. If anything, he approved of the shift, even if it was a little much. Izuku, meanwhile, couldn't help but doubt himself. She stood up for him, and yet, she was immediately given the same punishment he received. In front of everyone. How could he possibly be a hero when even trying to help him resulted in pain? Even as his two best friends here tried their best to comfort him, he just couldn't shake the feeling that this was all his fault. Recommended music. Tetris, dark version. The audience left the theater. And immediately, Nate could tell something was wrong. One of them was missing, and even then, the rest seemed terrified. And not because the viewing. Oh, Bakugo should have been enraged, the usual 3 sympathetic. Maybe a couple of jokes from the electric blonde and the tape-corked boy. But not complete silence. Approaching the counter, Jur asked, "Do you have something to, I don't know, boost the mood? What happened in there?" Nate's whispers asked, looking over everyone. "Well," Ochako began, glancing the same spots the brown-haired boy looked to. Mina had objections to the way things were done. "I see." He sighed. Even though he shouldn't say anything, he couldn't help but think, does she even consider how her actions reflect to others? Punishing a student off-screen is one thing, but taking a student in front of others? Really? It shows that she either had no humanity before, or lost it long ago. Unfortunately, good food and drink is not enough to heal witnessing what you have. The best cure for that is, ironically, each other. Knowing that you have a team can be one of the best fixes. Although, he limped slightly to a nearby machine and got 3 mugs. "I do find a hot chocolate can soothe in times of distress." "Thanks," Jairu stated. While she had been suspicious of him towards the start, his actions and words had all been positive. The only lie that she could detect was at the previous intermission, when he stated his non-apology. It was clear that he had come to a deal, even if he was still wounded after the fact, something his limp made clear. His heartbeat only really changed once, so he was likely being genuine. So, she'd reciprocate in kind. He made the 3 quietly before asking, placing them in front of the trio. Marshmallows? 3 nods, 3 marshmallows for 3 mugs. Each taking one, he stated, pain is the state of life. Constant. Heroes face more than most, and I knew several whom I would consider heroes. For heroes, it's more about overcoming the constant pain of life and becoming someone who can help others with their own. He paused, realizing that the rest of the audience listened in. I know I ramble and have a different point of view, but those are my thoughts. He, however, smiled, a great outlook. One I can agree with. With a nod, the concessionaire looked around. Does anyone else wish for a hot chocolate? I find that helps. Many raised their hands, eventually having everyone. With a few key exceptions. Shoto Todoroki, ever stoic. Shota Aizawa, the skeptic, yet ardent believer. The last one was a surprise, but, considering it was her strongest friend, Mina Ishido, who was taken, that surprise didn't last long. While Nate Penn created the hot chocolates, Tashinori now had to address the elephant in the room. Himself. Everyone. He waited until all eyes were on him, a normalcy for him at any other time. He decided to explain the best way he could. I am All Might. The mood in the room was still tense as he started to explain. Before I explain, I must ensure that none of this information leaves this place. Very few know the secret, and it must not spread to villains. He waited for them to nod in agreement. When all of them did, he stated, I received an injury 5 years ago, causing me to lose part of my respiratory system, stomach, and intestines. He showed them by lifting his shirt, horrifying all of them, all while stating, my time as a hero has been limited to 3 hours a day. I have to push myself to become All Might. Izuku meanwhile asked, Was that because of your fight with Toxic Chainsaw? The majority of the audience was confused. Even Bakugo, who considered himself an All Might fan of the highest degree. Yagi, however, laughed. No, that punk couldn't get a hit on me. No, it was a different villain. One I had asked to not be mentioned by any news source. He paused. You can see why this information must be kept secret, right? Momo, meanwhile, gasped at the realization, we would be becoming heroes right at the end of your career. The blonde man nodded, understanding her realization. Yes. It is likely that I will retire in the next couple years. This shouldn't discourage you from heroism if your heart is truly set on it. But that is the risk. Silence greeted the room once more, now all of them thinking carefully about the future. Nate shattered their concentration by ringing a bell, informing them that the hot chocolate was ready. There are marshmallows over here. Don't be too greedy. Finding them was a pain. The DLVRY and bluntness of that last line made a few of the more humor-prone students laugh once, causing a sense of relief to wash over them. Right now, that was what they needed. Some normalcy. A sense of relief. It's something heroes should help give. Now, the kids started to talk with each other. Now that they were calming themselves down, Yagi walked to the bar. To Nate, he asked, Are you sure you're not a hero? No. The things I've done in my life. He paused, eyes glazing over slightly, before shaking his head. I have defended humanity many times. No, the word hero belongs to other people. Before anything else could say or do anything else, the music began once more. It was almost time for the show to continue. However, she spoke. Mina's performance is about to begin. Please get to your seats. The show will start soon. With nothing else to do, they entered the room. Dread hovering over them all, but Nate called out, She promised not to hurt her soul, right? That means she will come back. Take that into heart. With that piece of information, in the back of their minds, they steeled themselves for whatever they would see on screen.